looks like the government's case is exceedingly thin. Baron Coleman has been covering the trial. It is decidedly a clown show, and he joins us to discuss. If you're not already following his fantastic show on YouTube, please do. It's at Real Baron Podcast. So where do we start? The screwdriver, the Discord messages. Let's go through it like I'm someone who is not following the minutia of it, and just start with this preliminary hearing, if you don't mind. What was the state required to prove, and what is the quality of their case?
So the state has an interesting burden in that it's greatly reduced from what we normally think of with a criminal trial. So in a criminal trial, we normally think of beyond reasonable doubt, almost absolutely certain, however you want to word it. With a preliminary hearing, the burden is actually much reduced from there, and the defense is limited as to what the challenges to the evidence produce to the judge. So the state comes in, all they have to show is that there is some basis to take this thing to trial. There's some basis that a judge can say, you know what, a fact finder should look at these facts. It's really just to rule out nonsensical prosecutions, and so the state rarely shows all their cards. They rarely prepare a full trial. But they often try to show something really good, particularly when there's some sort of public interest involved, like there is in the Charlie Kirk investigation. So the question is, did the state meet their burden? The state is telling us that Tyler Robinson solely planned and executed Charlie Kirk, that he climbed to the top of a school building with a .30-06 and fired a round that took Charlie Kirk's life. They have to submit enough evidence to the judge. They have to produce enough evidence to the judge from which the judge can determine that that actually did take place, and that the jury should be required or should be allowed to consider whether to convict him on those allegations.
Now, something that caught my attention and the attention of a lot of people is that they tried to use like a sizzle reel.
Hey guys, welcome in. Yeah, so just I've already seen this. I'm watching it again. Just figured some people might want to watch it, dissect it, all of that, react. You can grab a mic too. Just let me know. I'll throw a link out there if somebody wants to react, that's already seen it, wants to react to it. Glad you guys are here.
Of evidence rather than just raw footage.
You want to watch it uninterrupted. This program's called Redacted. I'll talk about them a little bit, but they are just a great show. Clayton and Natali Morris from Redacted. Baron appeared today, Thursday, July 23rd. So enjoy.
Footage of things. And that seemed to me exceedingly manipulative, but is that rare to do?
It is. Typically, you want, I like the word sizzle reel because that's what they were going for. They were going for a little sizzle, a little panache.
Yeah.
They were trying to make it digestible. It's a complicated summary of what they're saying Tyler Robinson did. They claim he drove on campus at 8:30 in the morning, wandered around campus for a little bit, met with a TPUSA representative. That was first learned at the preliminary hearing. Then he drove off of campus, but not for very long, because as soon as he drove off campus, he parked his car and walked back onto campus. And from there, he ate some Chick-fil-A. Then he left campus again on foot, changed clothes, got a rifle, walked back onto campus, and that's when he climbed the roof and fired the round. That's the state's narrative of what happened. They don't have to prove he came on campus the first time. They don't have to prove he came on campus the second time, because it's not a crime to meet with a TPUSA representative. It's not a crime to eat Chick-fil-A. But they're trying to tell a story. So in telling this relatively complicated story, a story that doesn't make sense to a lot of people, they wanted to package it in a way that did make sense. And that's why they put this sizzle reel together. That's why they put this reel together to try to tell the story in a single video. The judge wasn't having it. The judge said, no, that's not how we do evidence. We produce one video at a time. We look at that one video. That's one piece of evidence. We don't edit it. We don't redact.
Yeah, I had no idea Baron was going on either. They dropped the live. Luckily, I got notified. They dropped the live it seems like only maybe an hour before the show started. If you want to watch it in full without interruptions, because I'm going to interrupt it here and there and react or whatever, read your guys' comments. But the show is called Redacted. Clayton and Natali Morris, great show. They've been around since COVID times or even before that. They're definitely patriots and truthers. And I actually don't even know how they're not completely canceled. But They are, again, great people. Watch that. Go to their channel, watch the show Uninterrupted. If you want to hang out with me, I'm watching this now. And I'll probably just continue the stream on through Candace, have a little watch party.
It. We don't add arrows. We don't do anything. We just play the video. You know, you want me to look at a video, play the video.
Right. I can't imagine editing a video for court. Like, you watch the whole thing and then people should draw their own conclusions. So this TPUSA bit that he met with a TPUSA representative, we learned for the first time. What was the substance of that meeting?
We don't know.
Are they making the case that he was sort of casing the joint?
We actually don't know. We don't know. They just dropped that line and then moved on. The defense didn't follow up on it. The prosecution didn't follow up on it. TPUSA has refused to talk about it. One of the TPUSA representatives has been asked about it on an X space. And he said, I don't know, but even if I did know, I wouldn't tell you anything. All you would do, harass that person. And he didn't do anything wrong. And I was like, well, do you know who it was or not? You know,
right.
How do you know he didn't do anything wrong if you don't know who it was?
Shall we just, I feel like we could get to it later, or we can get to it now. A point you've made on your show is the extremely bizarre behavior of people who were Charlie Kirk's closest associates and his family members, that you can't make heads or tail of it. And so you would think that this is something that they would speak about or would have spoken about, and their behavior is exceedingly strange. Increasingly so. They make themselves the victim of social media narratives that disagree with them. Oh, you don't disagree with us, or you don't like what we're saying, you know, then you're hateful. We're the victim of online harassment campaigns. And what can we make of this? I'm asking conjecture here because I do want to stick to the case, but the fact that his allies are so strange, I don't know what to do with that information. I guess, can we commiserate a bit on that?
We can, and I can't peel open their heads and get into their thoughts. I don't know where they were. I don't know what they were doing. I don't know who they were meeting with. The only thing I can evaluate is what we know publicly. And what we know publicly is they've taken a very strange posture, a very aggressive posture towards anyone asking any questions. That's unique, let's say, or not unique. That's unusual. That's unusual. It's
antagonistic.
They've taken a very antagonistic posture, condescending, ugly, cussing at people, calling names, not the types of things that innocent people whose boss was murdered typically do. And I'll leave the widow out of it, but it's a strange set of circumstances when you look at the people closest to Charlie Kirk and how genuinely uncurious they are to find out, was anyone else involved? Does this story actually make sense? Do they truly have the right guy? They don't know any more than we know. They've seen no additional evidence than we've seen. And the case doesn't seem to add up to me. So why are you not curious? What is it about the case that makes sense to you? They cite things like, oh, there's DNA on the rifle. Well, there's 4 other people's DNA on the rifle. And we learned his DNA, Tyler Robinson's DNA, was the most degraded out of all of them. And there's DNA on the screwdriver. Well, how did the screwdriver end up on the roof? And who else's DNA? There's other people's DNA on the screwdriver. You know, there's genuine gaps, not to mention the fact that most anybody who's looked at the actual wound, and the video's gruesome. I don't recommend people watch it, but a lot of people have seen it. The wound is gruesome, but it's not consistent with what most people identify as a 30-06 wound. And in fact, a lot of people have taken to YouTube trying to recreate something, shooting through pork shoulders, shooting through cow femurs, cow necks, pork necks, pig. I mean, they've shot through everything imaginable, and they cannot recreate anything remotely close to a 30-06 stopping in about 3 inches of neck tissue. They just can't. It just blows through everything. It's a very powerful round.
So interesting comment so far. Yeah, I mean, it seems like the other side is antagonistic. Generally, I love how he said this genuinely uncurious. Genuinely uncurious. So that to me stands out. Again, I don't have much to say. This just dropped, and we're kind of watching it together. I am rewatching it, but it's nice here to see this, you know, real concise and how you kind of put Baron here, package him up for this news, like a long form news interview about the case. I think it's great. I can't say enough about Redacted. If you want to watch the whole thing uninterrupted, it already is out. Just go to it's Redacted on YouTube. They're on Rumble as well. They probably prefer you go to Rumble if I had to guess. But it's out there. I am going to interrupt it, obviously, just to kind of just do some reactions here and there, read your comments and so forth. That is my Buy Me a Coffee link. So you guys can use that if you want. But I'm going to probably hang out too until Candace's show comes on as well. As a matter of fact, that I got to test that Buy Me a Coffee link. I might have updated it, so I got to double check that because it's supposed to say Buy Me an MRE. I changed it from Buy Me a Coffee to Buy Me an MRE. Right? I need some MREs, guys. But I'll talk more about donations, stuff like that, and future streams. What it should be for, what actions can we take in general. Let me keep playing.
Right.
And so with all of these questions, you would expect those closest to Charlie to say, do we have the right story? Do we really know what's going on here? Is the state on the right track? And they're not. And instead of just saying, well, we'll find out at trial, they're getting very angry and very antagonistic, very condescending. And it's enough to make you think, do they know more than they're letting on? Are they aware that the story doesn't add up and they want us to believe it adds up? Because that's how they're acting.
Right. They speak as insiders. Some of the narratives that they've spoken about is like, one TP USA person, I was helping the doctors triage what was happening. So I couldn't get on my phone because I was doing that. We're in touch with the legal insiders with the case. They really should not. They can be witnesses, but the way that they're speaking with authority just for being colleagues of Charlie seems to me very strange because I don't think that that's how a doctor or a lawyer would use just someone's coworker. What do you make of these narratives of authority?
It's beyond narratives of authority. It's borderline defamation. If for some reason they can't prove the case that Tyler Robinson did this, they're leaving no doubt that they believe 100% that Tyler Robinson is guilty. They say it all the time. The guy who killed him, he's guilty. He did it. Right. The evidence is overwhelming. Even the media is doing this, and it's very unusual because typically, particularly in the media, people are very cautious and they step back and they say, well, it's alleged. He's innocent until proven guilty.
We learned that in journalism school. We that's protocol. You're supposed to do that. Yeah.
Except in this case. For whatever reason, in this case, protocol's out the window. Yes. We don't use protocol. Everybody says he did it. The president of the United States says he did it. The vice president says he did it. The governor, the FBI, everybody's saying he did it. And it is so unusual. You look around. I've been a lawyer for 20 years. You look around and say, what do they know that we don't know? Because if they knew he did it, then they're still going to follow protocol. But if they're trying to convince us of something they may know is not true, this might be how they would do it. This might be the kind of things they would say.
I'm going to pause this interview quickly to tell you about our show sponsor, NetSuite. They say that every day your business is late to.
I'm going to go ahead and jump through this real quick.
Then you fall 2 days behind.
Oh, why can't I fast forward?
That sounds dramatic, but if you've been watching what's happening in business, it feels accurate. The companies that figure out how to use AI effectively are moving faster every single week. Well, you've heard of NetSuite already. It is the AI-powered business management suite that securely connects your financials, inventory, commerce, HR, and CRM into one source of truth. And in fact, more than 43,000 businesses trust it to keep everything in one place instead of juggling disconnected systems. Now there's NetSuite Next. That's not easy to say. Say it 5 times real fast. NetSuite Next, and it's built with AI woven into everything you do. It automatically surfaces insights that you need. AI agents can handle routine work and help solve problems alongside your team. And if you have a question about your business, you just ask, like talking to a colleague. So if I were running a 7 or 8 figure business today, that is exactly the kind of platform that I'd be looking for. Check it out for yourself at netsuite.ai/redacted. It's built for every industry, ready for every boardroom. That's netsuite.ai/redacted. I could tell from day 2, the second day that Charlie died, we're not going to get the real story. This is going JFK territory. You knew it right away because of the certainty of the narrative and the conspiracy terms that were thrown around online really quickly, so quickly. And something that's always bothered me is the fact that, they say that within 33 hours, they were able to find his killer. The number 33 is extremely conspiratorial. let's leave that for a second. But the fact that the woman that like the time in which they got to his house in the middle of the night and then were able to search the computer and have him in custody was like from 1 a.m. to 7 a.m. they were having they went to his house late, and then 7 a.m. they have a press conference. And I don't think that you can do a thorough search and know that it's this guy and not his roommate in that time. Just the short window of feeling like we need to go raid his house. The woman who was walking her dog said she saw some commotion. It was late at night. Like that doesn't make sense. Like they were just, the narrative was ready. This is something that's been bothering me since it happened almost a year ago.
And I think beyond that, the entire story is unsupported if you remove Lance Twiggs, the roommate. Right. If you take him out of the equation, he's the one that found the note. So he had sole possession of the note.
The alleged trans boyfriend, right?
Yeah, the alleged trans boyfriend. But we'll call roommate because I'm not even sure I believe that they were in a relationship at this point.
Oh, okay.
But we'll call him the roommate. So the roommate had sole possession of the note. All the bullets, all the targets, all the shell casings, everything was in his possession as well as Tyler Robinson's possession. It was just in a spare bedroom. We have no idea why he kept everything in the spare bedroom and not his own bedroom. He had access to his devices. Those devices, if they were logged into any kind of Apple account, you'd be able to send and receive text from those devices. His DNA was on the gun, the roommate. His DNA was on the screwdriver, the roommate. Everything in this case hinges on this Lance Twiggs being a stand-up, honest guy. And what do we know about him is he's kind of wild. Like he thinks he's a woman some weeks. He thinks he's a man. He thinks he's a dog. I don't know. But he is not a mentally stable individual. His parents have stories about him not being a mentally stable individual. In town, they talk about he'd get kicked out of the house. He was crazy. He was wild. And this is the guy we're taking this case to trial on. We're believing everything he says. We're taking him at face value. And this is the guy who, when they showed 6 pictures of Tyler Robinson on campus, allegedly Tyler Robinson on campus, the district attorney showed him 6 pictures, showed Lance Twiggs 6 pictures, and he looked at all 6 of them and said, I can't 100% identify him.
So, well, yeah.
Who is it? What are you doing here? Why are we here? This is the guy who's supposedly closest to him, and he can't identify him, and he has access to all the evidence. What is really going on here? And
all right, I hate interrupting Baron. Right? He's the man. I did have a quick question about that. So, if we believe him that he's having trouble identifying, do we believe him about the other things that he's saying? So if we think he's being honest about not being able to identify Tyler, then is he being honest about all the other stuff? Maybe he is being honest about all the other stuff. I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there. That's why we're watching it. Whatever reactions you have, comment. I'm glad to see everybody in here. Don't want to interrupt it too much. I did want to mention, because people are saying they hadn't heard of Redacted before. Great show. They've been around since COVID. They're truthers, Clayton Morris, Natali Morris, and the show is called Redacted. It's on YouTube. It's on Rumble. Probably they prefer Rumble because I think they've even maybe had issues on YouTube like everybody else. So let me keep playing.
And you can't shame us for looking at all these inconsistencies, looking at all this and saying, yeah, what's going on here? This doesn't add up. This isn't right.
You would think that prosecutors would think, we can't have this guy be our main witness. We can't take this to trial then, but they are intending to. It reminds me of Janet Arvizo in the Michael Jackson case, because the mother of the main accuser was extremely uncredible. They knew that she had been, guilty of fraud against JCPenney and all kinds of just unsavory things. And they went forward with it. They were like, yeah, we want this guy this badly. We're going to let the case hinge on. They embarrassed themselves. Is that unusual? Or is it just, there's such hubris in prosecutors when there are high profile cases like this?
A lot of murder cases hinge on the testimony of pretty unsavory characters.
Okay.
So it's not entirely unusual. Most murders are, messy. They're sloppy. They're not taking place in boardrooms. They're not taking place in church parish halls. They're taking place in inner city environments. They're messy divorce situations. I mean, most murders are involving unsavory characters. So you're naturally going to have this idea that there's some unsavory characters. You don't have, priests and nuns are your star witnesses in murder cases, not very often. But it's rare that the star witness had sole custody of all the evidence against your guy. And he's kind of wild. But it's that additional component that makes this, I think, particularly unusual.
Right. And then I do wonder, I once read the book of Preet Bharara. Do you know who he is? He was the Southern District of New York. He's the one who prosecuted Martha Stewart. And he tells the story of the Spanish bombing, that it was an American that, planted that bomb in the train in Spain. And that prosecutors in Oregon, they thought they had the suspect. It wasn't. Were fighting over whether they could take the case or he wanted it in New York for whatever reason. I don't know why he thought I don't remember why he thought. But he did say, we fight for the high profile cases because of all the media time. It was a stunning admission in the book of a prosecutor to say, yeah, we want the fancy ones. Like, I wanted the Martha Stewart. I wanted the. And so how much do you think that plays in here?
I think it plays in a lot. Your murder takes place wherever it takes place, right? So if it takes place in Utah County, Utah, that's where they're going to prosecute it in all likelihood. Absent some sort of venue change or some sort of weird, jurisdictional quirk, it's probably going to take place there. But the prosecution has not shied away from being quoted in the media, even inappropriately, to the point where they had to actually get their wrist slapped by the judge for saying, what are you doing? You're not allowed to do this. You're going out there and you're saying the evidence is strong against this guy and you're not worried about a bullet not matching. You can't do that. That is a violation of your job. It's a violation of our court order. You're not allowed to do that. So I think because of the high profile nature, you're seeing some unusual behavior from the prosecution and maybe even from the defense a little bit, if we're being honest.
Oh, say more about that.
I think the defense is being, there's a.
I hate to interrupt his thought here, but just right before he says this, this comment here, whatever way you look at it, Twigs acknowledged that they were dating at the beginning of the interview. So yeah, if we take him as truthful, he also, did I lose? I think I lost my thought now. I was going to just name something else that he admitted. Let me play some more and then we'll get into it.
So there's a concept in sports that you're playing not to lose rather than playing to win.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel a little of that the defense is playing not to lose rather than playing to win. I can't get inside their head. I'm not second guessing their strategy, but they made a few decisions even in the preliminary hearing that I thought were highly unusual. Not cross-examining the investigator. That was very strange to me. I looked around the room when they said they didn't have any questions. I thought, what are they doing? The guy had a lot of very questionable testimony, and there were some weird things that came up. There was the charger that apparently came back at night, and one of the Ring doorbell cameras from a neighbor was able to capture it. On cross-examination, they were able to get out that the woman who captured the footage said it was not Tyler Robinson driving. She thought it was a bald man driving, and he had 3 passengers in the car. They made a passing mention of it and then walked off. And I thought, well, why are you not drilling down on this? I want to know everything. I would ask those questions so painfully slowly that the judge would make me move on before I would move on. And so there were just things like that I felt like the defense was playing.
Yeah, that's crazy. A bald man. I mean, and you're just gonna be like, just leave it there. I rest my case. I don't know. It's kind of that's wild.
Very cautiously, like, let's just get to trial. We don't want to show our cards. We don't want to make too big a deal about everything. And I'm not sure it's doing any favors to Tyler Robinson because the longer TPUSA.
Oh yeah, Tyler admitted also, if he's being truthful, that it didn't get really political in the House. He didn't talk about Charlie. He occasionally talked about Trump, I guess. So that was the other thing. So if we consider he's being truthful with all of this stuff, then he's being truthful in that he couldn't identify who the person was in the pictures. And he also, all the other stuff was also true, that he's dating this man, but they didn't talk about politics much, from what I understand from that.
And their social influencer class can go around saying Tyler Robinson's guilty. He did it. The evidence is overwhelming, even though it's not overwhelming. The longer they can go around saying that, the more of an effect it has on the jury pool. It's just going to. These people are normal. They're human.
Right. And because they're just sitting here without any counter narrative. And so, right. Sure, maybe you're going to bring the goods later, but, don't you want to plant seeds of doubt as soon as you can?
I would think so. I mean, I absolutely would think so. Tyler must have some kind of a defense. They obviously are very confident in the defense. They don't appear to be in any kind of hurry to drop any bombs in the media or do any of the things sometimes defense lawyers traditionally do to try to plant those seeds. So it's possible they have some bulletproof narrative, but the longer the jury hears over and over and over, the evidence is overwhelming. I heard one guy say he's never seen more overwhelming evidence in a criminal case in his life. And I thought, what are you watching? Like, what are you watching? There are cases where it's on video and there's 50 eyewitnesses and the case is not the act is not at all in dispute. Here you have a guy who maybe kind of sort of looks like Tyler Robinson, seen on camera a few times on campus, that the boyfriend can't even identify. And he's changing clothes and he's coming back and he's bringing on 2 different backpacks, and his car rolls up in the middle of the night and a bald guy and 3 passengers get out of the car and the prosecution's telling us it's him. Like, there's a lot of questions here.
Yes.
A lot of questions, and the defense is just sort of letting it roll. And I'm questioning why.
So, yeah, I know Megyn Kelly took a lot of heat last week for saying the evidence.
Yeah. So they're going to get into Megyn Kelly. They're going to get into, not trying to spoil it for you, but they're also going to get into, what else? Damn it, I can't remember. I just watched it, but we're watching it anyways. I'm not going to spoil it. So there you go. I didn't get to spoil it for you. Hey, I wanted you guys though, since you guys are on here, drop some times that you like, AM, PM, for live streams. I don't really know. I'd like to hear from you guys when you prefer to jump on live stream. We know Lionel's in the morning, and so is Coach Collins in the morning, and then we got Baron in the evening, Candace, and so I'm gonna fit in there somewhere and talk to you guys. I appreciate it. If you guys do buy me an MRE, that is my code. I will read whatever comment you say on there. And yeah, so if you haven't seen this and you want to watch it uninterrupted, you'd go over to Redacted. They're on Rumble. They're also on YouTube. And yeah, they're Redacted. Clayton Morris and Natali Morris, awesome people, patriots. They talk about the NDAA as well. That's been a hot topic. So I'm pretty sure they discussed that at length, like either earlier today or yesterday or something. So great place right now in 2026, new media to get your news from these guys. So I'm rewatching this. I already watched it. I wanted to go live earlier, but something happened. I don't know what was up with my internet. It actually could happen again. It's really odd. Everything works fine for months and years on end, and then all of a sudden I want to stream Baron and then live, and then next thing you know, I'm getting taken down. I don't know what that's about.
This is overwhelming. And so again, you're like, okay, let's give that person the benefit of the doubt. What is she seeing that we haven't seen? I don't think she sees anything that, and this is, I put a lot of stock into Megyn Kelly's opinion often, sometimes. And, what do you
I got to pause that. I'm sorry. I have to pause it again. I put a lot of stock into Megyn Kelly's opinion. Oh no. But Megyn Kelly does defend Candace. So I guess I can't blame her too much, but we put more faith in you, Natali Morris, than we do Megyn Kelly. Natali, we do. I promise you.
Think these people are holding on to? Is there something here that you're like, well, maybe?
Well, there's one of 2 things that I can think of for someone like Megyn Kelly, who is not sort of in that TPUSA universe. So Officer Tatum, Jack Posobiec, these Benny Johnson, these social influencers that walked out of the courtroom and told this fairy tale about 4D or 4K HD TV footage of him shooting him. That was so farcical. I don't take them seriously. Megyn Kelly's a little
What did they
different.
say? What specifically did they say?
They walked out of the courtroom and said that they watched video footage that wasn't available to the public, and it was crystal clear. It was without a doubt. You could see him take the shot. You could see him get in position. You knew it was him. And other people walked out of the courtroom, other observers who were there that saw the exact same video footage. And they're like, I have no idea what they're talking about. It was a couple of blurry pixels way off into the distance. You could see nothing. One of the girls said it kind of looked like a cow. You know, it couldn't even tell it was a human. And so I put them aside. I put them in their own basket. I don't even ascribe motive to what they're doing. Megyn Kelly's.
Who else can't wait for the cow memes? We need the cow Tyler Robinson memes on the roof. Cow on the roof. When are those coming? We need those. Hit me up on X. Tag me.
It's a little different. I think there's one of two things going on. One is she's not following it closely, and she's hearing the headlines. DNA on the rifle. The bullet is the right caliber, and he was seen on campus. That would be pretty overwhelming. You know, that in a vacuum, that's pretty overwhelming. Number two is Megyn Kelly's taken a lot of heat over the last year or two, and this may be a chance to get back on sides with some of the good guys. I hesitate to ascribe sort of an
I can't.
motive.
I'm not in her head. I'm just like, oh, maybe there's something she saw that I could think maybe, because it's best practice to keep yourself open to the fact that maybe there's proof to something you just haven't seen yet. And so I'm open to it. If there's something, I just haven't seen anything convincing yet. So, you know.
I know what happened. He went to Chick-fil-A and he saved the cow. He saved the cow from Chick-fil-A and they went up on the roof.
How much do we leave the door open that maybe there is a smoking gun later and they're just not showing us for whatever reason?
Oh, I leave myself very open to that. Very open. And I say this all the time. If they go to trial and they prove convincingly, beyond a reasonable doubt, that Tyler Robinson shot him with a 30-06 from the Losi Center, the man deserves life in prison, without a doubt. Sure. There's no question. No question. They've shown me no evidence yet that that's on the horizon.
Yeah. And so when some of the influencers say online,
now that's a big statement. I gotta pause it here. That's a big statement for Baron to make, that, hey, if they prove this in court, yeah, he should, without a reasonable doubt, he should go, you know, whatever, death penalty, etc. It's a big statement coming from him, because will he trust it? That is yet to be known, I think, by any of us, if he'll trust that. And I won't fault him if he doesn't trust the verdict. I'll be honest. I'm not going to fault him. I don't know like a ton about it, but I do know that he defended the Proud Boys during J6 and all that. So clearly he didn't, well, not clearly, but you could assume that he didn't really believe the election in 2020 if he's going to defend these guys, Gavin McGinnis, Proud Boys, and Ali, whatever his name is. You guys type it in the chat. Ali, I guess the founder of the Proud Boys is this Ali guy, whatever his name is. Coincidentally, a black guy, a brown guy, but it is what it is. It seemed to be a good movement, the Stop the Steal movement. Nonetheless, Baron defended these guys, so Baron didn't really. Again, I don't want to put words in my. I don't know if he's talked. He may have talked about January 6th. I'm not sure. I might have to find that episode. I'll figure out if he's talked about it. But will he believe the verdict? I'd like to hear your opinion on that, because I'm not sure. But I won't blame him if he doesn't, especially with all the different funny stuff like happening, the body cams dying, and just everything he's mentioned to this point. And I don't even know if we're halfway through this thing yet. There's a lot of nuggets in here.
He confessed. I have not seen that. What the narrative is that texts that Lance Twiggs had indicated a confession. That's not the same thing as far as I know. And again, we don't know who sent those texts. We're being told that they were sent by him. he didn't confess to authorities, as far as I know. They haven't proven that, right? And so what is this he confessed narrative?
Well, you have to back up 10 months, because for the last 10 months, we've been told he confessed to his parents and they turned him in. We were told that was a fact, that was part of the narrative. If they ever told us anything about the case, it was he's confessed to his parents turned him in. He confessed to his parents turned him in. DNA on the rifle, he confessed to his parents. DNA on the screwdriver, he confessed to his parents. Every step of the way, they told us he confessed to his parents. They get to the preliminary hearing, they don't call the parents. You want probable cause? Put mom and dad up there and say, he did tell us he did it. I mean, that's it. Case over. Let's go to trial, but he's going to lose. That's pretty devastating if mom and dad get up there and say that. They didn't say that. I don't believe he confessed to them at all. So you have to go to, well, what other confessions are there? There's really only 3 other confessions. There's the text messages to Lance Twiggs, where he never once in there says, I shot Charlie Kirk. He says, I did it. But it did what? You drove the getaway car? You transported the gun? What did you do?
Update, Candace is already dropped it. She is going live 25 minutes. So I'm just going to go ahead and just play it in here with you guys, regardless of where we're at with this. If you want to watch the whole thing, Baron was on Redacted, and that was, so just go on YouTube, find him on YouTube, Rumble, etc. But yeah, I got to hear what Candace says about these comments. Obviously, we know that Mr. Cake Neff had on X said, whatever. He had this TLDR, didn't read it, but at the end he types conspiracy, right? Maybe alluding to something racist or, not something out of his character. Let's say that. I think we know that if you know his history at Fox and so forth. So yeah, I'll probably just play that 23 minutes or so. Candace is going live.
What did you
do?
We don't know
what
you did. The second confession would be the Discord chat. Again, they didn't introduce the Discord chat necessarily in the form we've seen in the past, but there's this Discord message floating around where Tyler Robinson allegedly confesses to several of his friends, hey, if you saw the news, I was there, I did it. Again, what is it? He doesn't say I killed Charlie Kirk. He says, I did it. Again, what did you do? And then the third one was the next morning, supposedly Lance Twiggs, while he's cleaning up the house or whatever, asks him about it. Oh, by the way, the text messages, did you really do that? And he said, yeah, I did. And I'm sorry about it. And I wish I didn't do it. But again, never one time did you say I did it. The only other quote unquote confession can't really be a confession because it came before the event, not after, but it's the letter. Supposedly he hand wrote a letter and he said, I have the opportunity to take Charlie Kirk out and I'm going to take it. But again, what does that mean? Are you part of a group of people and you guys have a plan and you've cooked something up and you're going to go along with it? You're going to drive the getaway car. You're going to throw.
I missed that. I didn't know that. So when he said I had a plan to take out Charlie Kirk and I took it, allegedly, whatever that was, that obviously can't be a confession because it happened before this unaliving of Charlie. So not a confession there. So that's something that I didn't have correct in my head at first.
The close away. What is your role in this? He never once said, I have an opportunity to solely kill Charlie Kirk. I have an opportunity to shoot Charlie Kirk and I'm going to take it. He didn't say that. So even the confessions aren't really confessions to killing Charlie Kirk. They're confessions to doing something. We're just not quite sure what it was. And that's even if they're real.
Right. Because I can log into my kids' iCloud and send some messages to incriminate them on something, right? That's not beyond the realm of possibility. We don't know if he actually did that. And the letter we should go back to was, according to Kash Patel, destroyed. We don't know how it was destroyed. It just was. So we don't have the letter. Authorities don't have the letter. We were told what was in the letter, and that's it. And that's extremely unsatisfying for evidence.
The story even more bizarre than that. Supposedly, Lance Twiggs looks at the letter, reads the letter, puts the letter down on his desk, takes a picture of the letter, never sees the letter again that he remembers. And then somehow the letter ends up burned in the police evidence.
Oh,
The
he
letter's
didn't say
burned.
he burned it?
No,
I
he
thought
never
that
said he burned it.
Okay, so we don't know who burned
He
it.
said he didn't know what happened to it. He said, I don't know that I ever saw it again.
Oh, we have spontaneous combustion of the letter. There, we can add that in there. Spontaneous combustion of the letter just goes up in flames. Side note: when Candace comes on, and she may even extend the time out. She does this sometimes. She'll say it's 6:15 Eastern, then it'll change to 6:30 or whatever, 6:45. Sometimes she's late, so we'll be cutting it close there with this ending and that coming on. I'll keep my eye on it to see when she actually goes live. But imagine calling Candace a coon, and then, before you do that, you complain about how many views she gets and how popular she is. Then you call her this like slur, and obviously it's going to create more views, even from rage watchers. They want to see how she's going to respond to it, what she's going to say, how she's going to react. So it's kind of, it's not a great, they don't have the best playbook over there. Their PR, I wonder who their PR guy is. He's not very good, whoever he is.
Well, what can't you do with a burned letter? You can't test the handwriting sample. You can't test the type of ink that was used. You can't test for DNA. You can't test for fingerprints. You can't do a handwriting analysis. You can't look at the pressure the pen put on it. You can't even see if it was print off a computer in some AI program versus actually handwritten every step of the way. So the fact that the letter was destroyed and the guy who reviewed it, for some reason, took a picture of it and then destroyed it. Well, why? This is the most unusual pre-confession letter tale I've ever heard. And I think if I'm a jury, I'm thinking this does not add up. Like, this guy set him up is what it looks like to me.
Right. Okay. So I probably could have AI create a picture of a letter because so we actually don't know that the letter that makes the letter even more suspicious than I already thought. Because and what do you make of Kash Patel's involvement in this, that it should be national FBI on the scene, tweeting about this? It just feels like that's not best practices for the government to make a case.
The FBI showed up very early. I think the first FBI agent showed up like 16 minutes after it happened, which was a little unusual to me. If it had been in downtown Salt Lake City, maybe. Orem, Utah's kind of out a little bit from downtown. I don't know why the FBI had someone 16 minutes away that could respond so quickly. I don't remember if it's exactly 16 minutes, but it was under 20. They immediately are on the scene. And then Kash Patel is now tweeting, "Oh, we got the guy." Oh, well, no, in fact, we don't have the guy. Sorry, false alarm. Oh, we got the guy. Oh, sorry, we don't have the guy. False alarm. And now the FBI has possession of a lot of the evidence, and they're not turning it over. That's the key. The federal government has possession of evidence in a Utah County case, and they're not turning the evidence back over. They're not letting the defense examine the guns. They're not letting the defense examine the bullets. They're not letting the defense examine the fingerprint evidence and the DNA evidence. They're just like, hey, take our word for it. Well, no, we don't want to take your word for it. That's not.
I didn't understand this part before. Okay. So the defense is having to craft a case without being able to actually investigate on their own? They don't have access?
So far.
That sounds crazy. Has that ever happened before?
I don't know. I mean, it's been 10 months. These reports were all done within about a week or two. We have no explanation why 10 months later this stuff's not being turned over for the defense to review. And now they're telling us that in further examining the bullets, they might have to destroy them in order to do an additional examination. They might accidentally destroy the evidence without the defense ever having had a chance to look at it. And then we'll just have to take their word for it again. So there's a lot of weirdness in this case that is very unusual.
We might, we're going to do some really crazy examination and that might actually destroy the evidence, but oops, that's going to happen. And nobody, and so you would think, here's another example of the defense acting strangely. You would say, okay, I'm going to file a stay for that to not happen, or some kind of injunction, or maybe don't do that because that could ruin my case. And they're saying, if you need to do it, go ahead.
Well, the defense is fighting it. To their credit,
Okay.
they are fighting it, and it's being litigated. But it shouldn't have to be. Turn the gun over. Turn the bullet over. Let the defense take a crack at it. You had your shot. You weren't able to make a match. Stop. Let's have both sides take. It's an adversarial system. In the United States,
Right.
we have an adversarial criminal defense system. Both sides should be able to access the evidence and look at it.
Yeah. And so can you explain one more time? I just want to go through the details of this, the screwdriver. So it has several people's DNA on it, and it was left on top of the roof. But the story is he disassembled the gun in the woods without the tool to do so. Is that?
So they've changed. This is funny. This is a story that's changed quite a bit. So the governor of Utah came out the next day and he gives a narrative of what he said happened. And that's where the whole notion that the gun was disassembled after the alleged shooting, that's where that all comes from. Because the governor came.
So that photo right there, that I think is the actual New York Post or some photo. That's not even the photo I think they showed in court. So I want to say that Redacted, the channel, these guys, they're probably their team production just pulled the post from, or pull the picture from New York Post. Allegedly, I don't know if it was the Post. I can't remember it exactly. I think it was though. Instead of the actual picture, this shows clearly it's a bolt action. Obviously, it does show that it's a low scope. There was some question about, okay, if it's a low scope, how do you with it, unless you have an aftermarket safety, the gun can't even be fired. So just want to throw that out there. I don't know that this is even the accurate picture, just for anybody who is curious about that. So Candace is not on yet. For anybody coming in, we're watching Redacted. Baron was on Redacted today, July 23rd. He came on 5 p.m. I'm sorry, that was 4 p.m. Eastern time. So head over to Rumble or YouTube to watch Redacted with Clayton Morris and Natali Morris. Great people, love their news. I love it more now that they have Baron on there. I don't know. I tried to look it up. I don't think he was on their show in the past but maybe he was, but I'm not sure. Nonetheless, they had about 6,500 congruent it seemed like at the peak was about 6,500 congruent. They didn't have a lot of people who knew. If they had advertised it more, they probably would have had 15,000 or congruent watching. So I'm not sure why there wasn't more advertising on it, but it is what it is. You guys are here watching with me. I appreciate it. Much respect. And I'm always, you guys, if you've seen me on X, I'm always having conversation. I'm in X Spaces, I'm debating and all that. So you guys are more than welcome to have that conversation here too. Not only comments, I can send you a mic and you can actually talk on here. Don't need camera. You don't need to sign up for anything. So it's pretty easy. So if anybody wanted to chat about anything that you saw today with Baron being on the show or just about the case in general, we could chat about it.
In there, he said after the shooting, he disassembled the rifle and stored it in the woods. They've changed that now. They now say, no, he didn't disassemble it at all. He jumped off the roof with a fully intact 43-inch long Mauser 98. He scampered across campus without anybody noticing there's a guy carrying a 43-inch long Mauser 98. He scampers into the woods. He, wraps it in a towel. He stores it, and doggone it, he left the screwdriver on the roof. But he didn't need the screwdriver because the rifle's not been disassembled. The problem is the screwdriver initially was not on the roof. The original story, and I went over this a couple of nights ago, the original story is that the screwdriver was in the bushes with the gun. But something happened 2 or 3 days after that story got floated. Investigators were telling reporters, yes, the screwdriver was found in the bushes. 2 or 3 days after that, they come back and the sweat drop that they tested for DNA did not come back to Tyler Robinson. The fingerprints that they tested on the roof did not come back to Tyler Robinson. The fingerprints in the stairwell did not come back to Tyler Robinson. This all took place in the first 2 or 3 days after the shooting. So, and then on September 15th, after they realized they have nothing placing Tyler Robinson on the roof, Kash Patel goes on Fox News and says the screwdriver was on the roof.
Oh, okay.
And so the question arises, well, can we look at the officer discover the screwdriver? The officer goes up there. He has body-worn camera footage.
All right. I lost I lost some people, but yeah, I know there's no video or sound. I had to switch internet. It's crazy that it's just been doing that. It's not normal. It's really not. So hold on. Yeah, so it was really yeah. Yeah, I know I got sound now. That was yeah, it's strange. So I am gonna still try to stream Candace. It's again, uh the I had to switch internet to my backup internet, and it's only started happening recently. So give me a second. Let me try to catch us up to where we were at if I can. All right, let's see. No, but whoever stayed, thanks for staying. I surely would have left if I were you, because I don't know what the hell's going on. I can only hope that it's not some kind of a internet attack or something. I hear about that stuff sometimes, but um, and then on this network that I'm on, let's see how the quality is.
Fingerprints. You can't do a handwriting analysis. You can't look at the pressure the pen put on it. You can't even see if it was print off a computer in some AI program versus actually handwritten every step of the way. So the fact that the letter was destroyed and the guy who reviewed it, for some reason, took a picture of it and then destroyed it. Well, why? This is the most unusual pre-confession letter tale I've ever heard. And I think if I'm a jury, I'm thinking this does not add up. Like this guy set him up is what it looks like to me.
Right. Okay. So I probably could.
Wait, so is this where we were? I doubt it, right? I don't remember exactly where we were, but Candace is coming on pretty soon, so I'll probably switch over. I can do a whole other reaction live stream to this another day too. I just kind of wanted just to jump on and hang out with some folks and and stream while this was happening. So I can do a whole other stream reacting to specific points. I'll watch it again on my own and kind of, break down some things. But yeah, somebody said, is the IDF watching? I really don't know at this point. But it has been kind of crazy because literally I never have internet issues, like zero ever. And it's just all of a sudden 3 or 4 times today. And really the only time I had an issue was only watching this Redacted show. Well, I started watching the Redacted show, and next thing you know, and I started setting up the stream, and next thing you know, anyways, I don't want to get too conspiratorial on you. Maybe it's just some Wi-Fi interference, or well, I'm not even on Wi-Fi. I'm on networked in, but let me know, since I am on a different connection, how the audio video quality is. It could be poor. I'm not sure, so we'll see.
Have AI create a picture of a letter, because so we actually don't know that the letter that makes the letter even more suspicious than I already thought.
Okay, I gotta fast forward.
Yeah, and what do you make of Kash Patel's involvement in this? That it should be national FBI. Maybe don't do that because that could ruin my case. And they're saying,
further examining the bullets, they might have to destroy them in order to do an additional examination. They might accidentally examine the guns. They're not letting the defense examine the bullets.
I did rewind it just because this is interesting right here.
And the DNA evidence.
This is interesting what he's about to say. I'm sorry, guys. I forgot where we were at in this, but I know we are somewhere around here. And I'll read some of your comments in a second.
Evidence. They're just like, hey, take our word for it. Well, no, we don't want to take the word for it. That's not.
I didn't understand this part before. Okay. So the defense is having to craft a case without being able to actually investigate on their own? They don't have access?
So far.
That sounds crazy. Has that ever happened before?
I don't know. I mean, it's been 10 months. These reports were all done within about a week or two. We have no explanation why 10 months later this stuff's not being turned over for the defense to review. And now they're telling us that in further examining the bullets, they might have to destroy them in order to do an additional examination. They might accidentally destroy the evidence without the defense ever having had a chance to look at it. And then we'll just have to take their word for it again. So there's a lot of weirdness in this case that is very unusual.
We might, we're going to do some really crazy examination and that might actually destroy the evidence, but oops, that's going to happen. And nobody, and so you would think, here's another example of the defense acting strangely. You would say, okay, I'm going to file a stay for that to not happen, or some kind of injunction, or maybe don't do that because that could ruin my case. And they're saying, if you need to do it, go ahead.
The defense is fighting it to their credit. Okay. They are fighting it, and it's being litigated, but it shouldn't have to be. Turn the gun over, turn the bullet over. Let the defense take a crack at it. You had your shot. You weren't able to make a match. Stop. Let's have both sides take. It's an adversarial system. In the United States, we have an adversarial criminal defense system. Both sides should be able to access the evidence and look at it.
Yeah. And so can you explain one more time? I just want to go through the details of this, the screwdriver. So it has several people's DNA on it, and it was left.
Oh, shit. This is where we were at, but I'll just play it. Maybe I'll do 2x speed.
On top of the roof. But the story is he disassembled the gun in the woods without the tool to do so. Is that?
So this is funny. This is a story that's changed quite a bit. So the governor of Utah came out the next day, and he gives a narrative of what he said happened. And that's where the whole notion that the gun was disassembled after the alleged shooting, that's where that all comes from. Because the governor came in there and he said, after the shooting, he disassembled the rifle and stored it in the woods. They've changed that now. They now say, no, he didn't disassemble it at all. He jumped off the roof with a fully intact 43-inch long Mauser 98. He scampered across campus without anybody noticing there's a guy carrying a 43-inch long Mauser 98. He scampers into the woods. He, wraps it in a towel. He stores it, and doggone it.
Yeah, Baron talked about this, I want to say last night or the night before, where he makes this jump off the roof, and he supposedly has a gun fully intact, right? Because he did jump up and run within like 3 seconds, but the gun, like the bag, essentially flops on the ground. And so the point is is there really a gun in there? Like, what's going on? I don't even think I'm even supposed to say firearm this much, but whatever. I don't really care.
He left the screwdriver on the roof, but he didn't need the screwdriver because the rifle's not been disassembled. The problem is the screwdriver initially was not on the roof. The original story, and I went over this a couple nights ago, the original story is that the screwdriver was in the bushes with the gun. But something happened 2 or 3 days after that story got floated. Investigators were telling reporters, yes, the screwdriver was found in the bushes. 2 or 3 days after that, they come back, and the sweat drop that they tested for DNA did not come back to Tyler Robinson. The fingerprints that they tested on the roof did not come back to Tyler Robinson. The fingerprints in the stairwell did not come back to Tyler Robinson. This all took place in the first 2 or 3 days after the shooting. So, and then on September 15th, after they realized they have nothing placing Tyler Robinson on the roof, Cash Patel goes on Fox News and says the screwdriver was on the roof.
Oh, okay.
And so the question arises, well, can we look at the officer discover the screwdriver? The officer goes up there, he has body-worn camera footage, let's look at it. They go look at the body-worn camera footage, and lo and behold, the battery died just before he got to the screwdriver. It's one of the strangest coincidences of all time. These body-worn cameras are designed to last 10 to 14 hours. His died within an hour and 44 minutes. It's just terrible luck, terrible luck.
All right, so Candace hasn't started yet, but I am going to play that when it starts, but it has not started yet.
We're going to pause this interview quickly to tell you about our show sponsors. Have you ever taken one of those IQ tests online and ended up with a genius level score? Well, I'm sure you're a genius, which means you must know that most of those are designed to flatter you so that you then pay for the official results of an officer discovering it in a forest. Maybe that has existed and since been destroyed. Because that story is that originally, and it's hard to follow, that the gun was intact, he used it, he disassembled it and ran away, because the screwdriver was, and he ran away with pieces of it. Oh no, it was intact. But then when authorities photographed it in the woods, it was reassembled. So then how did he reassemble it? Because when they found it, and we did get photographs of the finding of the rifle, it was intact. It was not disassembled. So it doesn't make sense that authorities would assemble it. They would not do that. You wouldn't assemble it if you found evidence like, oh, let's make it photo ready.
Right.
Shine it up a little. Obviously, you don't do that, right? So the fact that it was photographed on the scene intact is questionable, right? It continues to crumble their various narratives.
Well, their narrative keeps changing. And again, this goes to something Brett Weinstein said the other day on X, and I thought it was great. If the narrative is straightforward and the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson did it, what's up with the cover-up? And I thought it was an interesting question because, why does everything keep changing? Why did the screwdriver magically relocate to the top of the roof? Why did the officer's body-worn camera footage die? Where's the body-worn camera footage from the people who discovered the rifle? Why is none of this adding up and making sense? Why are stories changing? Why can't you just tell us what happened and that story stay the same? Going back to the officer who discovered the screwdriver, allegedly, right after his body-worn camera footage died, he gets up there. We have his radio transmissions. He mentions finding footprints. He mentions finding no spent casing. He's looking for a spent casing. You would think if there's a giant red and black screwdriver there, he'd say, I don't know, there's a screwdriver here or something. I'm not sure. We'll tag it. We'll bag it. We'll make sure nobody touches it. But no, they didn't do that. It wasn't on the radio transmission. And so there's just a lot of evidence that should be there that isn't. There's a lot of evidence that is there that frankly shouldn't be. And there are these constantly changing stories such that here we are 10 months later and people still don't know, was the rifle ever disassembled after the shot or not? Like that shouldn't be a question at this point. But it's a question because they screwed the story up every step of the way.
And so presumably if he's walking, he was walking with it in his pants, he would be limping, or he had it. And, they don't have, we just don't have, we are a highly surveilled society, but they don't have incriminating video footage in the year 2025. It doesn't add up. What do you make of the lack of autopsy in the defense, in the prosecution? Is that unusual? Do you think we'll get it?
I think it's unusual they didn't bring a medical examiner in to give some preliminary testimony. I do think that's unusual. I expected to hear from one, either the one who did it or the supervising medical examiner. We heard from neither. That's a little unusual because this is highly specific, highly specialized testimony. And to have somebody else come in and just read the conclusory paragraph is really dissatisfying from a legal perspective. I think if I'm the judge, I look at that and I don't even consider that as evidence because not the right person was there to talk about it. If we're going to get to the point where we're just submitting documents for a preliminary hearing, and that's the sum total of what we're going to do, why are we having a preliminary hearing? Why not just file a motion to have this guy bound over for trial and attach your records to the request and then have the judge just read the report? If you're going to introduce the report, you need to have somebody there that can talk about the merits of the report, the contents of the report, some sort of specialized medical knowledge, because we don't know what kind of autopsy was done. We don't know when it started. We don't know when it ended. We don't know who was there. We don't know actually what was done to evaluate. Did they take x-rays? Did they do a CT? Did they do an MRI? Did they...
Yeah, and a lot of people say, oh, well, all this is going to come out in trial. Well, Baron's been dealt with more trials than we have. If it were something that was obviously going to come out in trial or be discussed or should have been brought up or whatever, he would know that. So clearly he's concerned for a reason. So if he's concerned, I'm concerned. So we're just a bunch of concerned citizens here. Candace has not started her show yet, so I didn't switch over to that yet, for anybody wondering.
As is common, did they cut him open in the back and look at the back of his neck? That's not an unusual procedure. Or did they just dig around we have no idea what happened. No idea whatsoever. And so as far as I'm concerned, they didn't even produce a dead body, really. They didn't have a treating physician. They didn't have an ER physician. They didn't have a surgeon. They didn't have...
Regarding who Ben Shapiro was with when Charlie Kirk was hit. Regarding who Ben Shapiro was with when Charlie Kirk was hit. Ben claims he was at a breakfast or a lunch. Now, we were unable to confirm that little bit, but we were able to get solid information on who is telling people
just started
who's with Ben Shapiro. So we are going to discuss that. Also, we got an absolutely wild comment yesterday from one of you at home, and I have to share it. I will preface this by saying that I'm not going down the rabbit hole totally, but somebody else might be. I'm just going to sort of stir the pot on this one because my jaw was on the floor reading this comment and doing a little bit of research and realizing it was accurate. And it is regarding another mysterious and untimely death in Hollywood. So welcome back to Candace.
Hey, cool. Thanks for watching Candace with me. Let's see what she didn't mention Cake Neff yet. So
all right, you guys, I want to talk about parasites because they are fascinating little organisms. They're creepy, but they are fascinating in part because their survival depends on feeding off of a host and causing it harm. I mean, really think about that existence, not being able to live unless you are causing destruction. I'm one of those people that really loved watching Animal Planet and Discovery growing up, and I still do, by the way. And what's especially interesting about parasites is the manner in which they infect their host. As you probably know, there are many different kinds of mind-controlling parasites. Literally, they infect the mind of healthy organisms, and they pervert their worldview, causing the host to do things that are ultimately harmful to and sometimes plainly suicidal to themselves. Ants, as just one example, can have their minds invaded by parasites that convince the ants to climb up onto grass blades and to position themselves to be eaten by predators. Think about that. They become actual zombie ants. And you've also maybe heard the same thing regarding the parasite that house cats carry. I'm sure you've heard a lot about it. If you're a woman and you're pregnant, they always warn you about Toxoplasmosis gondii, or T. gondii for short. Because if humans are overexposed to it, they can become convinced, I'm not kidding, that they are in love with their cats. There have been cases where people have wanted to quit their jobs and stay home with their cats, and the doctor has to let them know you're actually carrying a parasite. That's actually one of the components of how cats are able to catch mice. They're able to convince the mice that they're safe, that they're in love with them. It's totally bizarre and wacky. You should read up on it. If you're like me, you'll be very interested. Then there are the type of parasites that rather than taking over the mind of the host, they can take over the tongue. I'm not kidding. They are called tongue-snatching isopods, and they can invade a fish through its gills and attach to the base of its tongue until it causes the tongue. They can just take it over completely, replace the tongue of its host, and control the organ entirely, which is crazy to think about, a parasite just controlling your tongue. And it's astonishing to me that there are entire groups of people, human beings, who emulate this exact behavior. I always say that. I look at people and I'm like, what animal in the kingdom are you? And sometimes you come across an insect, and there are these people who seek to control and dominate what other people think, just like a parasite. What other people say, just like a parasite, who invade very much like parasites in this sort of effort to drive people crazy. They behave as though they're going to die unless they can take and infect others. I've come across these people, of course, a lot in the last 3 years. And sometimes I'm like, hey, could you just move on? Is it cool if I just disagree with you on that topic? Can I think my own thoughts? And I feel like their response is, no, I will die if you do that. I have to keep focusing on this and trying to weigh you down. That obviously has been my experience in recent years with Zionists. Like, they just cannot let it go. But there's also a spiritual component to it as well. We showed you yesterday Canaanites, literal Baal worshipers, modeling themselves after Nimrod, meaning that they are permanently at war with the creator. There is a damnation to being at war with the creator. It means that you can't create. If you give yourself over to these sorts of demons, you can no longer create. You don't have a way back to the source. So you have to model yourself after a parasite. You have to steal. You have to deceive. You have to manipulate. You have to entrap people via contracts. Entrap people who do have the creative force, because you can't produce that within yourself. Charlie Kirk had the creative force within him. You could see that, the lightness in his eyes, the joy. He's a happy warrior. He wanted to build, not destroy. Michael Jackson had that creative spark. And then people surrounded him. Justin Bieber, I will say, finally looks like he has his creative spark back. He's simplified things after breaking free from contracts that were costing him his soul. That's the moment that we're in right now in society. I really believe that. On a personal level, I've told you guys over and over again, and I will stand by this fact, that Ben Shapiro behaves like a parasite. It's just a fact. If you just look at his history, it has been my experience with him, and I am not the only one. Steve Bannon, the once executive chairman to Breitbart News, Ben's former employer, explained this, how after Andrew Breitbart died, I should mention young and under very suspicious circumstances, Ben attempted to take over Andrew's company. And when that failed, he plotted to take down the company, because why can't he have it? Doesn't matter if he built it, it should be his. So take a listen to what Steve Bannon said at AmFest last December about Ben.
Ben Shapiro is like a cancer, and that cancer spreads. It's a cancer, and it metastasizes. He tried to take over Breitbart, and I ran him out of there. He tried to take over David Horowitz's, who was his mentor. Don't ask me. Ask the guys associated with David Horowitz what he did there. He tried to take that over. And mark my word, he will make a move on Turning Point, because he's always been envious of Charlie Kirk.
I've marked those words. And what has become alarming is that Ben fixates. He does. He fixates. He cannot move on. He was fixated on Charlie Kirk all throughout his career. He is similarly fixated on Tucker Carlson. I mean, I worked at the Daily Wire, and it was totally bizarre to me how focused the executives were on Tucker, like they were in some competition. Tucker never spoke about Ben. And yet it was constantly this topic. Ben tried to stop Charlie's rise. I have said that repeatedly, and he gave him trouble all throughout his career. That is a fact. Charlie first thought he looked up to Ben, and then in 2018, as soon as Ben got envious, exactly what Bannon is referring to, it switched, and he began doing the stuff that he does behind the scenes because, well, he just thinks it's supposed to be his, and he's looking for a host. Now, I have tried to execute, believe it or not, a lot of restraint in sharing things that I know, and it has been very difficult for me to straddle knowing the things that I know about Charlie and his shifting opinions and what began the shift in those opinions, and then having to watch at the same time the very people that he was fighting toward the end of his life just lie without any recourse, like they don't have souls. And the most shocking has been Andrew Colvett, his attempt to pretend that Charlie and me were never friends, that Charlie and me had some imaginary falling out and we just did not have each other's back since 2019. Worst of all, I think, is then him just inverting reality and claiming that Charlie and Ben were friends. I want to be very clear. That is diabolical. That is diabolical. I actually was sitting in Spain next to Carrie Prijad Baller, and I was just showing her all of these messages, and her jaw was on the floor. She was like, I can't even believe this, because we were watching Andrew tweet this narrative. Candace wasn't friends with Charlie, and Ben was. Charlie was the single person, just so you guys know, who provided me with the most emotional support when the Zionist thugs came for me. Like, that began, as you guys know, in earnest at the end of 2023 with the Christ is King scandal, then me getting fired. And Charlie talked me through all of that. He kept me clear-minded, focused, told me how I should react. And I believe that the treatment of me, which he predicted and told me what was going to happen next, served as a major point of him recognizing what he and I had arrived in suddenly, where people were trying to control us. And at the same time, because this was post October 7th, of course, where the thugs just started thugging a bit harder and demanding that people, I don't know, say what they were supposed to say, or else they also attacked Charlie and they called him anti-Semitic. So I'm going to show you this text message thread. Now that Andrew Colbert is out the gate saying Charlie was terrified of me and we weren't friends since 2019, and he was just mad at Jigby and our relationship, I'm going to show you a snippet of our thread. This one dated November 15th, 2023, when Ben Shapiro began his attacks against me. And you are going to be able to judge for yourself what kind of relationship we had. Shockingly, just to be clear, I was working for Ben Shapiro, who's a part owner of Daily Wire, for that company when this was going down. And it was obvious that there was a coordinated effort from the inside post October 7th to begin privately pressuring and smearing anybody who wasn't repeating the narrative that Israel were the only victims, that everything began on October 7th and they had a right to do whatever they wanted. The beginning of the infamous Christ is King and genocide is always wrong scandal, when they started swarming. That's the only way I can describe it. It's a swarm, an infestation. So here are the messages. Charlie sent me his tweet defending me. I am genuinely confused why asking questions and quoting Bible verses about peace warrants a call to resign from the Daily Wire. There should be more room in the conservative movement for disagreement. We can do better than this. Charlie then wrote to me, don't resign because it's what they want. I said, I won't. I know. Charlie wrote, Jeremy, boring. He knew exactly what Jeremy was. 100% workshopped this. This is not Ben acting alone. This is a hit. I said, I believe it. I believe that 100%. Also, they are idiots. Charlie then came back and said, this is a C-level hit against you because they think they can provoke you, which was what was happening. They were trying to provoke me to quit. I wrote back, yes. And he said, that's why this is all coordinated. I came back and I said, also Marissa, and I was referring to Marissa Straight of Prager University, is involved. I suspect they always send her out last to talk sense to me. He said, they want you to do a video. Oh my God, I'm out. I'm not going to work for him. I said, I believe it. He said, Marissa Straight, she's part of the tribe. Do not listen to her. I said, I know she is. I always know when they roll her out, it's like programming. And this time I stood up to her because I did that time. Did not apologize for saying genocide is always wrong. Charlie said, good. He continues. I've told all the Jews recently to go to hell who try and tell me to stop. I said, it's unreal. It's an implicit threat. He said, BTW did the flight workout, okay? I was 40 weeks pregnant and he was helping me to find a plane last second. And I said, by the way, you are featured in my Tucker interview that just dropped. I defended you hardcore. I forgot to mention that he just dropped it. And he said, thank you. We are on the same team. Screw these people. And I said around the 20-minute mark. And he said, thank you for doing that. I really appreciate it. Very few of us are willing to stand up to the cabal right now. I said, thank you so much for having my back. You know, I have yours. I'm really so disgusted by what they did to you. Years of service to the pro-Israel cause and no one cares, treating you like you are only as good as what you can do to them. The plane worked out great today. Thank you so much. It made all the difference. This pregnant, LOL, I'm literally 40 weeks. And he wrote, absolutely, we are on the same team. People are waking up and it is finally happening. He continued, it is so transactional. I am repulsed by it. For years, I was called a Jewish shill. And now they say, I am a Hamas agent. Screw them. The game has changed. So that's a snippet into what began conversations between me and Charlie over the course of, well, I guess only a year and a half later, he would be dead. Just over a year and a half later, he would be murdered, about Zionism and how they were moving in on speech, how they were bullying us. We have conversations about Seth Dillon, all the players who we were involved, and trying to gaslight us by name calling us, and very clearly we're coordinating with one another. And I've always told you guys the truth from the beginning. that after that, when I got fired, you can go watch the clips of Charlie saying, "We have her back. We're on her side." And those conversations were happening again. He was telling me what the best moves were to make, providing the advice and guidance as he always did. When I went and spoke at YWLS, he and I sat in a room and chatted about what was happening behind the scenes of Daily Wire, what they were doing. Legally speaking, opened up to him about that. I believe Andrew Colbert was actually present for that discussion, if I recall, before I went on stage. And so then I was told through messages, actually text messages that I have with Andrew, that Ben Shapiro was squeezing their donors and trying to get them to say that I couldn't speak at AmFest at the end of 2024. And I said, Charlie, I don't even care about that. Like, don't let them now. I know you're under attack. I don't care about any of that. Literally, I'm under so much pressure right now. I have to now rebuild my podcast. Like, who cares? Like, let's take a beat. I'm sharing this with you because I want you to really imagine not just my shock, but also my internal and what will now be my eternal disgust. Experiencing his quote unquote friends completely lie about this. Okay. This is, by the way, not new. Everyone who knew Charlie, as I told you many times, they knew that not only that Charlie and I were close. Of course, the president of the United States comes to you and asks you to call Candace about Brigitte Macron, it's because everyone knows that you and Candace are close. But everyone also knew that he was under pressure from pro-Israel donors since October 7th, 2023. Everyone also knew that he has never liked and was always disgusted by the way Ben behaved, by the way Ben treats his friends and his enemies. He doesn't care if you're a friend, as you saw with Megyn Kelly. He will throw you under the bus in 4 seconds if it's about Israel. And in the end, less than 24 hours before he died, Charlie snapped. He did abandon the pro-Israel cause. He was not joking in those messages, as some people have tried to say. He put his foot down and he texted multiple people that he was done and that he wanted to bring me back. That was the sign of how they were squeezing him the year before. Yet immediately after his death, the person who I could show you text messages over the course of every single year up until he died, the one person that Charlie made it perfectly clear from our early days that he was at war with. Okay, here's another throwback, this one older, of Charlie saying just that he was at war. She's close with Ben. Yup, the war is on. Snakes in the garden, they are not our friends. Time to fight. Back when he was just trying to stop Charlie from rising because he is naturally envious. He doesn't want anyone to be bigger than him. And sees it as his right to sue, steal, take. I don't know. It truly is the non-spirit of a parasite. But you have to imagine how I felt. Suddenly and almost immediately following this, Charlie's assassination, that Ben, of all people, is sitting in his studio, in Charlie's studio, with $1 million in hand, attempting to buy his legacy. And I shouldn't say attempt, right? Because they allowed it. Andrew then lied. He lied. Didn't feel anything when he did it. He said Ben and Charlie were friends. Allowed him to open at his event. His wife as well allowed that, right? She came out first and then Ben came out. And not only that, he had to have pre-submitted his speech. That's usually how it goes. They knew he was going to go on the attack against Charlie's actual friends. Me, Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly. And now we fast forward and we learn that Ben claims that his security, who consists of former Israeli IDF members, were on the phone with Charlie's security during the critical 7 minutes that Charlie was fighting for his life, while Charlie was dying in the back seat of an SUV. His enemy was receiving updates. How sinister is that? I want you to comprehend how sinister that is. And let's take a listen to Ben state this so you can fully appreciate how deeply evil it feels. Take a listen.
I remember where I was when all this was happening. I was in Los Angeles. I had sort of a breakfast/lunch meeting with somebody. and I got the news that Charlie had been shot, and my security was on the phone with Charlie's security because nobody knew what the hell was going on. Well, Charlie was still in the back of the car, and we were sort of getting updates along the way. There's visual timelines that show Charlie's body being carried to a vehicle within minutes of being shot. Apparently, he was still alive at the time. Again, I know that only because my security was talking to his security in the car.
I hate that. I hate that. I hope Charlie couldn't hear. Everything about his demeanor there does not pass the vibe check for me. Everything about his aggressive position and demeanor since Charlie's passing has signaled to me that something is very awry. So what did we do? We put out a bounty. I said, who was Benny Boy with at breakfast or lunch? He doesn't remember breakfast or lunch. And we instantly heard back, and we took our time to verify the person that we were speaking with, that person was authentic. We did everything possible to fact check the information. Regardless, I will still say allegedly, because of course there was always room for misunderstanding. But the person that Ben was with has allegedly told various other people that he was with Ben when Charlie Kirk was shot. Now, we were not able to confirm that they were at breakfast or lunch. Only what came to us was that they were together. And that person is a man named Gary Javich. Ben was allegedly with Gary Javich and an as of yet unidentified woman when Charlie Kirk was shot. Now, we have a strong guess as to who that woman could be, but we'd rather not venture a guess unnecessarily. So Gary Javich is not a person that you have likely ever heard of unless you are Jewish and involved in the community, but he is certainly very well known, actually very powerful. And we weighed this identification as likely, determined it was probably likely given the reason that Ben was in Los Angeles on that September day. For clarity, Ben was in Los Angeles because he was scheduled to appear later that evening at the Ronald Reagan Presidential Library in Simi Valley at 6 o'clock p.m. That event was eventually canceled because Charlie was shot. What we can confirm about Gary Javich is that he has spent the last few decades of his life, he's older, in his 70s, mid-70s, in Omaha, Nebraska, of all places, right? He got one of his degrees in Omaha, Nebraska, back in the 90s and has been there ever since. Now, Omaha, Nebraska just keeps coming up. It really does, right? Whether we're talking about the Egyptian plains, whether we're talking about other topics throughout this case, when we were initially looking into Turning Point reopening their UNL chapter, we've talked a lot in general about Nebraska, surprisingly so. But most critically, what is something that you should know about Gary Javich is that he is and has been the executive director of B'nai B'rith International for years. B'nai B'rith is the Jewish Freemasonic Lodge. That immediately piqued my interest, especially if you are in my book club, you know the stuff that we have learned about B'nai B'rith throughout our study of Sigmund Freud. This is what just sort of ripped me into a new reality. Sigmund Freud and the Jewish mystical tradition. Yes, B'nai B'rith was indeed founded by German Jews. It was a Freemason lodge where Sigmund Freud, as we learned in one of our books, was free to denigrate the Goyim in his correspondence with his fellow Jews. He would say things like, that joke is much too good for Goyim. But they tell us that that's just meant to mean nation or something. B'nai B'rith then spun into the Anti-Defamation League. It's an important note that you should know about that. And that happened when the extraordinarily wealthy Jewish man in Atlanta named Leo Frank, who owned a factory and was president of the Atlanta B'nai B'rith chapter, assaulted and murdered an impoverished 13-year-old Catholic girl named Mary Fagan. He was convicted of this crime, despite trying to blame it on a poor, illiterate Black janitor who also worked for him at the factory. Do you know how guilty you would have to be to get a jury to not convict a Black man in the South, in the segregated South in 1913? Yet to this day, every year, the ADL lobbies, claims it was anti-Semitism that he got convicted, where there was none. He was an unbelievably powerful player, and he was also convicted by a jury that consisted of Jews. And they have been attempting to get that conviction overturned for decades. Now, I highly recommend you read this little packet and conduct your own research, The Ugly Truth About the ADL. It's very important you understand what they have been involved in this country since their founding. Read it, as I did. and then research the claims that are made in this, as I did, and think for yourself. But we are coming to a point in this country that it is very important that you understand what that group is, where they come from, and in my view, the danger that the ADL represents. Anyway, back to Gary. He served on the B'nai B'rith International's board as their executive board chair in 2011, 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019. He received the inaugural President's Award in 2019 for advancing the organization's mission. A 2022 report identified him as the director of the local B'nai B'rith chapter in Omaha. He is also the director of the Chabad Lubavitch of Nebraska. Again, if you're not in my book club, you should just read the books. I would read David Bacon's Sigmund Freud and the Jewish Mystical Tradition. You will note that anytime the Chabad Lubavitch is mentioned, underground tunnels in New York, there's this immediate vicious reaction online. There's a reason for that. There was a person currently sitting in jail who tried to murder me, plotted my murder on a chat with 20 other Jews. None of them notified me. The FBI got involved. Stunning that 20 people could be on a chat as a person is saying how he's going to murder Candace Owens, and none of them would reach out. I can't imagine that in Christian world. I can't imagine a chat with 20 Christians plotting the assassination of Ben Shapiro, and nobody would reach out and be like, this person's crazy, and I wanted to inform you that I'm on this chat with a crazy person. But that's what happened. That is real. There's a person sitting in jail because I mentioned the Chabad Lubavitch's history, particularly as it pertains to the Brooklyn tomb that every president seems to visit, including Donald Trump. More about Gary. His professional biography says that he served on the National Council of AIPAC. Gary was the president of the Nebraska chapter of AIPAC. It also lists his twin brother, David Javich, as being on the board of AIPAC currently. Now, we were able to discover that Ben Shapiro and his wife have been donating a life and legacy amount to the Jewish Federation of Omaha, Nebraska for years. I know he has some ties to Omaha. I'm not really clear to what extent or why. Maybe he just likes it. But of course, Gary is involved with that organization as a host and a donor. That is all we know. I do not need to draw any further conclusions because everything about this situation gives me the ick. But I will put out another bounty similarly for $25,000 for the person who can tell me who in Charlie's car was speaking to who on Ben's security team. We will protect your identity as we always do. We will obviously work with you to make sure you're comfortable in how I share the information. And I'm good for it. You can trust me. This matters very deeply to me.
So I'll pause it because she's probably going to a commercial break soon, and then I'll fast forward the commercial. So yeah, I appreciate that somebody bought me an MRE. I appreciate it. I don't know if they gave an alias here, so I don't want to say the name out loud, but whoever it is, then is it okay, Ashton? Okay, Ashton. Sorry, buddy. I guess you weren't making sense. People would want to keep you here, Ashton, if you were making sense. So he's on a timeout. Wait, no, it looks like he was banned. I might have banned him. I don't know. I haven't ever banned anybody, so it said I could put him on a timeout, but either way, he's out of here. I appreciate it because that was annoying. So you bought me an MRE. I love it. So let me see. I didn't want to pause Candace because it's obviously a brand new episode. She's been going in on Ben. Now she's getting a $25,000 reward. That's a bounty there for whoever was talking to Ben in the car that Charlie was in. So we'll see if that happens. She said she's good for the money too. You guys think she's good for the money? I do. I definitely do. Yeah, bye, Ashton.
But I wanted to just really underscore how despicable the Turning Point USA team has been in their lies. There's no bottom to their lies. And if they will lie about something like that for a $1 million check, yeah, they betrayed Charlie one way or the other. Though they are currently actually every day betraying Charlie. It was a betrayal to sit there and to lie about who his friends were and who his enemies are. So if you have any information, I will again state, please send us an email to moretips@candaceowens.com. And I look forward to hearing from you guys. We'll be right back after a break. All right, you guys, do you feel like you're working harder than ever, but still?
So I'm going to mute her during her ad here. Somebody's saying that I can't contend with people who don't agree with me. Oh yeah, that's why I'm like a known debater on X. I really can't contend, whoever this is. Yeah, I have such difficulty, but you won't debate me. Debate me on X if you want to. I promise you won't win. Everybody that's in here that knows me, has been in space with me, they know that you won't win, you won't beat me. I'm sorry, but I go toe to toe with some of the best debaters arguably in the world online. So I've debated everything you can imagine. Not everything. I don't do theology much. But yeah, I will twist you into a pretzel on a debate. I'm sorry. And I will change the hearts and minds, public opinion of the audience, and it will be embarrassing for you. So you're more than welcome to try. But yeah, I contend. What is this? Hold on. Let me see what she's doing. Kick off.
Account users who started with a score below 600 who paid on time and who had no
Oh,
delinquency
this is some ad she's doing.
Impact your credit score. Individual results may vary.
I also remind you guys about Pure Talk because you do not have to overpay for your wireless network. Not when Pure Talk comes in with the same service.
Okay, so she's still on ad break. Yeah, somebody else was complaining. I'm not a YouTuber. I don't know about engagement. Engagement's fine. It is what it is. We're just getting warmed up on my channel. I'm a concerned citizen. That's it. Yeah, and I'm just entertainment, really. All right, she's back.
Right? You deny, you attack, you reverse the victim and the offender. Totally crazy town. We saw this yesterday when Andrew Colbert, who, as Baron Coleman accurately states, is a liar who lies about everything, blamed me for the hit piece against me when it went wrong. Now, here's the thing that's now happening, which I am just beside myself with happiness that this is starting to occur, is that people who weren't sure about Turning Point USA, people who were, had the icky, I think we all did initially, like, okay, like this is kind of Charlie's legacy. And maybe people who initially disliked me, they're starting to change now because they're shocked at the audacity of the lies. And so Andrew took a very big risk in telling this lie. And for clarity, the article is still up because he's lying. They cannot get a retraction from the Daily Mail because he's lying through his teeth. These quotes did not materialize from Candace Owens. They did not materialize from nowhere. No associate editor would put their livelihood on the line and risk being sued, the entire publication being sued, to make up quotes whole cloth from a woman who has not just victim status amongst the elites, but has the DOJ and the president's office backing her up. Like, that's not something they're going to do, right? Lose their job, livelihood, so I could make up a quote about Erica. But he's stupid, and he took that risk anyway. And what it did was it actually made them lose a lot of favor with people that work in and around media. And obviously, those people all talk, they all communicate, they follow stories, and they're like, what is going on? This, that. Anyway, so we received, without even asking, I didn't even say, hey, if you have any information about this, we received a flurry of emails of people who presented proof, concrete proof, that the story did indeed come from a family friend of Erica. And that family friend is exactly who I expected it was, Tracy Martin, because Tracy Martin also lies. Tracy Martin's been doing the rounds in the press. She was giving quotes to Us Magazine, and she's also the person who had a perfectly friendly phone call with me and pretended that I was shouting and cursing her out on the phone. That tells me she's a liar. She's a liar. And what she immediately did when I said I suspected it was her was that she tried to get ahead of it and go on to Paramount Tactical Show. And now, this is before I had received emails to the effect that it was Tracy Martin. And like I said, I'll say allegedly, but I feel very good about the source. And you can just hear the manner in which Tracy Martin tries to get in front of this and lies with her usual. Erica never has done anything wrong ever in her whole life, even though Tracy was friends with Erica back in the days when she was dating, basketball players. Erica, you can find videos of her rapping to gangster music when she was partying. Tracy Martin is going to pretend none of that ever happened. And Erica just doesn't talk like that. Watch her lie. Take a listen.
Tracy, let us know what your thoughts are on this. And by the way, were you the person that Daily Mail contacted and you provided this information?
Absolutely not. No, absolutely not.
You've read both those articles because you sent them to me.
Yes.
You read the original article and you've now read the edited article that they act like the first article didn't exist and kept the same date and everything else. Like, tell me what your thoughts are behind this. And let's talk a little bit about the credibility of what they're saying about Erica. Have you ever seen Erica go on tirade, start crashing out?
Never. That's not her MO. I have a lot of thoughts about this, to be honest with you, Gary. First and foremost, that's not Erica. People who know Erica. And if you notice, people actually came on against this podcast who just recently met me and said there's no way that she would have done this. And that's how you know you have a consistency of character. Erica would never, she doesn't curse. She doesn't say those things. She still to this day has never said anything bad about Candace or anyone involved in this at all.
That's literally not true. She came out dressed like an assassin and name-checked me and accused me of accusing her of killing her husband, which was meant to invite hate toward me. I mean, the entire reason her PR thing fell apart was because Erica has been signaling for people to attack me. Just stop. Name-checking me in questions that were pre-approved by Barry Weiss, which she knew was going to happen. So it's so obvious that she's lying. And she comes out and she says that. And like I said, she has a history of lying. This Tracy, I had a perfectly nice conversation. I wish I had recorded it because it was so nice. And the next thing I know, she was out there pretending like I was cussing her out on the phone. Just told her how I felt about Erica and things that I thought were strange and asked her opinion about why she didn't find it strange that Erica was being caught in so many lies that she knew about. That's it. And so there's your answer. I'm still challenging Andrew Kovach to get that article removed. Get the person to come out and apologize. They should have there should be a full retraction issued if what you are saying is true and they are attributing quotes that are not real to Erica's family friend. It was as I understand it, an attempt to show the public that she was strong and that she was not going to take it and for her to come out swinging, and it backfired. And then they moved to Darvo tactics. That's what she's doing. It's Darvo tactic to then pretend that I was the person who attacked myself. We have Turning Point in a very good spot. Okay. We want them to go mask down and to reveal their character and to keep telling such implausible lies like this because it's turning more people against them. It is. It's making people realize what they are capable of, because that was just like, I was like, are you kidding? When I woke up, I'm like, they're saying I was behind the article calling myself the B word, calling myself a soulless ghoul. Yeah, that's not going to earn you any friends in media. It's just not. Moving on from that, I did also want to show you guys this clip talking about how the truth is spreading, and I can guarantee you next week is going to be an explosive week. But Rob O'Neill, we didn't show the full clip of him on Newsmax, and I also wanted to get him talking about what was going on the rooftop and this screwdriver that is just bothering me the more and more I think about it. Take a listen.
Well, I'm just saying, I mean, the screwdriver that probably wouldn't have worked to take it apart or put it together in the first place was left on the rooftop anyway. So he jumped off the roof and put it back together without the screwdriver that probably didn't work anyway, put it back together, wrapped it up, and put it nicely in a bunch of trees, and then ran off and started texting someone like English was a second language. I mean, the whole thing's just shady. 30-06 is 30 caliber, invented in 06. It's a 1906 to kill big game. And if you hit something in the spine, especially a human, I've shot ballistic gelatin all the time. I've never shot a human with 30-06, but I know it would do a lot more than that. If it was just a 30-06 shooting too, that went left to right, not from front to back. You can clearly see an exit wound on Charlie Kirk's left-hand side. And then it just is why are we supposed to believe everything we see on TV? Shut up, believe it. That's the narrative. No, it's not. I'm SEAL Team 69 from the sniper school in 1998. I'm telling you.
Just fantastic. I love what he says, texting like it's English is a second language, because that's exactly what it was. Too formal. When you learn a language, you always learn it super formal. It's not the way people speak amongst each other. And it looked like someone just hit Google Translate and it came out like they were speaking the Queen's English, which obviously registered to the public as strange. And so it is good that we are finally reaching critical mass. I think we actually always were at critical mass, but that more people are feeling emboldened to speak out. And, you know, I do have to say, I just feel like Charlie's with us. I do. I feel.
Oh, is she gonna talk about cake
like
now?
He's fighting with us.
I don't know if
And
she.
that's
When
why
did she
this
see?
is
Did she
not
see
going
his
away,
comment? I
and
gotta
he's
see
working
this.
just as hard as he always did. Now, I have to read you this comment that shook me to my core yesterday on YouTube. I'm not getting involved beyond this. I'm just saying that it caught me off guard because I had sort of peripherally understood that there was some drama going on with this suicide of Ellen DeGeneres, the longtime talk show host, no longer on air. She had a DJ named Twitch that worked on her show, and he committed suicide allegedly in a hotel room. And somebody commented this on YouTube, wrote, so many similarities with Twitch's case. Mormon wife who chased him at dancing events until he marries her. The family iced out. Mysterious death. His family asked to sign an NDA to attend the memorial. The wife back at work and in business mode a few days later, making deals and publishing books. And notes they put here that I find out that Allison grew up in Orem, Utah, and graduated from Timpanogos High School in 2006. I was like, what? Is this? I'm reading the comments and I'm going, is this real? Did she grow up in Orem, Utah? And sure enough, she did. Just a quick background on the case, just keeping it factual. Twitch died in 2002 at a motel less than a mile from his house from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. He checked in to the Oak Tree Inn, and his body was discovered by motel staff on Tuesday. He checked in on a Monday. The body was discovered on a Tuesday when they entered his room. He was just 40 years old, and he was pronounced dead at the scene just after 11 a.m. And an autopsy report confirmed, this is what's crucial, that there were no drugs or alcohol that was found in his system at the time of death. TMZ then went around and spoke to motel staffers who said that he didn't appear to be in any sort of distress. He wasn't visibly upset, nothing. And the staffers also said that no one even heard the gunfire at any point during his stay, which is plausible. It's possible, of course, given the motel's layout. It does have separate units and it's structured like a U. But according to law enforcement and multiple news reports, he left a note alluding to past challenges and led investigators to conclude that the death must have been a suicide. Now, what made people, and I remember seeing this build online of people who didn't like the widow, was that despite him having no drugs in his system, she then gives an interview and says that she found a cornucopia of substances like mushrooms and pills that she wasn't aware that he was taking. She said this after he committed suicide. She found it hidden in his shoe boxes. Anyway, I'll let you take a listen to that piece of the interview that really sent some people.
I had dealt with an ex that had addiction problems, and then I realized Steven had addiction problems, and it's something that I kind of have been like, where was I involved in this? And I had to take some steps for myself to realize, like, you know, I was able to help one, and I wish I could have been that for the other. But it's also not my job to do that. There was a moment I was with one of my really dear friends, and we were cleaning out the closet and picking out an outfit for him for the funeral. And it was a really triggering moment for me because there was a lot of things I discovered in our closet that I did not know existed. And it was very alarming to me to learn that there was so much happening that I had no clue. So it was a really scary moment in my life to figure that out. But it also helped me process that he was going through so much and he was hiding so much, and there must have been a lot of shame in that. And he was wrestling with a lot inside himself, and he was trying to self-medicate and cope with all those feelings because he didn't want to put it on anyone, because he loved everyone so much. He didn't want other people to take on his pain. But it was very alarming and scary to find those things and have never known.
painting your husband as a drug addict who was found with no drugs in his system and who nobody knew had any drug habit, and just saying you were the one who found it. It's a move. It's a move. I think I said he died in 2002. I meant to say 2022. This is all very recent. And he also died without a will. She filed a petition for half of his estate. In April, a judge signed off on her request. She was granted her property passing rights as a result of the ruling. And according to California law, the surviving spouse has the right to request half of her late partner's assets if they were married at the time of their death. Twitch's mother and younger brother, however, did speak out, and they sat down with Gayle King on CBS. So this is why it was turned into a massive thing, because the family was like, she's not acting right. And I'll just, let me just say that it is true that at Charlie's actual Catholic mass burial, which was the day before the memorial event, that Erica made her own family members and everyone present sign NDAs. That's what I was told. And similarly, the same thing was done here. And this is what Twitch's family told Gayle King on CBS. Take a listen.
We were, trying to figure out what we were going to do or what she wanted to do in terms of plans. And then I got a phone call saying, we need you guys to sign non-disclosure agreements. And we were like, why? What's going on? What is this for? And she says, well, somebody in the family has sold a story to a magazine. And we were like, what are you talking about? Who did this? And she said, Granddad. And that's Stephen's grandfather. And now, if you know my dad, he is the most respected, the most integrity, would never do that. So a magazine did call him, and in the throes of grief, my father answered the phone and they asked him
questions.
Right. And he's answering, right. He's answering the questions and, saying we're grieving. We don't know what happened, whatever the answers were. But it was at that point that it became, you guys are doing this. We need you to sign this. And we were like, no, that is not true. And that's kind of where it started. It went,
so that's when the friction started, asking for the NDA.
It went downhill from there.
You were asked to sign an NDA to go to the funeral?
It became, if you don't sign, you will not be able to see him and you will not be able to participate.
What the hell is going on? This is crazy. This rabbit hole.
She did release a book, February of 2024, a short time after. It was her story of love, loss, and embracing the light. And once again, she told the public that he was secretly struggling with addiction and past sexual abuse from a male figure in his life. That is one thing to put on the streets after your husband dies in a suicide. Now, members of Twitch's family said that they were blindsided by the claims that she made. And she also released a children's book that she said that she co-authored with Twitch just before he died. And that was called Keep Dancing Through, Boss Family Groove. I mean, 2025 in September, Connie, who is Twitch's mother, filed a petition for grandparent visitation against Allison, alleging that her relationship with her grandchildren has changed following her son's death, describing it as unilateral and retaliatory decision by the dancer. In 2026, the case was dismissed by a judge. So I guess they will just not be able to see too much of their grandparents. We'll see. But I just had to tell you this stunning story. When I found it in Warren, Utah, I was just like, this is crazy. And I do see a lot of the similarities in the story. I'm not speculating anything, but I am saying that's a move. This is book publishing. It's always like it's like a formula or something. It's crazy. I will just leave it at that. We'll be right back after a break. All right, you guys, I want to tell you about.
All right, she's on a break. Thanks for those of you guys stuck around. We started off watching Baron on Redacted. Go check it out. Started at 4 p.m. Eastern. Redacted on YouTube and Rumble. They'd probably prefer you watch Rumble. Who knows? I'd probably go to Rumble too, because there's no way just even based on this discussion today and everything, that I'm going to be able to stick on YouTube. I'm sure they will cancel me. My internet was already acting up. I've got feminists coming at me. I've got these Fed sloppers coming at me. It's all different angles, but it is what it is. It's what I signed up for. I'm a concerned citizen, so I just gotta, it is what it is. But appreciate you guys sticking around. We watched Candace as well. I thought she was going to talk about Blake. I don't see. Can anybody show me where she's replied to Blake Neff and the comment about Coonspiracy? Yeah, Reg. I'm sure that's fine. I got to figure out how to have the mod stuff. Do you mod any other channels? You could always, I don't know if you follow me on X, but could DM me. We could chat about it or whatever. But yeah, I'm assuming I will need some mods at some point. People are going to try to attack me, and yeah, but I won't. I don't have time to complain about that stuff. Mod sounds good though. Yes, I keep saying Rage Watcher because you're rage watching. You rage watch Candace and Baron. All right, hold on. She's back on here.
They wrote, the comical part is everyone says Candace doesn't have one shred of evidence, yet she has the most evidence so far presented by anyone, including the FBI. It is crazy how much we have released that the public did not have access to, from photos inside of the SUV to releasing text messages, us being the one that showed that he said he was leaving the pro-Israel cause. And no matter what, they just say she has no evidence. And then we finally get brought to the preliminary hearing where we're supposed to be overwhelmed by evidence, and they give us nothing, not one thing that I was forced to retract on the basis of what we saw in the preliminary hearing. In fact, it led to even more questions. And we have a lot more coming. We have a lot more coming. I can promise you guys that. One Glazed Donut wrote, Candace, your audience does not have to be bought. We actually choose to watch you every day. No one forces us to. They are the grifters. Yes, I totally agree that they are the grifters. And it's just crazy to me that they tried to present it like I tried to profit off of Charlie's death. It's exactly what they were doing. Again, going back to that Darvo psychological attack, exactly what they were doing. They tried to accuse me of doing. They're like, let's say Candace is benefiting off of Charlie's death. Yeah, who cares if no one will remember the tent, the microphone that was in the case, us literally raising $40 million, approximately $40 million in one night as Erica posed next to the bloody. I mean, no one will remember anything. We'll just say, forget the t-shirts that went into a for-profit business, the influencers. They will just say that's Candace that's making money. We're doing what she's always done. Her podcast. I've been podcasting for years. This is what I do. Nothing has changed. My focus obviously has changed because I watched my friend get assassinated, and I'm watching the people who are the closest to him lie about even the most mundane facts of his existence. Who his friends are, who his enemies were, what he was fighting, what pressure he was under. And the deep irony here is that they had just been forthcoming. No one would have thought anything.
Sorry, I didn't mean to pause her again. Should I stick around on stream when Candace gets done? Should I go on X and see all the backlash from Baron speaking the truth on the Redacted show? I probably should scan X with you guys and see who's coping. The amount of people coping just on this stream alone in my chat, it's got to be 100 times worse on X.
It was weird. Like they were just like, yeah, he was really angry in the end about the pressure he was under of the donors, and he was really venting. He was done with the pro-Israel cause. If VB had just stayed home and chilled, if Seth Dillon admitted that he had pressured him in the Hamptons as he does, I have been morally blackmailed by Seth Dillon, and Charlie and me spoke about that. I have messages to that effect. Yeah, then people I would have thought nothing was suspicious or needed further prodding, but they can't tell the truth about anything. They can't even tell the truth about articles that they are planting. I'll leave a small percentage for maybe if Tracy Martin was the one who, as I'm told, was behind this article, maybe there's a chance that Andrew Colvett didn't get the email question somewhere. They do sometimes send them to weird inboxes. I've told you that. They'll send it to like my info box asking for comment. But there's no way he couldn't just pick up the phone and call Erica. and say, hey, Tracy giving these comments to the Daily Mail, and Erica should have said yes because she was, and Erica knew that. Unless Tracy did it behind Erica's back. I don't think she did. Allegedly, don't think she did. Anyway, more comments on today's episode. Oh, my computer has frozen, so just kidding. That's so weird. Hold on, let me just hit refresh here. Oh, wait, no, I'm just actually in the wrong spot entirely. It's actually not frozen. Coleman writes, Candace, watch Once Upon a Time in America. It is a movie about the Jewish mafia. Thank you for letting me know about that. I've never heard about that, but I have definitely been doing a lot of reading, and it is real, and it is terrifying how much we have been lied to about that. Sarah Marie writes, I do believe the Holy Spirit worked through Charlie, and that same spirit is working through Candace. May our dear Father, which holy name is Jehovah, secure Mrs. Owens and all of her endeavors in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen. I like I said, I feel good right now. I feel positive about what I always sense, which is that all of these lies are going to be revealed regarding Charlie's death. And I sense that we are making progress in the panic and the effort and the extremities, the lies that they are telling. I mean, just such extremes right now that you're going, is this real? Are you bringing influencers into the courtroom? That's not a good PR move. Obviously, why are you doing that? There's a desperation that I'm sensing right now. And I just want to also keep encouraging you guys to keep fighting, keep sending me information, keep sending me tips. And I'm grateful to everyone who has thus far. I can sense that camaraderie. All of us are in the foxhole with Charlie now. Dan writes, Candace, thank you for everything that you do. You've been a pivotal voice for a lot of people, and I know that that comes with an incredible amount of pressure. I want to remind you that your work is appreciated and that many people are grateful for your courage. Stay strong. We are rooting for you. Thank you so much, Dan, for that gift. And I'm rooting for all of us to win. I just feel the devil always overplays his hand, and the devil definitely overplayed his hand with the assassination of Charlie Kirk. There's that. Renee writes, for your lawsuit fund. Yeah, it does feel like it's coming. I definitely will say, once I started realizing that all of the accounts, the stuff that Charlie and I are talking about, the typical people are starting to talk about Sandy Hook, I was like, oh, they're going to go for this. They want me hung, you know, they want me hung. So thank you for that, for your lawsuit fund. Thank you for showing up for Charlie. You have built an amazing community. Much love and support from everyone around the world, praying with and for you. Christ is King. Yeah, I mean, if this is this is my hill to die on, so to speak, not allowing the murder of my friend to happen in broad daylight and go unchecked, and then the lies to be told and to watch everything he built for be destroyed and reversed overnight. That feels like something worth fighting for. That feels like there's such a sin right now that I think we're all carrying, like the whole world is carrying the sin of Charlie's assassination, the memory of watching that video and what was done. And it has to be cleansed. It has to be cleansed and the only thing that can cleanse it is truth. Everyone needs to know exactly what happened that day and who was behind it. It's the only way it works. And there are so many of us right now. There are so many of us right now, and we're not quitting, and we are just so focused on this topic. And I think that they didn't expect that. Of course they didn't expect that. No way. Real Seth Rando writes, Candace, I love what you are doing. Keep fighting. We all have a part to play in exposing corruption. Indeed, we do. Carbon writes 3 things. When I first started watching you years ago, I thought Ben was your husband. So sorry. Yeah, I'm going to accept that apology, but I'm really not happy with you. I'm just going to take 5 seconds here to be really angry at you. Catholic, so I'm going to forgive you. I'm a little angry. 2, I joined the Daily Wire because of you, and I left when you left. And 3, I have new grand 3-month-old named Charlie. Keep fighting. Oh, congratulations. Still really angry at you, but not at little Charlie. So sweet. Congratulations. Brooke writes, I'm so grateful for my weekdays with your platform. Thank you for refusing to let Charlie be forgotten and for staying committed to uncovering the truth. We appreciate you more than you know. Christ is King, and Ben Shapiro is still fake and gay. And also dangerous, I would add there. Like people that fixate like that, it's like there's like a disorder or something. He can't just go away, just go away. You have more money, connections, just go live a nice life and let people think what they want to think. too much anger. And I think that comes up with how they are raised. I do think he genuinely believes that he's chosen. And maybe he is, but it's certainly not by God, right? I don't think that people are chosen by God to behave like that. And yeah, I think that sort of brainwashing, going through the same kind of psychology, which is the point of them being raised to think you're so special, everything is yours. They don't even know. They're not even aware of their own brainwashing. They are not aware that hell is real. It's really real. I wouldn't want to live like that and know that I could face that eternal sentencing. And they do it unflinchingly. Jennifer writes, I completely support you, Candace. Go Max, Christ is King. Ali writes, I love your pods with Tom Woods and Scott Horton. They made a history curriculum designed for homeschooling. We also need a pod with Larry Johnson. You would love Larry. He's a funny grandpa who's ex-CIA and doesn't trust the Fed slop CK narrative. I will be sure to check him out. Auntie Leash writes, yesterday's episode, my takeaway was Howard Hughes was manipulated into isolation, tortured till he handed over his fortune, murdered, and then painted as a madman to the public. It sounds familiar. Where have we seen this pattern before? Everywhere, actually, especially in Hollywood. I just go back and how much I used to believe it. And maybe that was all of us having sort of this parasite and believing the tabloids and believing what they said about people. This person's crazy, because they're trying to get you. That's how the parasite works. They're trying to drive you crazy. And that's why it's so important to have strong, stable, fortified people in your life. That's what Charlie was to me. And when I was going through that, I was 40 weeks pregnant when they were doing it to me. And, no, Candace, you're crazy. You can't say genocide's always wrong. There's something wrong with you. Oh my God, I love you. Why would you say this? I hate to see you go this way. What's wrong with you? And then you're going, am I seeing correctly? Was genocide always wrong? And you have to have people like Charlie. And that's why I wanted to show that message of just, this is what they're doing. This is happening. You're going to fight through this. Do not quit. That's what they're trying to get you to do. Like, he was that person to me. And I was also that person to him. We had each other's backs. And we still do have each other's backs. You know, Charlie died. I'm riding. It was always a ride or die situation. And he is still with us. I want you guys to know that. He really is. We have merch available on our website. Oh, I forgot one comment. Better Love wrote, there's an obvious war against truth and knowledge. You can't speak the truth, nor can you know about any history that does not fit a narrative. Never stop fighting this evil. We will always stand with you. There will be justice for Charlie. Totally agree. There will be justice for Charlie. As you guys know, the easiest way to support us is merch. You can go on the website, buy yourself a mug, buy yourself a Santa's cup, buy yourself a t-shirt, buy yourself a battle bun. I think that's a magnet. Nope, it's a logo sticker. And yeah, easiest way, obviously. And we will always keep that up. Of course, the CIA hats, the central. We've been amazing, by the way. This is the first time there's ever.
All right. Well, yeah, thanks. You guys stuck around. So she's wrapping up her show. Candace Owens. I just hopped on X real quick, just in case you guys wanted to chat a little bit longer. I got a bit of a headache, so I'm not sure how long I will stick around totally, but we can chat about whatever you guys want to chat about. Zoom out some here. I didn't see this where she talked about somebody says there's currently someone sitting in jail allegedly plotting to kill her in an online group chat with 20 other people after she talked about history of Chabad. Maybe I missed that, I guess. Sorry if the visual here is not amazing as far as trying to zoom in where I want it to zoom in at, but it's all good. Let's see. Oh, that's better. Cool. I haven't been paying attention to chat. Like I said, I got a little bit of a headache. The Rage Watchers are giving me a headache today. No, but glad to have you guys in. That was a cool experience. Get a little Candace watch party. I've never done one before on YouTube, and we got to watch Baron too. So this live will be up. Anybody joining want to watch it from the beginning? Nothing crazy happened. I had a few times where some things came to mind and I interjected. But I am going to probably break down Baron's interview on Redacted. Probably do that another day and dive into some more of the details there. Let's see what kind of fighting's happening here in the chat. You guys can send me an MRE if you want to kick anybody out of the chat. Send me an MRE. We already kicked out Ashton. That was much needed to kick him out of the chat. He was really fed slopping pretty hard. He had a lot to say. More than welcome to debate me on X. Whoever's complaining that I'm some kind of whatever name you want to call me. I guess why not just debate it if you want, but you won't win. I can assure you, you most likely won't win. So Candace, I'm going to play this real quick here.
Sigmund Freud and the Jewish mystical tradition. You will note that anytime the Chabad Lubavitch is mentioned, underground tunnels in New York, there's this immediate vicious reaction online. There's a reason for that. There's a person currently sitting in jail who tried to murder me, plotted my murder on a chat with 20 other Jews. None of them notified me. The FBI got involved. Stunning that 20 people could be on a chat as a person is saying how he's going to murder Candace Owens, and none of them would reach out. I can't imagine that in Christian world. I can't imagine a chat with 20 Christians plotting the assassination of Ben Shapiro, and nobody would reach out and be like, this person's crazy, and I wanted to inform you that I'm on this chat with a crazy person. But that's what happened. That is real. There's a person sitting in jail because I mentioned the Chabad Lubavitch's history, particularly as it pertains to the Brooklyn tomb that every president seems to visit, including Donald Trump.
Oh wow, that's kind of wild. I guess she did say it. I just missed it or something. What's Sean Ryan talking
or vouch for any. I never want to involve myself in the U.S. political system or vouch for any man again.
Thank you very much. And to my fellow citizens, America is back.
And then there was this period where you, I don't know, got involved, but you got closer to the political process. And now you're saying you don't want anything to do with that.
No, I just don't.
Why?
Everything is a lie.
And then Trump, the last hope, winds up aligning with Chuck Schumer. At that point, you have to ask yourself, is there a political solution to the problems that we have? I don't know the answer, but I'm starting to think maybe there isn't.
I became obsessed with evil, like obsessed with it. I just got back from a Ibogaine 5-MeO experience. Didn't go great. Found hell. And I don't want to go too far into it because I don't want to have a meltdown on your show, but
it's okay.
This is what it's like on the receiving end.
I interviewed this guy, Pete Blaber. Have you heard of Pete Blaber? No. Pete Blaber was a colonel over at Delta. They sent him some imagery, and Pete was.
This is dramatic. I guess maybe Sean Ryan's on Tucker or coming up on Tucker. Maybe this is some kind of trailer, but I did see Tucker was just on Stephen A. Smith. They are crashing out on X about it because Ben Shapiro is, and who else is? Usual suspects, I guess, are crashing out about it. He didn't say anything crazy except that genocide's bad. Of course, a lot of people, when you say genocide's bad, you know how problematic that can be, and how detrimental to society. Of course, you have to speak up against it. If somebody says that, right? That makes sense. So anyways, yeah, I'm going to keep going. like I said, I do have a little bit of a headache. So I did want to, I was going to have another stream another day this week, or like Saturday, maybe Saturday morning. And that was going to be just to go into detail about this channel specifically with the people who are on now. I might as well tell you while you're here. I'm going to be saying it again in the future. I even took a couple of notes that I'm not going to read. I'm just going to try to ad lib. But essentially, first and foremost, everybody needs to touch grass, right? So the top priority would be for people to not be watching, and just live your life and touch grass. We all should be doing that, but we're concerned citizens, so we're here, and I understand why you're here, because you're busy, and this is the way that you feel like you can contribute by trying to pay attention to what's going on. And that's a good thing for people who paid attention during COVID. It worked out really well for you. I don't espouse to say that I do know what's going on. Again, I'm with you guys. I'm just a concerned citizen. But nonetheless, since you are here, then I guess I could say I've been still thinking this through. The goal of my channel would be to take action. Sometimes action would just be learning new things, understanding about speech in our country. And somebody was asking in the chat about NDAA, Section 219 of the NDAA, with merging military logistics with our greatest ally and all that. So that's part of learning. So trying to see what's out there, research, learn, and take action in some way. Or I should say, it would never be like take action in some kind of violent way. Obviously, it's always going to be some take action in some productive, meaningful way. And so, I guess that stood out to me, because you can get wrapped up in certain content and channels online and platforms where it's just ongoing, more information and reporting every day. And I'm not a reporter. And I don't know that I'm interested in being a reporter to report the news. I think it's interesting going with you guys to look at some things here and there, but yeah, I don't, that's just kind of news, and that's reporting. And I don't know that I care to do that, because it just feels a little bit stagnated by doing that. I'm more interested in learning, understanding, and taking action. So that would be my goal. So we can, somebody mentioned in the chat panel, I think it was you, mentioned about Discord. Yeah, I probably should have a Discord, Spotify, maybe Kick or something like that, Twitch maybe. So yeah, I do have to stand up these different platforms and Discord as well, because I'm going to need, just some collaboration. I think that would be good.
Said, I don't want to hear what you guys think this stuff is. Me and my guys will figure it out. We'll get it back to you, and then you'll have an unbiased. We don't want to be swayed.
Yeah, this decontamination truck looks a hell of a lot like every water truck we've seen driving around in Iraq. And if you were driving 40 miles out into the middle of the desert to a place that doesn't have any water, wouldn't you take a water truck with you? And he goes, next thing, these air purification systems, doesn't that look like the same thing we got on top of our buildings, an HVAC system?
What Delta, arguably the best special operations unit in the world came up with that's a water truck, huge water truck, because they're in the middle of the desert and they need water. And that big air filtration unit on the roof is an air conditioner.
Because they're in the desert.
And the sentry guard outside is dude taking a piss. And he sent it in, and they totally discarded everything and launched the invasion. everything is a lie. Everything you fucking know is a lie. Everything you think you know, everything in the history books, it's all fucking lies.
If there are supernatural forces that are evil acting on people, which there are, and I've experienced them personally, then that's proof of God.
It's not faith to me anymore. It's fact. It is 100% fact.
So when you look ahead, you became one of the most successful people in this business, amazingly.
The Sean Ryan Show is the #1 podcast in the world as of October 2nd, 2024. So there's only one truth. I'm just not really interested in anything else anymore because it's all garbage. It's that, black book right behind you, the Holy Bible.
That's the one truth.
That's it.
Did you know that there were supernatural forces, demons that could act on people? Did you grow up knowing that? Did you think about that?
I definitely didn't grow up knowing that.
Your wife said that God is always talking to you, but you don't hear it because you're distracted. Do you think that's true?
Yeah. That I let all the praise and all that get to me.
The idea that you know stuff that civilians don't know, that's a kind of arrogance and lie.
Yeah. And then I think it happened again. I got too wrapped up in it.
Yeah, we've all been there.
You see all these people get up there and they get addicted to this fucking power that they do not have.
Right.
And it's like you think you're so powerful.
But
you can't even
smart.
You can't even say what's on your mind. Like you're powerless. You have no fucking power.
Because they can't say what they really think.
Yeah, they can't say what they won't even stand up for what they believe in, man. Like, look at the shit that's happening. You're going to sit here and tell me the fucking country's going great while the president of the United States kids are buying private islands with bunkers?
Right now, I'm working with my husband. We have this 1,400-acre island in the Mediterranean.
They're hiding the full picture of the Epstein files. They're hiding the full picture of everything. The Iran war. Like, is anybody over there talking about the petrodollar?
No.
Is anybody talking about the schizophrenic leadership that we're dealing with right now? Like the shit with Canada? Like, could you imagine doing business with the U.S.?
It's a very, very big part of our plan. We had tremendous success in our first term.
Of course, who doesn't want more knowledge? Isn't the whole point of this business to find out how things work?
I don't want any part of that anymore either.
So you're describing the phone as actively evil. I mean, that's what you're saying.
Yeah. I mean, one person showed me, what is that?
It's an apple.
Yeah, with one bite out of it.
Adam and Eve didn't get ejected from the garden because of their ignorance, but because of their knowledge.
So I just saw this post. It reminded me that Paramount, he's been posting some today, but he's been mostly quiet. He got real quiet. I don't know if he's gonna have Mr. Cake Neff in his spaces anytime soon. They're gonna get some questions about the conspiracy comment. And Candace, I'm wondering if she is going to respond to this. If she's kind of thinking about how to respond to this. So I'm curious on that. I'm watching this blind. I haven't seen this. I'm just scrolling. I'm trying to see who's going to be coping about Baron being on Redacted today, the show. But I'm just scrolling my feed. This is Kim Iverson. She's got a pretty good news broadcast too, as well. I'm trying to get the aspect right here so it makes sense, but I've watched her during COVID and stuff like that. She's pretty based. in my opinion. Not much I disagree with her on. I'm going to play this here.
Well, the House went and did it. They passed the NDAA, which enshrined into law the U.S. and Israeli militaries merging together. This is a sad, dark day. I think that all of these people that have voted yes, most of them Republicans, have proven to be traitors to the country, and I don't use that word lightly. I do think they are traitors to the country. They knew about this provision. They put it in anyway. They voted for it, knowing that it would end U.S. sovereignty. This is the most consequential thing that has happened in the history of our government, in my opinion. This is the single most consequential thing. This is the one thing that hands over control of our nation to a foreign terrorist country. Even if it wasn't a terrorist country, just a foreign country, the founding fathers would be rolling in their graves. What did you idiots do? You actually handed control over our military to a foreign government? Well, that's it. You're no longer your own country. That's the end. When you actually hand over your military power to a foreign government, you are no longer sovereign. That is the end. There's no coming back from that. Total and complete idiocy. It's beyond that. It's treason. It's full-blown treason. What were these idiots thinking? This is the beginning of the end. You could argue all day, well, no, it was when we allowed, Citizens United and all the money to flood into our political system, and AIPAC was able to grasp control of all of our politicians and the Epstein files, and they were able to blackmail our politicians. That stuff's all bad enough for sure. They had infiltrated us. They had blackmailed us. They had brainwashed us. They had bribed us, right? They'd done all of these things, but we didn't enshrine into law them actually having power over our military. And once you lose control over the military, you've lost it. That's it. That is the one thing that keeps you sovereign. That's the one thing that keeps you sovereign.
Yeah, so some of you guys were asking about that earlier too, the NDAA as well. But yeah, Kim is my secret crush too, by the way. She is a hottie. She really is. What are you guys chatting about here? Yeah, Gary's live right now. Gary, Paramouse testicles. Yeah, nobody cares if he's live. I'm just saying, doubt he's gonna have Cake Neff in there. I mean, the question is, would Charlie fire Cake Neff if Charlie was here? I think he would be. Well, if you throw around the word antiseptic all the time, then whoever this is, Megan J, you keep throwing that word around at everybody. You put that label on everybody. It basically just makes it mean nothing. So nobody really cares that you're gonna label this. So label Kim as that. Oh, anybody want to hear science from from Andy here? You guys want a science lesson from Andy? Does he seem like a good person to get this info from? But Travis Nilo Hex posted this, so I'm just playing it. He follows me, so we follow each other, I should say. Yeah, so there's that. So Travis is saying that debunks. So I have to look more at that. Let's see, where are we at? Okay. Apparently, Trigger Smart dropped a new video with John Bray as well. I saw this already. Most of you probably seen that there. Let's see. That looks interesting. I'm gonna bookmark that. I'm doom scrolling on a different browser right now. I'll share with you guys if I see anything. I'm monitoring the situation, guys. Let's see. I still haven't. If you guys find anything on the conspiracy, let me know. I haven't seen where Candace has responded to the conspiracy. I'd be interested. Well, I know she's gonna drop the hammer. Since he said that, I really know she's gonna drop the hammer. So yeah, I'm just what is this? I will listen to Marjorie Taylor. Don't cringe. I'll see what she has to say. I mean, I guess she's a truther. She's pretty based. Yeah, Reginator, I'd agree. It's the supremacy we don't like. I don't like black supremacy, white supremacy. I don't like any type of supremacy. So that includes supremacy of our greatest ally. Like, that's the root of all, any kind of supremacy is the root of all problems, in my opinion. I don't know if you guys can hear that. Wait, yeah. Oh, it's there. Oh, wait, hold on. Is Baron coming on tonight? For some reason, I just assumed he wasn't. Whoa, wait a second. No. Stop. Is Baron coming on tonight? Oh, yes, he is in 13 minutes. What's wrong with you guys not telling me? Shame on you. Buy me an MRE. Buy me an MRE so I gotta kick somebody out. One of these rage watchers. Kick them out. All right. So yeah, Baron's coming on in 13 minutes. I guess I will stay connected. I just hate that even though the Wi-Fi seems to be working okay, it's just I'd rather use the Ethernet cable, honestly. I don't know why that's being unreliable. I just want you guys to have the best quality production you can and the best speeds and clarity, and especially when watching Baron, gotta have that. Oh, sorry, no sound. That's weird. It's supposed to. I think it's too quiet. Maybe that's why there's no sound. Sorry about that. Still no sound. Okay. Well, that was shitty. It was MTG. She was pontificating there a little bit. Everybody's saying this is well done. I could break this down for you guys. Can you guys not hear X? All right, hold on. Let me know if you can hear X, because I'm going to play it here. Okay, so X isn't giving any sound. All right. That I thought you guys could hear this whole time. So what are you guys even doing? You're just here listening to me, like, oh my god, guys. You're just fighting with the rage watchers in the chat, waiting for Baron to come on. Wait, but you hear my mic though, right? Hold on. Okay. Okay, mic yes, video no. Okay, cool. Yeah, so when I'm on X, the audio, let's see here. Let me do a test with YouTube again. Or I'm going to do a test with YouTube, which was what we just were watching. That's 8 minutes. I don't know what this is. All right, let's do a quick test. All right, that's got sound, right? That has, yeah, we heard. You hear me, I know, but the YouTube. See, the issue is what I'm trying to figure out. Wait, no sound. What? All right, you know what? Let me do this. I'm going to fix it. Hold on. I shall fix it. I'm going to do a test. Maybe I just have to reset it. All right. So let me play this again.
Online, people are saying, like, they're just saying that like they want me to die. And I'm just like, I'm just so overwhelmed right now, Mr. Vice President. I'm just so overwhelmed.
All right, is X giving sound just now? YouTube videos, no sound. Okay, I just reset everything. So there should be, yeah, sound is good. Okay, that's weird. It just clunked out for no reason. I guess when I switch tabs all around 100 times. Okay, because we got to make sure it's good to go when Baron comes on. Baron's a great host. A lot of people don't appreciate. He starts on time every time. You know, I'm only 3-4 streams in, and I'm not even starting on time half the time. He's very punctual. He's got his shit in order. Like, great content, but he does spend 16 hours a day on it. I can't do that at this time, but I definitely. All of it matters to me, though. It does matter. I am a concerned citizen, so it is a big deal. Speech is a big deal, and we do need to talk about it. And if we're not talking about it, then we just need to touch grass. But when we're not touching grass, we need to be informed. So 5 minutes. I'm going to play a little bit of this. You guys may or may not have seen it. I've already watched. I watched it, so you don't have to. And I've already debunked it. I can tell you how I debunked it. But this guy, Robbie Stark, he's got a YouTube channel.
Dab, 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 no tears. I'm so overwhelmed.
I think it's disgusting that
I just wanna
influencer
go
wars and drama
home.
and people saying stupid things to each other has become the narrative instead of a spiritual revival. When you watch Candace, you need to ask yourself, what win is she stacking up? Because right now it looks like the only win is happening in her bank account. His death, his murder is not entertainment. And people have turned it into that. It's turned into infotainment, and it's pretty sick. Over the past 10 months, I've seen my friend Charlie Kirk's.
Oh, my friend Charlie Kirk. Yeah, right. So thank you for confirming the audio's working. Even the Rage Watchers giving me, helping me with the channel. I like it. I appreciate that. But I mean, if somebody does buy me an MRE, I might have to kick you out, but I do appreciate you. Baron's in 4 minutes. This guy, Robbie Stark, who I was just playing, hopefully you heard the audio. If you didn't, it's not a big deal. I don't recommend watching it, but, mainly because it's a big straw man, another guy that just pontificates. He's saying he's trying to break down how she's just doing this for money. She's doing this for money. Oh, meanwhile, she doesn't take the $200K that's offered to her to debate by the whatever podcast and whoever's donating to that. So how is she doing it for the money if she's literally leaving money on the table? Okay. Then he goes on to say, well, if our greatest ally was going to do it, they would just do like some kind of like casual poisoning or something of that nature. Well, if they did that, we wouldn't know. We wouldn't be able to blame it on the left. The whole idea is they needed to blame this on the left and create. So if you notice, all of these usual suspect type influencer pundits on the right are all blaming the left. Oh, the left because of Charlie, like they did Charlie like this. And oh, by the way, anybody who's saying it's not the left or wants to look into things, they're bad too. It's just terrible. Sorry, my headache is going away, but I still feel a little bit delirious in a way. It's just a lot of content watching, but yeah, this whole so I just summed up what the guy Robbie says. It's on X, it's on YouTube. It's got very little views. Don't worry, Baron. We are gonna watch Baron. Whoever's sticking around, I might as well. You guys are here, and I'm gonna watch it anyways. So might as well watch it with you guys. You guys, if you want to try to, we can try to see if the algorithm's going to work for us. I doubt it, but you just, if we want to try it, you would hit like, subscribe, all that. If you want to see if that'll pump it. Because I think it's been a good stream overall. It's been long, 2 hours, 44 minutes. But I think it's been a good overall. I think that I would say that a percentage of people might enjoy watching it, but if you didn't enjoy watching it and you're wondering where the hell all the content's coming from, it's coming from the Redacted, or it's not the Redacted, it's just called Redacted. That's their show. Great show. And it's like a news program, but it's new media and very smart couple, Clayton Morris, Natali Morris. They enjoy Rumble, but they are also on YouTube. I'll probably end up being on Rumble. I'll probably be on Spotify and all these other platforms too, because I could be off YouTube really any day, I'm sure. Just even based on things that I've said. I don't think I've said anything that crazy, but it doesn't take much. I feel it's coming, like Candace alluded to. Alex Jones has now become a verb. right? So she may get Alex Jones soon and sued to oblivion. Oh, it's 8 o'clock. I got to turn on Baron. Oh shit. Hold on. Where? No, hasn't started yet. What's going on, Baron? I just said you were. When does this start? Schedule for today. Yeah. What's going on? Oh, let me refresh, and I will share with you guys. I know I'm not sharing it yet. He hasn't started his countdown yet, so I don't know. That's why I'm not sharing it. I will share it though. What's it? I just got done saying how punctual he is, and he's not being punctual. It's 8:01, Baron. Oh, episode 149. Let's go. Okay, well, maybe he's, I don't know. Oh, there we go. There we go. Sound check. Well, I know there's no sound now. It's muted. But I'll unmute it for a second. You guys should be hearing sound now. Yeah, Bear. I can't wait to hear his apology. He's going to be 4 minutes late. I guarantee he addresses it. Sorry, guys. They had it last minute. It's going to be even interesting to see what he even says about that. He's so apologetic. Your humble host. You chicks know each other? What's going on here? This is the Truman Show. Am I in the Truman Show? How do you chicks know each other? Heather? Heather, you know Reginator? Are you guys trying to subvert the Are you guys friends with Ben Shapiro and you're trying to come over here to subvert it and trick me? The Real One podcast. I've heard of him. Okay, I gotta rack. Okay, thank you. I gotta rack my brain. The Real One. Oh, you guys had on Muppet the other day, or Muppet was on there. I know Muppet from X. I think he was on there. Does it have I think it's got maybe 1,000 subscribers, something like that. Maybe, but there's a couple of different Real One. Okay, good. Sounds good. 49 seconds countdown. I don't really F around with Baron. I'm probably not going to say shit. I'm just going to probably stay muted and let him do his thing. And you guys come and go as you please. I probably will jump in the chat. Oh, John Bray's on, what's it called? Real One. Interesting. I don't know where they stand with everything. It did sound good. You know what? You guys reminded me. I got to go back and watch that. There we go. I'm glad to have you. All right, let me shut up now. Turn it up. Wait, he's muted. He's muted on my Baron. What are you doing, buddy? You're muted. Hell no. Baron, what? Baron. No. Guys, this isn't me. Hold on, guys. Someone can double check if they want, but this isn't me. He's muted. Is he muted this long? Wait. If this is me, then hey, I'll be the stupid one. But typically people will tell him in the chat. I am not hearing anything, guys. Baron. Oh, he's troubleshooting it now. Okay, he put it. Sound can't hear. We're here for it, guys. Oh man, he went on Redacted and they got him, man. They got his IP. Oh no. Andy was late today. Baron. Here comes the apology. Yeah. He never has trouble. Oh, Daisy.
Baron, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Daisy. We definitely can hear you, Daisy.
Hold please, guys. Hold please.
Hold please. That's so cool though. He has Daisy come on and
No, but you need to unmute your microphone on here.
I apologize, ladies and gentlemen. I'll clip all that out. Act like this is a professional outfit. Man, we haven't had a Baron in a while. We haven't pulled a Baron in a whole long while. I apologize for that. Let me start over. We got a big show lined up for you tonight. Welcome in. I reset the whole soundboard and everything else because I thought it was a soundboard issue. We'll get that fixed. When you watch the replay, you'll have no idea what we're talking about. If you like it crystal clear HD, by the way, I have upped the camera quality just a little bit. I hope it doesn't make me look any older. But if it does, keep your opinion to yourself. If it does not, well, you're free to tell me all about it. No, I kid. We got a good show lined up for you today. We're going to talk about the raccoon conspiracy slop. Ladies and gentlemen, that's not precisely what he called it. He called it something a little different. However, I don't know that we can say what he called it on air, but we're going to get to it. Blake Neff has gone completely unhinged, something that is still on X as far as we know. It was on X before we started the show. I assume it's still there. It is Blake Neff in his natural habitat. We'll go through that. What does it mean? Why did he say it? And was it a mistake? No, I don't think it was. I don't think you can call it a mistake if you leave it up for 24 hours. It's been up for almost 24 hours. And it's still there. 23 hours later, it's still there. He had an hour to edit the post. He did not. Everybody pointed it out. It's been all the talk all day. It sounded very racist to me, to others. And he left it up. No explanation, no apology. I can only assume he did it on purpose. The only thing I can assume that he did it on purpose. Now, I see people saying, where's the sound? I apologize, ladies and gentlemen. If you're tuning in now, you'll hear me in a moment, and the sound will come on, and it'll be amazing. It'll sound amazing. It'll look amazing. We'll be amazing. We got a lot to do. I want to encourage you. I said this when I first started, and apparently there was no sound. Fed sloppers. It's about to get really bad for you. There's still time to turn and at least take a cautious approach. If you are one of these people sold out on the Fed slop narrative, you still have time to pump the brakes, step back and say, you know what, ladies and gentlemen, we don't have all the facts. It's possible there are additional facts out there that have yet to be revealed. And in the coming days or weeks, those will be revealed. And I encourage you, TPUSA insiders, government insiders, anyone who knows more than is public, now's the time to come forward. The last one to the courthouse does not get a very good deal. The first one to the courthouse typically does. If you want to be the whistleblower, now's your chance. That's all I'll say. No hints, no nothing. Now's your chance, Fed sloppers, because it's going to get bad. It's going to get really bumpy out there. All right. With that fair warning, I want to dig into the opening today, and I will warn you, it's going to be hard for me to get through. I saw a story that popped up. An interview that's going to be played this weekend, and it really pulled on my heartstrings. It's a guy that I did not consider not a political enemy, but not a political ally. A guy I agreed with sometimes, a guy I didn't agree with most of the time, it seems like. And he was diagnosed with a terrible condition. And they're going to do an interview this weekend. And I started thinking about it. And after I saw the clip of the interview, I had to run a couple errands today. I left the house and I'm driving around. No sound, no music, no podcasting, just 10 and 2, driving through neighborhoods. And I just did some thinking, did some hard thinking. And pieces of the opening started coming to me. I didn't know it was pieces of the opening. But by the time I got back home, I thought, there's my opening. That's what I'm going to write today. And I had to sit down and write it, and it took a while. And I will tell you, I had to stop a few times and walk around. So if you are the sentimental type, buckle up. If you're not, check back in about 10 minutes. Because this is your opening statement. This past December, United States Senator Ben Sasse from Nebraska revealed he'd been diagnosed with stage 4 pancreatic cancer. Stage 4 pancreatic cancer diagnosis is devastating. It's nearly certainly a death sentence. And not a long one either. Your end after diagnosis typically comes within weeks or months at most after being sentenced to death, essentially. He said at the time, this was around Christmas last year, he said he had around 3 months. That's just under 13 weeks. He was just 53 years old, and he knew he didn't have much time. Time is the most intimate stranger you'll ever know. It lives inside of you. It lives inside every heartbeat. It lives inside every breath. And it lives inside every fleeting thought. But time isn't something you can hold or measure. It has no weight. It has no matter. And you certainly can't bargain with it on any terms but its own. We like to use phrases like having time or making time or killing time. And doing so, we act as if it's some kind of a possession we own or some sort of creature we can dominate. But in truth, time owns us. It moves through us the way a river cuts through the landscape. Time carves its own path. It erodes and deposits all around us. And it never once consults with us. It doesn't ask our permission. And at any given moment, time might feel a little viscous. You have a single afternoon spent waiting for news, a sleepless night of worry, a long drive even through flat farmland. It can make minutes feel like hours. And in those moments, your mind is desperate to speed time up. You're so trapped in the intensity of what's happening in the right now that every second feels excruciatingly amplified and elongated. Pain does this especially well. But so do things like anticipation and boredom. Think back to when you were in school. You stared at a classroom clock near the end of the day. This is an entirely different experience from now being an adult who glances up at the clock and measuring the exact same quantity of time, wondering where the morning went. In the moment, time can seem almost cruel. It has no hurry to it. It refuses to hurry. And yet those same hours compress with unbelievable speed once they've slipped into your memory. Looking backwards across a decade, and the years sort of fold together. They compress into just a handful of scenes. You have birthdays and arguments and maybe a particularly nice quiet evening. You have first steps, last words. The long, slow days of early parenthood, when every night feels endless and every morning arrives too soon. You look back and they blur into a single memory. It's just a memory of exhaustion mixed in with a little tenderness. That summer that dragged on when you were 16 years old? Well, summers are just a brief flash of time by the time you hit 40. It's one of time's quirks. Time slows when you want it to hurry, and it speeds up the instant you leave it behind. We live in many ways in a stretched present, but a compressed past. And this mismatch leaves us constantly surprised by how quickly everything moves. Once a moment's gone, it's gone, and it's gone with finality. There's no technology, there's no memory, there's no regret that can get that time back. You can't step twice into the same river, and the truth of that grows heavier with age. The particular way a light hit on a particular ball field on a particular spring afternoon. The exact tone of your child's laughter at 3 years old. The specific weight of a hand in your hand during a hospital visit. Those things don't ever come back. They don't return. They're gone. You can take pictures, you can take videos, you can have some semblance of what it sort of looked like in the moment, but they replicate the moment. They don't recreate the moment. The sounds, the smells, what's happening just outside of the frame, it's all lost. You can't visit the past. It's a place that's been permanently closed. All we can do is carry forward incomplete memories drawn from imperfect recollection. Time doesn't pause while we argue. It doesn't pause while we sleep. It doesn't pause while we're distracted by your phone screen or ambition or grief. Time continues through the nights you wish would never end, and it forces you to face the days you wish would never begin. Time moves while we're unconscious in surgery, while you're lost in prayer or meditation, and even while entire nations are torn apart in war or even at peace. There are periods like long illnesses, deep depression, even the first month of new parenthood, when you lose track of calendars altogether. The sun still rises. The seasons still turn. The moon still waxes and wanes because time isn't malicious. It doesn't mean you any harm. It actually doesn't care about you at all. Time came before you, and it will outlast you. It will continue long after you're gone. The clocks will keep ticking, but they'll be ticking in empty rooms. The children in your home will grow to adults who they themselves become parents and then eventually grandparents. Empires, kingdoms, nations will rise and fall. The molecules that make up your body that once answered to your name, they'll disperse. They'll become something entirely unrecognizable. Time won't notice the difference. It's not a morbid thought, it's a clarifying one. The continuity of time beyond our individual existence strips away any illusion that the world revolves around you, around your personal and private drama. But time also quietly insists that whatever meaning you must find must be made inside this brief little window you're given. Because that window is going to close, whether you're finished or not. We waste time with a kind of breathtaking callousness. We scroll through endless feeds on social media, and we're looking at other people's curated moments. And our own moments are wasted. We postpone conversations that matter. We don't take trips we've always wanted to take. We withhold apologies we owe. We keep to ourselves declarations of love that maybe you're too proud or too frightened to make. We treat the future as some sort of inexhaustible reservoir that you can always come to and draw from. But we don't realize at the moment that every day spent in distraction is a day subtracted from the total. The wasted time is rarely dramatic. It's just a slow accumulation of small surrenders. Another hour scrolling on the phone, another evening of half attention, another weekend to deferred until things calm down. Well, things rarely calm down. The calm you're waiting for is often just the quiet that arrives when the people we meant to spend time with are no longer around. Nowhere is the scarcity of time more sharply felt than in the years we have with our children. The window is so much narrower than we realize while you're inside of it. From birth till the day they leave for college or leave the house for their own independent life, usually around 18 years. That's fewer than 7,000 days. That's fewer than 1,000 weekends. A pretty significant portion of that time is spent sleeping or in school or hanging out with friends. The hours of genuine, undivided presence actually is quite small by comparison. Toddlers who once clung to your legs, they become teenagers and they close their bedroom doors. The child who needed help tying his shoes one year is asking for the car keys in the blink of an eye. Parents often discover far too late that the phase they found exhausting was also the phase they would later give almost anything to revisit, because the quantity of time is limited. The quality is what you can still choose. Even the very best of intentions collide with the ordinary and sometimes harsh demands of things like work or just fatigue or the simple fact that children grow on their own clocks, not ours. There's a particular ache that comes from realizing how little of that shared time remains. You look at a picture or video of a 4-year-old, and the adult standing next to you seems like a stranger who somehow replaced that little person you once snuggled to sleep. The days of building block towers or reading the same picture book for the 100th time, of answering endless why questions. Nobody announced the end of those days. They simply became yesterday. Then they became last year. And finally, they become a memory that surfaces at unexpected moments and leaves a hollow place in the deepest part of your soul. Time's nature is merciless, but it's also clarifying. It won't slow no matter how badly you want it to. It won't go back no matter how badly you regret it's gone. And it won't wait for us to become ready. It moves with or without your attention, before you arrive and after you leave. The only power we possess is the power to decide inside that narrow span of time you're gifted, what will you notice? What will you protect? And what will you let slip away without a fight? The present moment is the only one that's ever truly yours. You can't get yesterday, and you're not guaranteed tomorrow. For now, anyway, it's right here. You can fill it with distraction, or you can fill it with attention. Time itself, it's not going to judge the choice. It'll simply continue on, carrying whatever we made of it into the long forgetting that awaits for us all. Former Senator Ben Sasse sat down for an interview with CNN. I'm pretty sure it's going to air this weekend, but they released a short clip of it today. I want to play a little bit of that clip. It's like 30 seconds of that clip, because it hit me pretty hard when I saw it. I'll be honest with you. It hit me very hard. Let me pull this down and pull this up and play this clip.
I have serious regret about how much I traveled. I would just come back from all my trips and take all the hotel keys and throw them on the floor of a closet in my home office. And all of a sudden it became thousands and thousands of keys. And you're like, that's a hell of a lot of missed dinners.
And you look at it kind of like forlornly.
I would look at my kids and I felt like they had a chain around their neck with an hourglass. And I was watching the years, the months or the years or the dinners we had left as a family. And I'd look at my kids and I'd see the sand through the hourglass. Like, what the hell was I doing instead of being with you?
Whatever you think of Ben Sasse's politics, whether you agreed with him or disagreed with him, he had hopes and dreams. He had a wife and kids. He had an unbelievably busy career from a very young age. He traveled for most of his career. First, he commuted as a consultant. Then he became a staffer in Washington, D.C. Then he was a part-time professor at Texas, where he traveled back and forth to teach. Then he went back to D.C. as a staffer, where he traveled back and forth to work. Then back to being a consultant, where he traveled for work. And then he was the president of a university, where he traveled to work. And all that was before traveling for his job as being elected to the United States Senate. And his reflections on the true cost of time that he'd lost with his family hit me really hard. I've had the luxury of working from home for most of my career. Not everyone has that luxury. If you're a coal miner in Eastern Kentucky, there aren't a lot of work from home opportunities. Not a lot of coal mines exist in spare bedrooms. The same goes for most employment. But even working from home, I've lost a lot of time. It's easy to do. There's always one more thing that needs to be done. One more thing that needs to be looked up. One more thing that needs to be written down. And time won't judge me for that. But it may punish me for it. And I think at times it already has. And that is your opening statement. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. I worry. I think of the decision that TPUSA made to put Eric Kirk in charge of TPUSA. I think of it in the context of two little kids that lost their 31-year-old father. That's time they assumed they would have in the future. I'm sure Charlie had put off a lot of things, trying to, well, I'll make a big nest egg and then I'll devote all my time to my family as my kids get older. And he doesn't have that. Time did not wait for him. But he left his wife a multimillionaire dozens of times over. And she has the time. She has the time. I don't know why she's not spending it with. I don't know why she's not spending it with. All right, let me switch from that to Blake Sneff. Holy mackerel. All right, I told you that was hard to get through. I had to stop 2 or 3 times writing that. Get up, walk outside, sit on the back porch, sit on the front porch, go get something to eat, come back, finish writing. Poor Daisy was like, "Are you ready to go through today's show?" And I'm like, "I'm almost done. Give me another 10 minutes. I'm almost done. Give me another 10 minutes." I couldn't finish the opening. I couldn't get through it. I finally had to just stop it. It kind of, it ended sort of abruptly at the end because I was like, all right, I'm done. I cannot spend any more time on this. Guys, welcome. I appreciate your time. I do. I appreciate your time. I want to pull up this Blake Neff piece because I truly do not understand what has gotten into the TPUSA environment. I don't understand what's gotten into the Charlie Kirk show. I don't understand what's gotten into TPUSA. I don't understand what's gotten into any of it, frankly. It's like they're madmen. Learning what I learned this afternoon, maybe I understand why they're madmen. Time will tell. Time will tell how that turns out. Let me pull this up. I want to read through it. There's a word in here that was invented. It is a new word to the English lexicon. It is conspiracy slop. That is the word. It's down here at the bottom. Right there at the bottom. Conspiracy slop. A brand new word. Let's read how it got there. Today, the centerpiece of Candace's show is a claim that a Mormon mafia engineered a takeover of Turning Point USA. Well, was that really the centerpiece of her show yesterday? I don't know. Did you watch the whole show, Blake? Because you'd have to watch the whole show to know the turning point, the centerpiece of the show. So I think this is kind of an admission. He's a Standis at heart. He probably has the cup. He probably wears the CIA shirt. He probably has the "I told my priest I would chill" shirt. But I'm going to allow him to have it. Candace rattles off people brought in by Tyler Boyer with the implication that the organization was gradually changed and corrupted while Charlie wasn't looking. That's not really what she said. I'm not going to go back and play it. We're not going to litigate every line here, but that's not exactly what she said. She didn't indicate it was changed while Charlie wasn't looking. She indicated that Tyler Boyer created it in his image, in something he wanted. The funny part of this is that literally everyone she names, Tyler, Terrell Farnsworth, Andrew Cipher, was at Turning Point before Candace herself. What difference does that make? You're making a timing argument, and the timing is totally irrelevant to her point. Maybe they turned it into this. I mean, accepting your initial premise, which I'm not sure we should, but accepting your central premise that it was turned into the Mormon Mafia without him noticing, well, maybe that was done before she arrived. That your statement here is irrelevant to your point, to her point. Candace's first official TPUSA headshot was taken at Terrell's office. Okay. Again, irrelevant. You would think for someone that claims to be as smart as Blake Sneff, everyone acts like he's the smartest guy that ever walked. He's really bad at communication. He's not very good at it. We'll get to a particular example of that here in a second. All of them have played integral roles in Turning Point for the past decade. Yes, that's her point. That's her point. That is exactly her point. They have played integral roles in Turning Point. That is precisely her point. Once again, Candace is implicitly attacking Charlie himself, basically claiming his entire life's work was a sham from the beginning. Again, I don't think she's claiming that. I think she's claiming there were essentially two components to Turning Point. There was the Charlie component, and then there was the machine that was created within Turning Point. That machine is what continues. The Charlie part is dead. The Charlie part is the only thing we recognized as turning point. We didn't know the machine existed. We hadn't paid attention to the machine. Now that Charlie's gone, the machine's the only thing we see. But it's this last line that gets me, because this last line is still online as far as I know. But that's what she needs to push her narcissistic conspiracy slop. Now, ladies and gentlemen, after you post something to X, you have two options. At any point, you can delete it. You can remove it. But within 60 minutes, you can correct it. You can correct it. So, for example, if you meant to type conspiracy slop, you would type that out and then you publish it, and all of a sudden people are like, Blake. You said conspiracy slop, and that sounds really racist. You go, oh my gosh, you're right. That does sound racist. I should change that. And you would take one of those O's out. Maybe the first one, maybe the second one. Doesn't really matter. Just pull one of them. But if you're going to leave it there beyond the 60-minute window in which you can delete it, amend it, edit it, you can still delete it. You still have that option. That option doesn't go away. At any point, you can go back and delete old tweets. They've been doing that to Charlie for a while. So you could go back and delete it. I suppose there's a third option where you could add a clarifying statement. You could say, hey, oh, by the way, I did not mean to say this. I know this sounds terrible. I would never say this about Candace Owens. This came out all wrong. Please accept my deepest and sincerest apologies. I do believe she's a conspiracy theorist. I do believe she engages in conspiracy slop, but I would never use racially derogatory language towards Candace, and I apologize for that. I hope she accepts it. That option is still on the table. To my knowledge, he has not done any of those three things. None. He's chosen instead just to leave it up. And it's been the talk of the town. Pretty much everybody agrees that looks really bad. And it looks particularly bad in light of Blake Neff's history of being a rabid racist. You remember Blake Neff was originally fired from Fox News and Tucker Carlson's show because he was quoting on a internet message board called Auto Admit. It's an incel forum. It's where angry men who can't get women go and they vent. And apparently Blake found himself quite at home there. In 2016, for example, he said, and the N-words are always honor students or some bull doo-doo. Okay, nice. In 2020, he said, I'm going to blanket this with allegedly, but I think he's admitted to it. But nevertheless, allegedly. In 2020, June 5th of 2020, he said black dudes staying inside playing Call of Duty is probably one of the biggest factors keeping crime down. In other words, we know all black dudes are out to kill. And if they're not killing people in public in the streets, they're probably killing people online. And we're thankful that the public crime rate is going down, meaning they're probably just killing people online. That's Charlie Kirk show producer Blake Neff. June 24th, 2020, not to be outdone. He said, honestly, given how black people always claim to be, maybe the real crisis is their lack of sleep. I've known a lot of black people. I've never known them to be narcoleptic, particularly tired. Maybe, I don't know. The fact that Candace Owens runs circles around you ought to tell you it's not a racial issue. And that's not even to mention the 5-year reign of terror Blake Neff led against an Asian administrator at his former university, where he called her an Asian megashrew, stalked her Facebook page, talked about vacations she took, dates she'd been on. And it was pretty bad. And that's not to mention that thread got revived on September 7th this year. Someone chimed back in on that thread talking again about the Asian megashrew. Where is she now? What's she doing? Well, where had been Blake up until September 7th? He'd been in Korea and Japan. Kind of ground zero for Asian women. A lot more of them there than at Dartmouth. Makes you wonder if that was him. I don't know for that last one. That's the only one I don't know was him. I think the rest of them he's basically admitted are him. I think the rest of them he's basically admitted are him. But I raised the issue in light of TPUSA's history with some of the employment decisions they've made over the years. They fired 2 people that I'm aware of for making racist comments. One was one of the basically founders of the organization with Charlie. She was operating as the de facto COO. Someone came across some text messages she'd allegedly sent to a former employee, and she was gone, sort of unceremoniously. And it caused chaos. It was written about in the news. TPUSA was taking a media hit, and they sacrificed her over it. It's funny that obviously she wasn't a true racist at heart, because when she left there, she went from TPUSA to live with Clarence Thomas, who is, last I checked, black, not white. And went on to go to law school and lead a good career. So that was one of the people who had made the comments. Admittedly, comments she shouldn't have been texting at work, but nevertheless, that's what happened. There was another one that was fired for making some racist comments along the way. I can't remember the exact details of that. But it raises the issue of, why is Blake allowed to stay? Why is he so important to the organization? Are college students identifying with Blake Sneff? Are college students looking at Blake Sneff and being like, yeah, bro, that's what I aim to be. I aim to be Blake Neff. I want to be on a podcast where I kind of whine, complain, and I'm closet status, and I get on Twitter every night and argue with people. I doubt Blake Neff is really identifying with that many. There was an argument to be made while Charlie was alive. Maybe he found some value in Blake's ability to help prepare him for debates and all that stuff. I question that, but maybe, it's possible. But the reality is, Charlie's not with us anymore. It's been almost a year. No one's out there debating anyone. No one's out there running on campuses and doing. So what's he still doing there? What's he still doing there? What's he still doing there? The reality is, we don't know. The reality is, we don't know. I want to show one more thing. This came up today. I tried to pull it up before the show started, but Candace's show had not yet processed. And I was waiting for it to process before I pulled it up. Now, all right, here it is. It's still not processed all the way, but we'll play it anyway. I mentioned one time on the show that Candace holds back a lot. And I had a lot of people ask, what does that mean? But Baron, what do you mean by that? And I was like, well, she just does. Like, she knows a lot, and I don't know why she doesn't drop all these bombs. She kind of holds them back, and maybe it's out of a commitment to privacy. Maybe I don't know what it is, but she holds a lot back. And I gave an example of some things she had showed me on her phone, did not violate her confidence, did not tell you what the content of that was at all. But I couldn't understand why she hadn't dropped some of those bombs, because I think it goes right to the heart of all the arguments against her. Well, tonight she did drop some of those bombs, and I will show you just an example of what I was talking about.
His attacks against me, and you are going to be able to judge for yourself what kind of relationship we had. Shockingly, just to be clear, I was working for Ben Shapiro, who's a part owner of Daily Wire, for that company when this was going down. And it was obvious that there was a coordinated effort from the inside post October 7th to begin privately pressuring and smearing anybody who wasn't repeating the narrative that Israel were the only victims, that everything began on October 7th and they had a right to do whatever they wanted. The beginning of the infamous Christ is King and genocide is always wrong scandal, when they started swarming. That's the only way I can describe it. It's a swarm, infestation. So here are the messages.
So read these messages and because we're going to cover a few things tonight. This is a good lead into what we were going to cover tonight anyway. Read these messages and tell me if this sounds consistent with what everybody is screaming at the top of their lungs that Charlie believed until the very bitter end. And that if he said anything at all, he was just blowing off a little steam, but he remained true to the cause till the very end. Just read this with me.
Charlie sent me his tweet defending me. I am genuinely confused by asking questions and quoting Bible verses about peace warrants a call to resign from the Daily Wire. There should be more room in the conservative movement for disagreement. We can do better than this. Charlie then wrote to me, don't resign because it's what they want. I said, I won't. I know. Charlie wrote, Jeremy, boring. He knew exactly what Jeremy was. 100% workshopped this. This is not Ben acting alone. This is a hit. I said, I believe it. I believe that 100%. Also, they are idiots. Charlie then came back and said, this is a C-level hit against you because they think they can provoke you, which was what was happening. They were trying to provoke me to quit. I wrote back, yes. And he said, that's why this is all coordinated. I came back and I said, also Marissa, and I was referring to Marissa Straight of Prager University, is involved. I suspect they always send her out last to talk sense to me. He said, they want you to do a video. Oh my God, I'm out. I'm not going to work for him. I said, I believe it. He said, Marissa Straight, she's part of the tribe. Do not listen to her.
I want to drill in on that line for a second. She's part of the tribe. I'll come back to that in a second. But ladies and gentlemen, if Charlie's texts were being observed, them's fighting words. Them's fighting words. You guys may not know this, but tribe is a slur against Jewish people. Part of the tribe. Sometimes you'll hear people refer to them as members of the tribe. That is not a compliment. That's not a compliment, ladies and gentlemen. That is a slur. Am I saying Charlie's engaging in some sort of anti-Semitic slur? Well, not necessarily. I mean, it's possible. Maybe he didn't mean it quite that way. But man, he had to know what the double entendre was behind that. He might not have known. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. He's passed. He can't answer for himself. But man, I almost fell off my rocket chair today when she played that clip. And I was like, whoo, she's part of the tribe. Whoa. I couldn't believe it. Okay. Oh, sorry. I'll continue. Oh, and in case you wonder, she is part of the tribe. I mean, in the, like, Ben Shapiro, Jeremy, part of the gang. She is Jewish, though, if you're wondering. She was part of the IDF. She was part of Unit 8200. They're kind of like elite technical forces. So she's there. But maybe, let's give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he's just saying she's part of the gang that wants to hit up on you. This was not the night before he died. Okay? This is not the night before he died. Oh, no, did I not play it again? Dang it. I've pulled two Barons tonight. I'll back it up. I apologize, ladies and gentlemen. I'll back it up. I apologize. Not my night, ladies and gentlemen. Not my night. If you're tuning in for the first time, it's usually a lot better than this.
He said, they want you to do a video. Oh my God, I'm out. I'm not going to work for him. I said, I believe it. He said, Marissa Straight, she's part of the tribe. Do not listen to her. I said, I know she is. I always know when they roll her out, it's like programming. And this time I stood up to her because I did that time. Did not apologize for saying genocide is always wrong. Charlie said, good. He continues. I've told all the Jews recently to go to hell who try and tell me to stop.
Again, that's the line where I stopped. You guys weren't watching at the time. Obviously, you're watching the side of my head, but that was not the night before he died. Like, we're told it's only the night before he died that he ever vented. He just, maybe had a mini stroke, maybe off his rocker, had too much coffee. He, slept on the wrong side of the bed. I don't know. But this was like a year before he died. Or maybe more. I told all the Jews recently to go to hell who try and tell me to stop. If Charlie's texts were being monitored, and I have strong suspicion that his texts were being monitored. If his texts were being monitored, this is the type of text that would send a flag up the flagpole and put Charlie's life in jeopardy. This is the type of text that would have put his life in jeopardy. Now, does that mean everyone who texts like that, if two low-level political operatives get fired up and say the same. No. But Charlie was the golden boy. I'll show you tonight evidence of that they're still trying to portray him as the golden boy for the cause. This was how he really felt about what was going on at the time.
I said, it's unreal. It's an implicit threat. He said, BTW, did the flight work out okay? I was 40 weeks pregnant and he was helping me to find a plane last second. And I said, by the way, you are featured in my Tucker interview that just dropped. I defended you hardcore. I forgot to mention that he just dropped it. And he said, thank you. We are on the same team. Screw these people. And I said around the 20-minute mark. And he said, thank you for doing that. I really appreciate it. Very few of us are willing to stand up to the cabal right now.
To the cabal? Oh, man. Tribe, cabal. Charlie, telling them all to go to hell. Guys, honestly, when you see text messages like this, it is liberation of the... I got to be very careful how I word this. When you see text messages like this, it is vindication. Maybe that's a better way to put it. Vindication for the idea that there might have been an interest in taking Charlie out due to his evolving position on this issue. When Tucker said that recently, that, he wasn't killed for his opinion on trans rights. He was killed for his opinion on this particular issue relative to our greatest ally. Oh my gosh, people had a fit. They threw a fit. They panicked. They dropped everything they were doing and immediately launched into attack Tucker mode and see if we can revive Charlie Kirk's legacy mode. Well, guys, this isn't something he came up with the very last second right before he passed away. This is evidence that he was struggling with a group of people and an issue for a very long time. I'm not saying he was right. I'm not saying he was wrong. That's not my point of playing this. My point is they're not being honest about his legacy. They're not being honest about his thoughts. They're not being honest about who he truly was. They're not being honest about the struggles he was going through.
I said, thank you so much for having my back. You know, I have yours. I'm really so disgusted by what they did to you. Years of service to the pro-Israel cause, and no one cares, treating you like you are only as good as what you can do to them. The plane worked out great today. Thank you so much. It made all the difference. This pregnant, LOL, I'm literally 40 weeks. And he wrote, absolutely, we are on the same team. People are waking up and it is finally happening. He continued, it is so transactional. I am repulsed by it. For years, I was called a Jewish shill. And now they say, I am a Hamas agent. Screw them. The game has changed.
So that was a month and a week after October 7th. We got a date on the last one. That was a month and a week after October 7th. It was almost 3 years ago now, but it was right at 2 years, almost under 2 years from when he passed away. I've heard a lot of speculation recently that the plan to remove Charlie might have gone into place a lot earlier than we previously suspected. There's been a lot of speculation that the plan to remove Charlie may have really started in earnest the summer before he passed, so like June, July. I don't think so. Are you guys familiar with a sermon? I can't remember the guy's name who wrote it. Hang on. Jonathan Edwards' sermon, Sinners in the Hands of an Angry God, is the name of it. You can buy it. You can read it. It's short. Pretty powerful, if we're being honest. I think he was a Methodist preacher or something back in the mid-18th century, like the 1750s, 60s. Jonathan Edwards, Sinners in the Hands of an Angry God. There's a line in there about God holding us in his hand. And we're like the spider on the end of a thread of spider silk, and we're being held over an open bonfire. And at any moment, God could open his fingers and let us fall into the bonfire, but he doesn't. But he could. And that any moment, you're just moments away, mere milliseconds away from plunging down. The Greeks had an idea of the sword of Damocles, right? It would be above your head. It was on a very thin string, and it could be cut at a moment's notice. The sword would come down and end your life. You'd never know it was coming. I feel like Charlie was sort of the spider on the end of that spider thread over the open bonfire. He was standing under the sword of Damocles. And he was in that situation for a couple of solid years because of comments like that. I think it's I don't know what just happened. I don't know if I'm still here. Everything just locked up on me. The idea that Charlie somehow was able to have conversations like these and those conversations go without notice is highly unlikely. We jokingly talk about how you make a comment about Titleist golf balls. I don't play golf, but if I did, maybe I have a conversation with a friend and I'm saying, I really like the new Titleist golf ball. Big fan of the Titleist golf ball. I need to get a sleeve of them. And all of a sudden, I get an advertisement from Amazon, from Google, and I'm looking at Titleist golf balls. I've never talked about Titleist golf balls a day in my life. I've never seen an advertisement, but there they are. They're listening. We joke about it, but it's reality. It's what happens. That's what happens. We also joke about the NSA and the FBI eavesdropping on our conversations. Tucker Carlson famously mentioned that he was even on one of the supposedly private apps, Signal, and that he's having a conversation on his Signal app trying to set up an interview with a foreign head of state when he's contacted by federal officials who say, hey, what are you doing? Don't do that. Knock it off. They say, how did you even know? I'm using private app. And then they read him the messages. They saw them. They knew them. They knew what he was saying. We talk about emails. I hear this all the time. People will say, hey, I want to send you something. I'm not going to send it by email. Or I'm not going to send it by text. Why? The implication is somebody's watching your email. Somebody's watching your text, either algorithmically through AI or maybe actual organic interference, meaning a human being is intercepting your communications and reviewing them in real time, or at least at some later date. You think for a second they're worried about your humble host? And they're not worried about Charlie Kirk, the golden boy, who they're investing hundreds of millions of dollars into, flying all over the country 300 days a year? They're sending him out with a message. You think they wouldn't be looking at his text messages? You think they wouldn't know what his private thoughts were on these issues? Of course they would. Of course they would. And from that moment on, he's a sinner in the hands of an angry God. He's standing under the sword of Damocles. Any moment, that thing could come collapsing down on him at a moment's notice. Because they knew his true thoughts. They knew what he was talking about. They knew what he was telling people about. So I think the plan to remove Charlie probably started much, much earlier. You remember the PBD podcast that he did where he was sitting in front of those what looked like safety deposit boxes, and he's talking about, this is just a couple of weeks after October 7th, maybe a week or two after October 7th. And he's talking about, I think the plan is genocide. And he mentioned the G word, and everybody's like, whoa, you can't say the G word. And he's like, well, that's kind of what they're planning to do. Well, how's that turned out? How was that prediction? It looks pretty good to me. Like it looked like he might have had some inside information, may have known something. But you can't go saying stuff like that in public and then 2 or 3 weeks later texting Candace things like this in private and stay on side with your team. He said it there in the last text that he sent her. I've been called an Israeli shill this whole time, and now they're saying I'm a Hamas defender. Well, yeah. Yeah. They're saying that because they know you're positions. They know what your true thoughts are. I'm going to show you something now that's a little weird, if we're being honest. Knowing what we know about how Charlie Kirk really felt in private and public on this issue in the final, not days of his life, years of his life, the final years of his life, how he felt on this topic, particularly them pressuring him to take certain positions and say certain things. I want to show you a website. This website is called Hear From Us, the Israel Experience. The next best thing to being there. The Israel Experience is an immersive, in-person encounter that brings the land, people, and story of Israel into your community. You can host the experience. You can click a button and host the experience. It gives you a self-guided walk through the story, land, and life. So you can fly over it, in a movie theater, you can, or like on a screen. Then they put a VR headset on you and you can relive a mass attack, a war, a battle. For some reason they think that's a good idea. And then right after that, you go to the kids' discovery space. You can follow the storyline. You see these people here. They've got these masks on, these VR masks. They're watching an attack take place. That's like a kid and a dad. But this is so what is this? Who runs this organization? What is this? Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Show Faith by Works effort. We've talked about this work. You can see it down here on the lower left-hand side. Show Faith by Works. The material is distributed by Show Faith by Works on behalf of Israel, Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Additional information available at the Department of Justice, Washington, D.C. Well, we made ourselves at home with that information and dug through it. On the website, anytime you have to put this on your website, you can be sure it is, in fact, propaganda. Our posture. We are not lobbyists, and this is not propaganda. If you have to say it, it probably is. It probably is. And again, if you have to give a disclaimer that it is paid for by our greatest ally, then you have to file with FARA. Then by nature, it is both propaganda and lobbying. That's the definition. That's the definition. Like, I don't have to register with them. I'm not taking money from a foreign government to try to convince you otherwise. I'm not trying to propagandize you. We have a self-guided tour. Let's look at the self-guided tour here real quick. Now, it's important to note, not all of this is available on the website if you just go clicking around. Our very own Daisy might have found some additional information on this website that's not available yet. But it's public. It's just not mapped on their website. You can't click and find it. But you start listening to your self-guided audio tours. You click a button, you go to a tent C, and you learn about the people. Then you go to tent D, you learn about the Old Testament. Tent E, the New Testament. Tent F, survival and resilience. Tent G, modern day Israel. Tent S, Survivor VR. This is where you hear the survivor stories from October 7th, and then you keep going on. Okay, well, when you click those stories, what are you going to get? Well, here is the fact sheet. Here is the fact sheet that they hand out to churches who are hosting this event. What is the experience? It is a fully immersive on-site mobile exhibition that brings the story directly to your church or community. 9 modular display tents and a 34-foot exhibition trailer. This is not a fly-by-night operation. A fully self-contained mobile museum set up at your location. State-of-the-art 100-degree theater. Exhibits, displays, curated artifacts, designed for Christian audiences. Brainwashing material. A trained team to manage setup, flow, and guide interaction. A propaganda team. A children's area for younger attendees to indoctrinate them early. On-site security, full event insurance, and yada, yada, yada. So this is kind of the fact sheet of what you can expect if you order up this. Oh, people are not able to read the docs. Just trust me. Just trust me. You've missed nothing so far. You've missed nothing. We have an 8-week
Sounds
study
terrible.
course that you can get if you're
8
not
week
thoroughly
study
indoctrinated on your
course.
one-day visit to
No, good on that.
the mobile tent. You have an 8-week study guide.
I'd rather have a
Watch,
lobotomy.
study, listen, reflect. Got all the good stuff here. So this is just sort of an idea of what they're paying for, what they're trying to do. I want you to, this is the articles list. So I'm going to set the scene for you. You go there and you get your little headphones, and you can, as you go from tent to tent, you click on little buttons on a pad or whatever on your phone. You click on little buttons and it'll play through an article for you. So I'm going to show you what these things are. This will give you an idea of what the different stories are. So you go into the thing and you click number 1. Well, number 1 comes up. Why did God choose Israel? Okay, fair enough. So then you go to number 2 here. Why does the Torah matter to Christians? All right, yeah, we're good. Number 3, how is the Jewish Tanakh different from the Christian Old Testament? All right, gotcha, Roger. And it's just things like this. Why does the Western Wall still matter today? Okay, now let's slide down to number 13 here. I don't want to build too much suspense. So 11. How did Israel win the 1948 War of Independence? Okay, got it.
James, have you ever heard of a
12.
watch party, James?
What is replacement theology? This is a made-up term that doesn't exist, but whatever. Watch number 13. Lucky number 13 here. Watch what you'll never believe what pops up in light of what we just talked about. Hear from Charlie Kirk. In the midst of all this, whatever this stuff is, I don't know. You might like it, you might not. I don't particularly care, but why are we hearing from Charlie Kirk? Why is that a thing? Now, keep in mind what we just read in his text messages, what he's thinking. Keep in mind everything we just read, everything he's thinking. This is the video. Now, all this stuff is wildly out of context, by the way, but watch this video.
If you bless Israel, you will be blessed. If you scorn Israel, you will be scorned. I have a heart for Israel. It made me a stronger Christian in a way I can't even tell you, right?
That's the appearance where he went on to say, oh, and they're engaged in the G word. That's what we think's coming. I mean, they're taking these things so wildly out of context. I'm not going to play the whole video because it's just a minute and a half of that. Taking him out of context. Because oftentimes what he would do is when he would lobby a criticism, he would first give a declaratory statement. I love the place. Some greatest place I've been there twice, loved both times. However, what's happening is blah, 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 blah. And he would go on and list all the reasons why he was frustrated with the current situation. They cut all that part out, obviously. They cut all that out. Here's the PBD clip they used. I'm going to quote from it. I'm not going to sit here and play it, but I'm going to quote from it. The clip they used says, and I have a heart for Israel. I can tell you what it did. It made me a stronger Christian in a way I can't even tell you, to be able to see where our Lord rose from the dead. That's the clip they used. Here's what he said 4 minutes before. This is the part they didn't use. But the fact is now Bibi and the Israel hard-right government has a mandate. I got to be careful the way I say this. They're going to try to ethnically cleanse Gaza. I mean that, and I don't use that term lightly. Okay, they're talking about basically removing 2.5 million people. They didn't play that part. They played the other part. They played the part he said 4 minutes later. Why didn't they play that part? That part seems pretty relevant to the context of what you're trying to tell us he meant and said, right? Well, sort of. Sort of. And so we get an idea of all this money coming into the country. Before I go to this next part, I just want to ask you a question. If Russia or China or, I don't know, Gaza was spending, Iran was spending tens of millions of dollars on this type of an operation, don't you think people would lose their mind? Russia spent like $25,000 on Facebook ads during an election season. And there was a multi-year investigation and they tried to impeach the president. like a few tens of thousands of dollars. They literally tried. They actually tried to impeach. They did impeach the president. They didn't convict him, but they did impeach him. Can you imagine if they were spending $100+ million on this effort? Can you imagine if they were, well, what else were they doing? We'll show you. Because it wasn't just that one organization. It's not just Show Faith by Works. There's also a company called Bridges Partners. Bridges Partners. We've heard the joke often about the $7K per month or per post or whatever. Here's where it comes from. This is where that
Project Esther. I think it's Project Esther.
This is where that came from. You'll see the invoice right here.
Oh no.
So this is the invoice for the Esther project. The Esther project. Influencer campaign. Initial payments for production and influencers. Concept development with each influencer. Begin matching with Israeli content partners and writing initial post. $60,000. They're paying influencers to write posts. Development phase for influencers in production. 5 to 6 influencers begin creating content. Begin onboarding additional influencers. Post volume approximately 25 to 30. So 30 posts net $140,000. And they say that the podcasters are making too much money. What? You could get 140 grand for 30 X posts? That's a pretty good deal.
I suspect Dom Luker.
Payment for influencers production. 3 to 4 additional influencers begin.
Brandon.
New Israel connections created. Post volume approximately 25 to 30. So 30 posts.
Brandon Tatum.
$200,000.
Jack Posobiec.
That is ludicrous amounts of money per post. This is just one invoice. This is just one invoice that we have. Payments for influencers in production. 3 to 4 more influencers activated. Activated. That's what you talk about, an agent. You activate them. A military member, you activate them. Further expansion of content partnerships. Post volume approximately 25 to 30. $250,000. Here's a final influencers in production. 3 to 4 more activated. Post volume 25 to 30. So
Matt Nuclear.
Let's call it 4. Let's do lowest number. 3, 6, 9, 14.
Libs of TikTok.
14 influencers. Like, I don't know. What's that? $500,000? $1 million? It's a lot of money. $750,000, maybe more. You know, you start putting it together, you got a real income coming in. That's where we got that idea. That was from Bridges Partners. Well, we got a supplemental statement from Bridges Partners. And on the supplemental statement, we actually get some specifics. We get some specifics here. For example, is this the one that had the bot thing on it? Hold on. No. No. Okay. We get a breakdown of particular dollars spent to particular organizations. This gives you an idea, again, of how much money's flying around in this operation. You want to know why some people all of a sudden have a great interest in this topic? Look at some of this money floating around. Wholehearted Love LLC. We believe that top line right there is a podcast. There's a podcast out there called Wholehearted Love. I can't state with certainty that's what it is, but how many organizations do you know are called Wholehearted Love? That podcast, they gave him $4,500. We have no idea why. We don't know if it was an advertisement. We don't know if it was like, hey, will you book our guest? Then you got this D3 Entertainment, segmented audience marketing, $25,000. Candor Marketing, 11. Then this Roll Up and Rollin Samuel Lopez, it's all the same person. 4,000, 6,000, 8,000, 4,000, 10,000, 5,500, 3,000, 3,100, 54. Again, this is just one invoice that we've gotten our hands on. Just one more invoice that we've gotten our hands on. I'm being told it is the podcast because we now have the LLC filing. Owned by 2 Christian influencers named Caleb and Stephanie Rouse. I don't know them. They offer Christian counseling. They also offer foreign propaganda. Pick your poison. Pick your poison. we've got this guy. This is Candor Marketing. This is the guy who runs it. His name is Nick Hurst. He's on one of the list of people getting money. We have no idea why. This is him here. He is a preacher. Why are foreign governments paying our preachers who wear skinny jeans? If I go to a church and the preacher has a print on his jeans, I am leaving. That's it. That's all I need to see. Goodbye. Goodbye. But he's a preacher. Why are we paying a preacher 5 figures of foreign propaganda money? Why? Why? Roland Lopez, John Groves. John Groves gets $8,000. John Groves looks like a preacher. Why is he getting money? What's going on? Why are we paying our preachers foreign propaganda money? When you show up at your church, you hope that the preacher is preaching his conscience. It's not an advertisement for some foreign government. That's weird. If my preacher's on the payroll of China, I don't want to be there. If he's on the payroll of Iran or Russia, I don't want to go. If he's on the payroll of our greatest ally, miss me. I don't want to be there. I'll see you somewhere else. Now, that was just the second organization. We had Show Faith by Works. We had Bridges Partners. Now we have Targeted Communications. Let me pull this up here.
Baron said, miss
Targeted
me.
Communications.
Miss me with that bullshit.
There we go. Oh. I'm trying to find the amount on this.
Did he say we needed to be the whistleblower? Yeah.
Another invoice.
You're right.
Jeepers creepers, Mr. Peepers. You'll have to trust me. I'm rolling it up a little bit because there's an address on there, and I'm not 100% sure if it's a home address or a business address. But this is a Targeted Communications on behalf of our greatest ally, U.S. Strategic and Creative Consulting. This started in January of last year and went through the end of September. $1.5 million. $1.5 million through the first quarter. Another $1.5 million there. Another $1.5 million there. Then we've got advertising after Charlie passes. October, November, December, 1 million, 1.5, 1.2 million. A lot of money flowing around in this issue. When you see the engagement, when you see your favorite podcaster and all of a sudden all they can do is talk about it. I've seen this. We have one that's an enemy of, friend of the show. He's a friend of the show. It doesn't matter what you talk about. He's like, oh, you saying it's Jews? You saying it's Jews? Like, what are you talking about? Nobody's ever mentioned the Jews.
Paramount
That's what we talk about.
Gary.
Why are you so obsessed with it? Well, maybe, I don't know, but maybe we know. Yeah, it's in Euro dates. Euro trash. Oh, excuse me, my European friends. We don't say that here in the United States. We don't mean that. We don't say that. We would never, ever, ever say that. We have a supplemental filing here. So what happens here is every time these organizations have contact with the media, they have to report it, in theory. This particular organization did. So we're able to look and see all the contact they've had with media. So on Fox News, 21 days after Charlie passes, they're trying to do a media pitch. The next day, they're on CNN trying to do a TV booking, PR management. CNN and Newsweek, TV booking. The day after that, Fox News, by text, media pitch. A couple of days later, CNN, TV booking. The same day, Newsmax, TV booking. News Nation, TV booking. CNN, TV booking. CNN, TV booking. CNN, TV booking. CNN, TV booking. The Beebster, BBC, The Beeb, TV booking. News Nation, TV booking. This is all just in the first week of October. Fox News, Fox News, Fox News. BBC, TV booking. Now we go into week 2. CNN, NBC, News Nation, BBC, Fox News, News Nation, Fox News, ABC News, CNN, Newsmax, BBC, NBC News, CBS, Bloomberg, News Nation. If you watch any of these organizations, if you read any of these organizations, this is who is providing their guests. This is who is providing the guests. You just look at it. Fox Business, Fox News, Daily Wire, Fox News, New York Post, Daily Wire, LJ World. I don't even know what that is. But you just read on and on. It just keeps going. Just keeps going. Fox News Radio, Houston, Fox News Radio, LA, California Post, Southern California News Group.
I bet Daisy dug all this up.
And then the
She's
payments
good.
for all that work, they got 1.5 million.
1.5
half million,
now.
1.5, more than a half,
Wow.
1.5, almost 3. A total of $10 million.
Oh,
Total
wow.
of $10 million. And this is their advertising. They advertise $7,500 with the Daily Caller. They spend all this money on advertising. Breitbart News, $40,000. Well, is Breitbart News going to give you honest reporting on this issue? Maybe. Maybe not.
No.
We already knew Daily Wire wasn't, so that's wasted money. They were going to say that anyway. X Corp, X, almost $700,000 to advertise on X. And then down here, you've got another $240,000. It's almost $1 million to advertise on X.
Shit.
One wonders, are they advertising through the traditional platform, or is this money being spent to creators to advertise? Like if you pay some podcaster and he's out there on X promoting your cause, is that part of that payment? How does that work?
I'm going to have to clip this. Might have to clip it. We'll see. Put it on X. People think it's all organic. Shit's not organic.
Here is the website. Well, I won't show that. Oh, this is a good one. So one of the places they spend a bunch of money is this K Creative, right? It's K Creative. This is a good way to figure out why your feed often looks the way it does. You remember after the White House Correspondents' Dinner event? Look at that. Control the narrative. You remember after the White House Correspondents' Dinner event, there were like 40 social media influencers, all with the same message. Got to build the ballroom. This is why we need a ballroom. Don't tell President Trump he can't have his ballroom. Stand down on the ballroom. Well, that's what K Creative specializes in. You want to see an example of it? I'll show you. They're proud of it, by the way.
Control the narrative.
They show actual examples of their things. And notice who's in here. Benny Boy Johnson. Look at that.
Oh, wow.
Here's 24 straight minutes of Democrats denying election results. Why didn't the Republicans DA prosecute them? Clay Travis. Here's 24 minutes of Democrats denying election results. When will these crimes be prosecuted and all these Democrat politicians be arrested?
Truman
TikTok.
Show.
Here's 24 straight minutes of Democrats denying election results. Whatever you do not share this. They're bragging.
They're bragging about this.
They're bragging.
What
And
the
then they have
hell?
all these different examples of all these
I'm
different
clipping
stories.
this.
This is why it looks that way. This is why your social media
Holy
feed looks the way it looks.
shit.
This is why you scroll. You say, why are 10 people talking about this today?
What?
They're bragging. It's an advertising campaign. They're bragging that it's an advertising campaign.
This is insane to me. I mean,
Now,
I knew
we
it
got
was
yet
there.
another one.
I
This
didn't
one's
know they
cool.
bragged
This is
about it
probably
like
my
this.
favorite one. This is the one I've been waiting to get to. I've been scrolling past the other ones in order to get to this. All right, this is a company called, what are they called? SKD Knickerbocker. You gotta be careful how you say that. Be careful how you say that. Mr. Transcript, it's Knickerbocker, like the New York Knickerbockers. SDK Knickerbocker LLC. They will tell you right here they are contracting with a foreign principal. We know who it is. It's our greatest ally. We scroll. What are we doing here? All right, here's the execution. A lady named Jasmine Hook signed it. What exactly are we trying to accomplish? This is my favorite one, by the way. Stagwell. We're going to do some PR support. We got some services here. Service provider. That's the company that's going to provide the services. Check this out. One of the things they have agreed to do, service provider will develop a bot-based program on various social media channels. For example, Instagram, TikTok, LinkedIn, YouTube, that floods the zone with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs pro-Israel message.
They say flood the
Need to make that
zone.
even bigger.
Holy shit.
I want you to see this. It's this little 4 right here. They're flooding the zone.
They literally
with bots.
say flood the zone.
Bot-based program on your favorite social media channel that floods the zone with pro greatest ally messaging. That's what they are paying for. That's what this company agreed to provide. So when you get on X, when you get on YouTube, when you get in the game and you're on social media and you see this, golly, what is going on here? It's too much. My zone is being flooded. I'm in the zone and the whole zone is flooded.
Baron's the GOAT, man.
It's not organic. The posts aren't organic. We just saw Benny Johnson engaging in one of those campaigns. They used him as an example of how effective their campaign is. Notice how he says the exact same thing everybody else said. Benny, that's not a compliment. That means you're a hack. It means you're a paid hack. You're a, what do they call it when someone pays and they exchange services? Maybe you take your clothes off and you take payment and you provide a service and then you go home. There's some word for it. Starts with a P. Rhymes with prostitution. You're an admitted prostitute. You're an admitted prostitute, Benny.
Wow.
I mean, guys. Luckily for us, they have to disclose this stuff, or at least they're supposed to. And to some extent they have. I don't know how long they'll continue to comply with these disclosure requirements. I don't know. But did Benny Johnson disclose he got paid for that tweet? When 40 people the night of the White House Correspondents' Dinner all tweeted about it's time to build the ballroom, did any of them disclose having been paid for that? Shouldn't they? You know, if I take an advertisement from a beverage company, some energy drink, and I tell everybody how great the energy drink is, if I don't disclose that I was paid for that tweet, that's a violation of the terms of service. I can be kicked off for life. I could be demonetized and banned from X for doing that. YouTube, same thing. You know, I jokingly talk about goat water all the time. It's great. If goat water ever started paying me and I didn't tell you and I kept just the shtick up, I love goat water. Goat water is the best. Everybody should go buy goat water. If I got paid any kind of remuneration at all, say that right? Any kind of money whatsoever?
Remuneration.
Any kind of compensation? They sent me free bottles to try. If I don't disclose that, I could be kicked off the site. Why is it any different if you're acting on behalf of a campaign like that? Why aren't they being questioned? Why, when your profile, Benny, is on the page bragging about the effectiveness of the advertising campaign and that you were a part of it, and you didn't disclose? I don't think he disclosed. Why is X not investigating it and saying, well, Benny, did you get paid for this? It looks like you did. Libs of TikTok, did you get paid for this? If you got paid for this and didn't disclose it, that's a violation of our terms of service. Here's a warning, or here's you're off, one or the other. I wonder about that with some of these podcasters and their content and their attacks on certain other podcasters. Are you being paid to attack me? Are you being paid to attack Candace Owens? Is someone giving you something of value in exchange for that? Because if the answer to that question is yes, you should disclose that. You absolutely should disclose that. I got to show you this. We got a couple of new hats coming in soon to the merch store. We've got the world famous Bad Cop hat that's coming and a new Bull Butter hat that's coming in Bull Butter yellow.
I'm gonna pause him there while he shills his merch. Good time to pause. Wow, I'm glad I'm here with the 18 to 20 people that have been kind of hanging on for the entire time that we've been streaming. And we got whoever's here now, of course, we got to witness that together. So obviously we knew there's propaganda. Me personally, I understood that there was this Esther project happening, where that's where the whole idea of the $7,000 comes from. If you saw that on X a lot and you were curious about why does everybody say that they're getting paid $7,000? Is it just some kind of meme or whatever? Of course, it was turned into a meme, but no, this is how the math broke down of the real funding that would be given to influencers through this Esther project to essentially administer propaganda on behalf of our greatest ally. So that's where that comes from. And so I knew, although I knew it existed, I just pictured it as this obscure document, which I've seen the document, and this obscure meeting that was obviously was like disclosed, I guess. The meeting with Bibby was disclosed, where he met with influencers, and it was an exciting time for them for some reason, because I guess they realized they were getting paid. I didn't know everybody that was in that meeting, but clearly it was the usual suspects. From what I can tell, in my opinion, the libs of TikTok, the Benny Johnsons, whoever else was listed there. So you should be suspicious. In my opinion, you should be suspicious of and cautious about what influencers that you're seeing pushing what narrative online. I'm personally here with on YouTube. Really, I may have gravitated to this point, anyways, but at some point, but it's because of Charlie. And so it seems like now it's like they could be paid to push this narrative about Charlie. Again, it's just speculation. But based on what I'm seeing with this whatever media company, that this before the last one that he mentioned, which was what the hell was it? I saved it anyway. Let's see. K Creative, control the narrative. That's just disgusting. If you think about it, it's just absolutely disgusting. Control the narrative is their mantra, I guess. So that's what they're doing, and that, I believe, it seems like that's what they did with this correspondence dinner. But then it makes you wonder, okay, but so were you controlling the narrative with the actual the quote unquote assassin? Were you controlling the narrative with that? So was that, dare I say, satirically, hypothetically, was that real? Was that a real event? So that's yeah, I don't like to pause Baron, but I know he was going to get into some of his merch. I can always fast forward the merch stuff and watch some more. I don't even know how YouTube feels. I haven't looked into like watch parties and streaming other people's content like I am now, but who cares? We're here for it. We got to see it. We're more aware. We've become more aware of what's going on. So I will play some more.
Butter yellow. So we got the bad cop hat. Look how nice that is. And the bull butter hat. That's a nice hat there. That's a nice hat there. It's coming, ladies and gentlemen. It's coming soon. I also want to show you we have a few new items in the merch store as of today that are already in there. We have this new allegedly shirt available in ladies V-neck and regular unisex tee there. If you scroll down a little bit more, we have a new grand jury shirt for members of the grand jury and a whole bunch of other stuff. Man, it's a great merch store. We got great stuff in here. RBP mug with the black inside. We got a ladies white tank there. Good stuff. Our Christ is King stuff at the bottom. So if you've ever wanted to update your merch game, now is an excellent time because we got some new items in there that really look sharp. And the hats will be added here before too terribly long. So realbaronpodcast.com, click the merch button, go down, click view all, and you'll get taken to the full merch store. If you've liked the program, feel free to click like. Go ahead and check and make sure you're subscribed. I know some people say they thought they were subscribed. They've been unsubscribed. It actually happened to me. I was subscribed to Trigger Smart, have been for months and months and months. I was watching them one day and I was like, why didn't I get a notification? And I clicked on it. I'd been unsubscribed.
Oh yeah, double check.
I don't think I clicked anything. If I
double check if you're subscribed to myself and Baron.
Subscribe.
Yeah, double check, see what's going on. So yeah, I'm not surprised at that either.
So it happens, ladies and gentlemen. It absolutely happens. So just double check that you're subscribed if you think you are. If you're not, go ahead and click the subscription button. While you're there, you can click the down arrow. You get notifications. Click all. You should get all our notifications. And if you'd like to join the program, get access to the members content. We did a member show yesterday, for example. We'll do another. We do about one member show a week. They typically last a couple hours or more. They're fun. They're a lot of fun, actually. More fun than the regular shows, if I'm being honest. But they're more laid back. I'll say that. Much more laid back. But you can click on the member show, and it's a nice way to support the program with a monthly contribution to the cause. So you can check that out as well. Other than that, I'll roll through some of your comments. I'll get to as many as I can. I'm
going to stick around for a couple of these, and then, hey, you never know. I might keep the party going. I might look at X to see. I did already look, though. I was going to jump in a space, but I didn't see any spaces I wanted to be in. Maybe, well, Diligent's having a space now. Oh, he's talking about Charlie. Yeah, maybe we'll actually look at that. Let me see here. Hold on a second. And then I gotta figure out the sound, make sure the sound's good for you guys. Actually, let's pop over and see what's happening. Tell me if you can hear it though. Well, I can't even hear it, so I can't hear it. All right, let me reset. Let me refresh, I guess. And that was a mind-blowing episode, though, with Baron, that's for sure. Things are worse than we thought, guys. All right, I have just no audio. Why is there no audio? Oh, dang, I guess we can't listen to this space, guys. That's too bad.
All right, what's up, you guys? Hopefully, you guys
wait, it's
give
working.
me a thumbs up or a 100 down there in
Oh, it's
the
working.
listener
Okay.
section. If you guys can hear me okay, let me know over on YouTube. Just doing a sound check real quick. Looks like we're good on X. How are we on YouTube?
You guys hear it now?
Can you hear me? Can you see me?
Yeah, okay, cool. I think it's working. He was just testing out the sound himself. Yeah, Baron is owning these fools, though. I'm sorry, I didn't read your guys' comments. I guess I should have been. That's kind of shitty of me. I thought you were just chatting amongst yourselves. Oh, okay, here it is. All right, if you were restreaming without commentary, best practice is to ask the direct permission from the content creator. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Baron, he likes my posts. Actually, he doesn't follow me. I don't think. I haven't checked in a second. I would know because I would have seen it most likely. But I do get quite a few notifications. But Yeah, he definitely has replied to some of my posts and also liked some even recently, like even maybe yesterday or the day before. So I don't know if I actually don't know if he'd care about me streaming this, but it's possible. It's possible. It is what it is, though. Worst that can happen is I just got to start over, and that's fine. I'll go on Rumble or something. Shit. Uh, let's see. Click all the notifications. Thanks, mods. Oh wait, why is there no sound? Hold on. I thought he was testing things out. Let me just. Hold on.
Look it up. Anybody can just class. We're gonna take a moment, and we're all gonna look up. Go Google it, Grok it, Gemini it, whatever it is you want to do, and say, is a group chat full of coworkers and donors private? Just yes or no. See what comes back up. They are tripping. They're absolutely tripping. I 100% understand.
Okay, it does this. So you think you guys know by now? Definitely does.
Rumble.com.
Definitely does this where it like
get it. I 100% get it. She was letting TPUSA expose itself for being bought by a foreign country. 100%. She was letting TPUSA expose itself as being corrupted, as being owned, right? After Charlie said he was done. Let me just say this. Charlie's text messages here, they are far more aggressive towards Jews than I have ever been. I was like, whoa, this is not the Charlie that we are led to believe, right? The Charlie that we are led to believe existed is a facade. It literally is Weekend at Bernie's. Literally. They are literally propping up a dead man and then using his leg to the YouTube channel, hit that notification, hit the like button, gets the algo going, leave a comment in the chat. I am watching the chat too, by the way. Also, go down to the bottom right corner, share the space on X. Thank you so much, request, if you have any comments. I'm going to go on a little bit of a monologue here. I'm going to read this to you, and then we can get into the discussion. Absolutely insane. I never would have imagined Charlie Kirk talking like this about Jews. But, that last text message actually kind of alluded, right, is that he was frustrated with being bullied by Jewish donors, right? And so we have here, and I'm going to read now, I'm quoting, actually, text message actually kind of alluded, right, is that he was frustrated with being bullied by Jewish donors, right? And so we have here, and I'm going to read now, I'm quoting, actually, maybe we will let Candace, let me make sure. Let's share this tab instead. Let's see if it plays. You guys over on YouTube, let me know if it sounds good.
Who try and tell me to stop.
So I clipped it a little bit too late. So it says, good. This is a text message from Charlie where she's venting about what she's going through with the Daily Wire, right? Candace is over here in the blue. Charlie is in the gray, okay? And she's saying that she's getting bullied by the Daily Wire. That's where she worked at during this time. She worked for the Daily Wire for Ben Shapiro. And she's saying that she's done with it. So quoting Charlie now, good. I've told all the Jews recently to go to hell who try and tell me to stop. End quote. I've told all the Jews recently to go to hell who try to tell me to stop. Okay, let's listen to what he has to say.
I said, it's unreal. It's an implicit. He said, BTW did the flight workout. Okay. I was 40 weeks pregnant and he was helping me to find.
I just want you to notice, because she was not carrying water for October 7th. This is just after these texts exchange. This happened right after October 7th, right? This is in 2024. This text exchange is almost 2 years ago, right? It's between 1.5 and 2 years ago. And this is the year after, I think after, I forget how long. It's not too long after October 7th. And Candace would not carry water for Gaza, right? She would not carry water for it. And she was taking heat from within the Daily Wire. She felt threatened. You can hear it there. It's unreal. I'm quoting her now in response to him. Quote, it's unreal. It's an implicit threat. Threat. Okay? Let's continue.
On a plane last second. And I said, by the way, you are featured in my Tucker interview that just dropped. I defended you hardcore. I forgot to mention that he just dropped it. And he said, thank you. We are on the same team. Screw these people. And I said around the 20-minute mark. And he said, thank you for doing that. I really appreciate it. Very few of us are willing to stand up to the cabal right now. I said, thank you so much.
So what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to figure this out. I don't think it's hard. I could do a couple of different things, but like when I wrap this stream up, which I don't have a deadline right now, but it's not going to be too much terribly longer. I'm going to have you guys, if you don't mind, just to, because he's having issues getting, this is Diligent Denizen. He's having issues getting shadow banned on X. And I'm going to raid, it's called, raid you guys over there. So either if I do it manually, because I don't know how to do it automatically yet. It's some setting in here. It's not difficult, but I'll manually just post a link. And then when I end the stream, go over there. Even if you go for a couple minutes, just say, hey, we just came from Uncle Tom's stream. And just hang out if you want to listen to more of him, and or if you're just not bored and you want some more content, he's got some decent content. He's an actual investigator. Like I'm a concerned, and I'm not an investigator. And he did go to UVU like whenever during the preliminary hearing. And most of you guys may know him if you follow me, because I do follow him. And so I'm not necessarily. So I don't know him well, though. So just think of him as some guy online for the most part and make of it what you will. But I will get you the link and then just let him know Uncle Tom sent you. And that'll boost up his stream. He's got like 40. He's just starting out. He kind of had to start out because I think even X denied his payout. So yeah, he's got 50 people watching right now.
To the cabal, Charlie dropping the C-bomb, right? I have seen so many people get called anti-Semites and Nazis and Jew haters and all kinds of stuff for dropping the word cabal, right? Charlie Kirk, right? Calling out the cabal. I thought that was a Jewish conspiracy theory. Here you have Israel's poster boy, literal poster boy, like literally calling out the cabal. Crazy, bro. Crazy. That's crazy. Never thought I would ever see that.
To the cabal right now. I said, thank you so much for having my back. I have yours. I'm really so disgusted by what they did to you. Years of service to the pro-Israel cause, and no one cares, treating you like you are only as good as what you can do to them. The plane worked out great today. Thank you so much. It made all the difference. This pregnant, LOL, I'm literally 40 weeks. And he wrote, absolutely, we are on the same team. People are waking up and it is finally happening. He continued, it is so transactional. I am repulsed by it. For years, I was called a Jewish shill. And now they say I am a Hamas agent. Screw them. The game has changed.
Screw them. The game has changed. I want you to take note. Oh, this was right after October 7th. The date is at the bottom. The date is at the bottom. November 16th, 2023. 2023. Right? Right after October 7th. She was not toeing the line on Israel and Gaza like she was supposed to be. and neither was Charlie. Right? This isn't in 2024 during the election. This isn't in 2025 when he was vocally speaking his disdain on podcasts with Megyn Kelly, on his own show, right? This is in 2023. We have been led to believe that when he said something about leaving the pro-Israel cause, he was just venting in a moment of frustration to his near and dear, private, closest friends, right? This is utterly asinine. This is evidence that Charlie Kirk has been struggling with the Jewish donors and the pro-Israel activists for years. Not just 2 days before he was assassinated. Years he was struggling with it. And Baron made a good, very, very good observation tonight, right? When I was watching him. They watch all of our text messages, right? We think that we live in this world of privacy. Edward Snowden told us in 2013, there is no privacy, right? We take in everything from everybody all the time in other countries and our own. And in exchange, they give our information to those foreign countries in trade, right? So Israel's probably reading these text messages. They knew Charlie was falling off for a long time, right? What you say in private is just the tip of the iceberg, or what you say in public is just the tip of the iceberg. It's always the case, right? It's always the very little bit that you can see of what's actually underneath. Well, this is unrefutable evidence that Charlie was dissenting from the pro-Israel cause for years, almost 2 years before he was assassinated. Who knows what he was saying to his other people in his inner circle, the people at TPUSA, his producers, Blake Neff, Andrew Colvin, his wife. Who knows what he was saying in private to these people? I find it very hard to believe Candace was the only person that he was confiding in this way. I wonder which one led to his demise. There's somebody around Charlie Kirk. Okay? There was somebody around Charlie Kirk that he said the wrong thing to, in my opinion. And they relayed that, and it led to his extermination, which is really sad. Really, really sad, man. But, we have been told, let me see if I can pull it up. We have been told that that this was a one-off. His disdain was a one-off, right? That he, let me see. Actually, it's probably on my profile. Let me pull it up. Let's see. Leaving Israel. And
They're bragging. It's an advertising.
So, yeah, he's looking up some of the receipts, but what he's talking about here is basically motive. He's outlining motive, potential motive, in my opinion. I mean, I think it's enough. I mean, it's probably what Joe Kent might have been alluding to. Yeah, it's crazy.
You guys could go down and share the space. Help me move.
I don't think we appreciated today. When I was watching it, I wasn't giving much commentary on Candace either. But I don't think I appreciated those messages as much as I should have. She dropped some bombs. I know we're gonna see some X posts, whoever's on X, about well, it's already happening. Obviously, he's doing it right now. Nilo's doing it on X, Nilo X. So, yeah, it's a pretty big deal. Talking about a cabal. Wow.
My post. I got shadow banned last week with my reporting from Penguich. And my you can see I posted a picture of my analytics that just went phew straight down. So any help is appreciated. And then they suspended Harmony, my co-host, suspended her, no explanation. Can't get anybody to respond. They reviewed it, they upheld it. So something's going on with that because they're clamping down on speech. Not pretty. Okay, here it is. So I posted this in January, 9/7/2025. This is 2 days. I'm sorry, this is the wrong date. This is actually 9/8. 2 days before Charlie Kirk was publicly assassinated, he wanted to invite Candace Owens to speak at AmFest, and he announced he was leaving the pro-Israel cause due to bullying and pressure from donors. His last wishes were not honored. Nothing can change the facts, and no, they were not. Turning Point has turned into a mouthpiece of Zionism, right? Period. You have his wife, Shabbat Shalom, immediately. Ben Shapiro reportedly giving them $1 million when he went over there, his envoys for AmFest. They had a Shabbat table, right? What's happening at Turning Point in the wake of Charlie Kirk is an absolute travesty. It is blasphemy, right? We're talking about a dead person, not a dead person, a murdered person. You know what they say, dead men tell no tales? That's Charlie Kirk, right? And instead of him telling his tale, you have this organization lying, right? Lying in his memory. Saying, he had some frustrations. There were some inner arguments and discussions and yada, yada, yada. No, he was done. He was done, and you cannot convince me of otherwise. I'm going to get them side by side here. Let me see it. There we go. Okay. Side by side here. Let me see if it's on X. There we go. So, side by side, right? This is in 2023. I told all the Jews to go to hell, right? He told all the Jews to go to hell, and who tried to tell him to stop what? Stop being critical of Israel, right? Saying don't like wipe out Gaza. They called it a genocide. And then you have 2 days before, actually, even before that, let me pull up another one just real quick. We have one more. It's the wrong one. There it is. Okay. So let's do one more. Okay. Let me pull it up over here. Okay. And then we had Harrison Smith. Let me pull it up. Harrison Smith, who works for InfoWars, or then InfoWars, or whatever it is, Alex Jones. He posted. Why is it doing this? He posted on Twitter.
I've been in let me clear my throat here. I've been in spaces with Paramount multiple times. First time he blocked me, but I did get a good clip from that when he was basically lying about Candace. And then another one was, you probably see it, it's actually on my timeline. If you look a little bit, you will. I think if you go to the pinned post on X, and you scroll down in the comments, then you'll see the actual clip of the video. Plus, I have it uploaded on YouTube. I'll share it. I have the full thing, but I haven't done the chapters or whatever, the timestamps. So that's gonna, but I guess you wouldn't mind. You just watch the whole video if you want to. I will post that link. It's one conversation that it was kind of like just a big debate, really. Let me see here. And yeah, I was gonna say I don't know how to, when the video ends, they have, you have YouTube videos pop up on the screen, ones that I recommend. I could do that if I wanted to, but I don't know how. So eventually I'll do that. But right now, yeah, we're just doing the basics. See what he's talking about. Go live.
A dilemma, right? A dilemma is the choice between two poor outcomes, right? That's a dilemma. When you have a choice to make and either outcome is negative. So here he is in 2023. And this next part is really, really important. And I couldn't find the post. I can't believe it won't pull it up. Maybe there's down here in the comments. I don't see it anywhere. I tried to look for it. It's crazy that I couldn't pull it up. So I'll just post this. So I asked Harrison Smith during an X space, because he had posted, let's find it. I don't like the fact that I can't find it. I want to show you the whole timeline. Harrison Smith posted in August, I think, last year. It was August or July. I'm pretty sure it was early August, that someone within TPU, Charlie Kirk's, someone close to Charlie Kirk, had told him that if he left the pro-Israel cause,
all right, might as well do it now. I think I'm gonna wrap it up. Good job sticking around, people. 4 hours 42 minutes. So yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna do that these long streams, how often I'll do them, but I think today was a good day. So let me see how to do this raid thing. I'm gonna put the link in here. This is to what we're watching now, Diligent Denizen. I don't know him that well, but he's cooking right now. Sometimes he does cook, that's for sure. He claims to be an investigator. Seems to be pretty popular. A lot of people like him. Well, really, Baron trusts him in a way as far as his reporting goes. So I got the link there. I'm going to also see if I end the stream, if it'll automatically take you there. But yeah, just let him know Uncle Tom sent you. But he may not acknowledge you. He gets pretty locked in on what he's doing. He may not acknowledge, but eventually he might see it. But he don't, if he doesn't acknowledge you, it's probably because he's just, this is one of his first streams, I think, too, on YouTube. So, yeah, thanks everybody, for joining. Let's see here. No, it just lets me do an outro video. So I don't know. I don't know how to send you directly to his stream, but I'll figure it out. But anyways, I already posted it. Yeah, that's the link there. So I'll give you guys some time before I close out for you to click the link and head over there. Tell him what's up. You may find some of it interesting. He does deep dive on the Kirk case. So he thinks it through pretty well. Like I said, Baron likes his investigation. No, more people are coming in. You guys are supposed to be going out. You're supposed to be going out. I'm seeing people coming in. So link is in the chat. It's that YouTube link, the last one I just sent. Go say what's up to Diligent. He does some good reporting. Thanks to everybody who popped on, and we got through Baron, and then Candace, and then Baron again. So That's kind of crazy. It's kind of like a reverse Oreo, right? Baron, Candace, Baron. Hey, what a day. Full day. For RAID auto links, you need to enable redirections in studio backend settings. The backend settings, redirection. That makes totally sense. That makes total sense. All right. I'm in the settings. Most of you guys are going over there anyway. I might need to. Oh, let me see. Thanks, Chan, by the way. I hope you show up to more streams, Chan. Find me on X. You can always tag me and stuff or whatever, or try to DM me. Sometimes DM doesn't work because maybe I have to follow you or something. But yeah, we're gonna spend more time together regardless. Seems like we got a lot of work to do. We found out tonight. Baron let us know we have a lot more work to do to compete with this propaganda machine. I mean, we're trying to do our own counter propaganda machine on their platforms. So I don't. So that's doesn't seem like a recipe for success. But I am not going to give up. Not that easy. Yeah, so Chan, does StreamYard have it or what? Or is it only OBS? Yeah, I don't know how to DM on YouTube either. You maybe you DM me and I can accept it. I've looked for it probably 2 different times. I've looked for it a couple different times, the DM option. But I, if I will try. Hold on, let me go on my phone real quick. Let me go on my phone. No, I can't do it that way. I guess a different account. Oh, YouTube Studio settings. Okay, gotcha. YouTube. Oh, well, that's easy. Okay, well, hold on. And if you guys head out, then before I figure this out, totally fine. Oh, okay. Oh, I gotta log in on my phone is what you're saying, Reggie. That's not a problem. I can do that. I got 3 phones, so I'm sure I can make it happen. But I don't necessarily log into a bunch of, I log in certain places depending on what account I'm using, right? Because you know how things make recommendations. Like, yeah, that's great. My family is obviously, when your family is comprised of blacks, you're gonna have a lot of liberal Democrats and all that. So when they figure out about the Uncle Tom thing, it's not gonna be the most exciting thing for them. But they're also probably not gonna be shocked either. It's not. They'll think about it for maybe 2 seconds and be like, "Oh, that tracks." That tracks with him. So let me go in here to the settings real quick. I see moderation. Well, let me play Diligent in the meantime, I guess, because I will stick around while I figure out some of this tech stuff.
That if you left the pro-Israel cause, that they would kill him. That's what. There's one. Okay, so we want that one. So we'll take that over there. Okay, and hopefully you guys aren't hearing it. Let me mute it. Okay, it's muted. And then let me see if we can find the. Let me see if I can find the post where he said he was leaving the. So Harrison Smith posted on X, and it went really viral. I mean, this post has like 40 million views. Oh, there's the exchange I was looking for between Candace and Harrison about that remark. Okay, cool. I'm glad I found that. All right. We'll get into that in a second. So there's another one. Okay. Wow. All right. So we have that one. Here's me asking him. I think we'll just start here. So 2 weeks before Charlie Kirk's assassinated, Harrison Smith says that someone close to Charlie informed him that Charlie was afraid he would die if he flipped on Israel, right? So here we go. This is me asking. I'm on stage on Candace Owens' video space. Okay. And me asking Harrison Smith, okay, that if he had ever gotten questioned about that statement from the FBI after he was assassinated. So here we go. Well, here's a good example. Harrison, you posted 2 weeks before Charlie Kirk died that there was a credible threat against his life. Has the FBI reached out to you to ask you about that?
No.
Also,
No.
like, are you going to tell us who that was? It feels like that might be relevant now.
Yes. So someone said if he leaves the pro-Israel cause, he thinks he's going to get killed. Okay. 2 weeks later, he says he's leaving the pro-Israel cause. And then 2 days after that, he gets killed. Okay. It's kind of significant, don't you think? A little important that somebody close to him, right? This is documented on the timeline. So it's not like a rumor that somebody said to somebody in passing conversation, right? Harrison Smith posted this to X. Okay. Anyways, hopefully you guys can hear me. I'm looking. All right. Anyways, so in the absence of a rigorous investigation by the agency, we are led to lead this investigation. That is why Fort Huachuca is so relevant. But I was going to ask you, thank you, Candace. Can you tell us who told you that? Because
He's
the
dead now.
FBI is not asking you.
Yeah, I mean, the person that told me asked me not to say who they were, so I'm not going to give up a source. Sorry.
Yeah, so he refuses to share his source. Like, that's the person who was close to Charlie that said, "Hey, Charlie thinks he's going to die if he leaves the pro-Israel cause." Oh, which is fine. As a journalist, I can respect that. We don't have to even when to the government. You don't have to disclose your sources. We're protected by the First Amendment. There are certain court cases when it's like a criminal act, you are required to respond. Now you can hide behind the Constitution, but you can. It can be problematic. So I posted last night, Harrison Smith disclosed that the FBI has not reached out to him despite him posting about a credible threat to Charlie Kirk's life 2 weeks before he was shot. This is why we are investigating Charlie Kirk's assassination. Now, I want to remind you, okay, this is on almost New Year's Eve, right? This is New Year's Eve, December 30th. Let me just say this. This is the second most amount of like bots and Zionist and systematic attacks I have ever faced on this platform was during this whole escapade, right? I had the Wally Market Network after me. I had all of the Zionists, all of the Con Inc. influencers that we now know are paid shills. All of them were attacking me at the same time. I had bot networks after me because I was interviewing Mitch Snow and because I was investigating this angle of the assassination alongside Candace and these other people on stage here, Ian and Mel and Ryan and all the rest of them. And I was taking so much heat. The only other times that I've taken that much heat was just recently over my Utah reporting, and then also Epstein when I was digging into the CIA Mossad angle on Epstein. those were in the most like coordinated attacks on me have always occurred is when those three events, right? So I want you to note this in your timeline. 2 weeks before Charlie Kirk was assassinated, Harrison Smith tells us that there is a credible threat to Charlie Kirk's life if he leaves the pro-Israel cause. Okay, that's after this is, this is well over about a year after these text messages with Candace, where he's saying, we're standing up against the cabal. His words, not mine. I don't even use that word. Right? We're standing up against the cabal. I'm on your team. That's what he said. Right? He's on Tucker's team. He's on Candace's team. And apparently he's tired of being bullied too. So fast forward. So we have 2023, clear indication Tucker is dissenting from the pro-Israel cause. Okay. 2025 in August, Harrison Smith discloses that someone close to Charlie Kirk, that Charlie thinks that if he leaves the pro-Israel cause, they will kill him. Okay. That's what he said. And our FBI never followed up on that, by the way. It got 36 million, I think 24 million views by the time we had this conversation. And the FBI never followed up on it. Imagine that. Okay, so now let's fast forward to, well, there's another little clip there, but we won't get into that. Let's fast forward to 2 days before Charlie Kirk's assassinated. Now, Charlie had increasingly grown more vocal about not anti-Israel, but critical of Israel's sentiment when it came to Gaza, right? And like the breaking ceasefires, and for was there a stand down order? Famously, he said near the end there, right? He had a podcast with not Benny Johnson. I'm sorry. Who's the short little midget guy? They say, what's his name? Maze. Who am I thinking about?
Cake Snaff.
Anybody? You guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you. Sorry.
Who's the midget on the pony? What's his name?
The midget on the pony.
Oh my God! I can't believe you guys didn't just all hop to say Ben Shapiro.
Ben Shapiro.
Ben Shapiro.
I need a whole new crew.
I didn't
Request,
know you was
please.
a
We need more
midget.
speakers. Anyways, 2 days before Charlie Kirk is assassinated, okay, he says this, and I'm going to quote: Charlie Kirk just lost another huge Jewish donor, $2 million a year, because we won't cancel Tucker. I'm thinking of inviting Candace, and they hated Candace because she would not jump on board. That's when they got rid of her at the Daily Wire, right? They fired her. Him inviting the Candace and Tucker to Amfest as speakers is a sin against these people, right? I want you to think about this. He says another huge Jewish donor. So that's one Jewish donor. He had already lost other Jewish donors, right? We don't know how much that was. How many? And we're talking annually. We're not talking about one-time donations. Annual millions of dollars, right? 2 million with just one donor. We don't know how big the other one was, right? And remember when I said, well, why was he if he was critical of Israel and he was tired of it, back in 2023, as we can see he was, why didn't he do something sooner? And I would argue is because he was receiving millions.
So I'm actually in this space now on my phone
to keep his opinion.
So hold on, let me catch it up.
He really was being paid to put out a message. The Trump Kool-Aid, the Republican Kool-Aid, and that was through him. And I have to say, I'm really grateful that things went the way they went with me, so that I could be really aware of my surroundings going into 2026. If it hadn't been for Epstein, I still might be drinking the Kool-Aid. And where would we be then, right? So that's how I know God's got a plan. So, anyways, here we are, 2023. He's obviously disgruntled with the Jewish donors there.
So yeah, I'm in there now.
Between
So
2023
you guys
and
will probably hear me
2025,
speak in
he
the
had
space
increasingly made
on
public
his show.
statements that Israel was that Zionists were pissed about. Right? They were pissed that he was saying that Gaza was a genocide. They were pissed that he was asking if there was a cease down order on October 7th. Right? They were pissed about him calling out the pressure campaigns and the tactics, right? They were pissed. They were pissed at him. They called, you know how they were like, oh, the left called him a Nazi. Zionists were calling him a Nazi. Go look. The last year he was alive. Search it. It wasn't just leftists.
But the
Zionists were calling.
Zionists are leftist and right. Like they're on both sides, just so you know. It's not a partisanship thing.
Zionists were calling him a Nazi, right? So you can't just say, oh, the radical left called him a Nazi and that's why he got shot. Well, Zionists were also calling him a Nazi. So if that's motive for the left to kill him, are you saying that it's not motive for Zionists? I would argue that it is. That rhetoric is instigating either way. Now, I don't believe words are violence. I don't believe in scholastic terrorism. Thank you. Had a hard time with that one. I don't believe in that. The Brandenburg Rule, if you guys don't know what that is, the law is very clear in the United States.
So I am in this space right now with Diligent. So I do have a microphone. I'll be chiming in most likely if he asks, so you guys can hang out. I'll just keep the space open or the live going. You guys can hear me. You should be able to hear me because I'm on a different device anyway. So yeah, the audio should come in just fine. So yeah, you can hang out and listen to what we discuss.
Right? You cannot make calls, right? So if you're a constitutionalist or if you believe in the Constitution or the First Amendment as Charlie did, right? You can call him a Nazi. And they did. They did call him a Nazi. But he still talked to them. He still talked to them. The problem is that he was not taking money from leftists calling him Nazis. He was taking money from Zionists who were calling him Nazis and calling him Hamas agent. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Is Hamas not the sworn enemy of Zionists? Maze? Hello? Anybody?
Yeah, no, what did you say? Sorry. I know the reason why is I'm not even gonna tell you why. Anyway, just tell me what the question was.
Is Hamas not the sworn enemy of Zionists?
It's I mean, typically all Muslims, but Hamas right now, currently, that's one of the top ones. Yeah.
Right. So what does it mean when the Zionists are calling Charlie Kirk Hamas? Are they portraying him as their ultimate enemy?
Ooh, I see what you did there.
I'm not doing anything.
Well, no, I mean, I get it. I get your point. What the fuck? I agree. I understand. There was a good way of expressing it.
I mean, it says it right there, right? It's so transactional. I'm repulsed by it. For years, I was called a Jewish shill, and now they say I am a Hamas agent. So they're saying that it
only
is
as good as what you can
he
do
is
to
their
them.
ultimate enemy.
The plane worked out great today.
Right?
Thank you so much. It made all the
So
difference.
that's,
This pregnant mom, literally 40 weeks, and he wrote
2023,
absolutely, we are on the same
and then
team.
the
People
summer
are
of
waking up and it is
2025,
finally
Harrison Smith
happening.
tells us that
He continued, it is so transactional. I am
that
repulsed
somebody's
by
going to
it.
take
For
out
years,
Charlie
I was-
Kirk
I
if
was
he
called a
abandons the pro-Israel
Jewish shill.
cause.
And now they
Where's it
say
at?
I'm a
Right?
Hamas
Right
agent.
there.
Screw them. The game has changed.
2 weeks before he died. That's me asking Harrison Smith about it. And I won't get into that. That's a whole nother rabbit hole. What happened there? So I'm looking at the do me a favor, you guys. Bottom right corner, repost the space. Thank you so much. So then 2 weeks before he dies, we're told if he leaves the pro-Israel cause, they'll kill him. 2 days before he dies, he sends this text message to his inner circle. All of his leadership at TPUSA in the Charlie Kirk show, and also we learned later Josh Hammer is in here, who is like a spokesman for the pro-Israels, right? There's a couple of rabbis in there. Some of the Jewish donors are in there, right? So this is not a private text chat. This chat is full of all of the people who cared the most or were affected the most by what Charlie Kirk had to say. Quote, just lost another huge Jewish donor, $2 million a year because we won't cancel Tucker. I'm thinking of inviting Candace. Someone on his show says, ugh. Charlie Kirk says, Jewish donors play into all of the stereotypes. I cannot and will not be bullied like this, leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause. No choice. This is not like I might not, right? I'm venting, but I'm probably not going to carry through with this. No, we now have evidence that this actually began at least in 2023. Okay, right there. This began at least in 2023. This is the conclusion of that process. This isn't a one-off venting in isolation. We now have conclusive proof that he had began dissenting the pro-Israel cause just after October 7th, when the heat was ramped up the most. Everybody was in a frenzy. It was 24-hour spaces. Here I am trying to talk about American politics. All of Spaces, Maze knows she was doing it, right? All of Spaces split into two factions, and you had half of the internet arguing about Gaza, and the other half of the internet is arguing about Israel, right? And I wanted no fucking part of it. Well, no part of it. And here is a guy who was being paid to have a position, and you can see he cannot reconcile having that position enough to appease the people paying him, right? Like he was supposed to have this position no matter what. Keep your mouth shut, do as you're told, don't invite these people who speak out against what Israel is doing, right? Be a good boy, or is it goy? Be a good goy, right? And he was no longer doing it, right? He was saying fuck you. He was saying this here, right? And then he finally said it here 2 years later almost. And I think this is when they probably pulled the trigger, literally. I think this text message I think this was already going to happen, but I think this text message, and there's other reasons. I'm not saying Israel killed him, right? This is a motive. I think that the Republican apparatus, I think the intel agencies locally had reason to take him out too. They want to control TPUSA. It's a huge consent manufacturing machine. It has massive resources. You can do whatever you want with the money. It's an NGO. Doesn't have taxes. Right? We saw that he called for a Doge audit. Never happened. Right before he died. And so who knows what kind of funneling and other activities could have been going on there. But 2 weeks before he died, he said he was gonna we were told that he would get killed if he left the pro-Israel cause. 2 days before he died, he said he was leaving the pro-Israel cause definitively. And then 2 days later, he's publicly assassinated under some of the most suspicious circumstances and one of the weakest assassination narratives I've seen. and I've been covering, JFK and RFK, and we've done deep dives on all of it. MLK, right? We've done deep dives on all of this stuff, and you can see that this is motive. 100% motive. So it's no longer he was venting. Okay, they can no longer use. Oh, but the next day he prepared with Jewish rabbis to defend Israel out on campus, right? Well, the schedule UVU that campus tour had been scheduled for weeks, right? That preparation had been scheduled before this text, right? He was just following his commitment to the people that were paying him. Much like an abusive wife might still sleep with her husband, they might still have moments where they're not at each other's throat, right? They still might have those moments, even though he's an abusive husband. And then when she ends up deceased, just because the last time that they were seen in public they were getting along, doesn't mean that he wasn't involved, right? He had an ongoing motive. There was already ongoing tension there. If she was telling people that she was thinking about getting a divorce, right? He has a motive to take her out. Even if they were getting along, if they went out to dinner on Tuesday and they had a beautiful dinner and all of the friends were there with them, it was a dinner party, he got a promotion at work, right? And they went home and they had a good night. You know what I mean? And then the next day, they get into a big fight. And only their inner circle knows about it, right? The close family, their kids, their friends, stepkids, whatever. And then 2 days later, she ends up dead. Who's the first person that they're going to go look at? The first person the cops are going to go talk to is the husband and the friends, especially if it's a whodunit, right? Who did it? We don't know who did this. They're going to talk to all of the surrounding people in their relationship, their family members, their friends. They're going to ask them, was there problems here? Did they have some problems? Well, yes, detective, they did have problems here and there. I don't know the extent of it, but it would surface every now and then. We would see them get into fights. He'd raise his voice. She told me that he put his hands on her one time. It was just gonna be that one time. I'm not sure if it was, right? And she told me that he thought, if one of those friends said, she told me that, he thought that she was scared to leave him because she thought that he might kill her. Huge alarm bells go off, right? Huge alarm bells should be going off. But we don't have a functioning government. If we had a functioning government, this would have been investigated as a motive. When
who try
old
and tell me
good
to
old
stop.
Harrison
I said
told
it's
me,
unreal. It's an implicit
right?
threat. He said,
good old
"BCW, did
Harrison
the flight
told
work
us
out okay?
that
I was 40 weeks pregnant.
if the wife the wife thinks that if she leaves
And I said,
the husband,
by the way, you are
the
featured in my
husband's going to
Tucker
kill
interview
her.
that just dropped. I defended
Right?
you hardcore. I forgot to
A
mention
good
that
a
you just
good
dropped
investigator,
it. He said, "Thank you.
a good
We are
government
on the
would have
same
followed
team.
up on
Screw
that
these
lead.
people."
They never
And I said
did.
around the 20-minute
They
mark.
never did. They
and he
never.
said, "Thank you for doing that.
Well,
I really
here's a good
appreciate it."
example. Harrison, you
Very few
posted
of
2
us are
weeks
willing to
before
stand
Charlie
up to
Kirk
the call
died
right now.
that there was a credible threat against his
I
life.
said, "Thank you so much
Has
for
the
having my
FBI
back.
reached
You know,
out
I
to
have
you to
yours.
ask
I'm
you
really so
about that?
disgusted by what they did to you. Years of service to the courage of
No.
cause, and no one
Also,
can
like, are you going to
scream
tell us who that
like
was?
you are
It feels
only
like
as
that.
good as what you can do to them."
Has the
Claim worked out great
FBI
today. Thank
reached
you so
out to
much. It
ask
made all
you
the
about
difference. I was
that?
pregnant. LOL. I'm
No.
literally 40 weeks. And he wrote,
No, it was
"Absolutely, we are on the same
transferee
team.
lover
People are
Tyler
waking up and it
Robinson,
is
who's
finally
in 6
happening."
places at once, can
He
teleport between
continued, "It is so
Penguich
transactional.
and
I'm
Orem
repulsed by it. For years,
instantaneously.
I was called a Jewish
Nope.
shill.
No need to
And
ask
they
any
say
questions
I'm
here.
a Hamas agent.
We only have
Screw
a credible
them.
threat. Get from our government. The fact that they follow up on, they were acting like we were correct. This no this was this is an internal discussion we've been having for a few months. It was a struggle, whatever he could to minimize it. When the reality of the matter is that Charlie was having doubts about it for years, and this was the conclusion that he left. And 2 days later, he died. And we do not know. Look, in January 20th, she pulled it out when they were lying to her. I quote posted her. Quote, here, this is October 19th. Okay. Tucker and Vivek making so much sense. Cooler heads prevailing. She's saying this to Charlie Kirk. Yes, reason will win. The Jews who care about Israel better calm down, or else they will be on an island. Their behavior is maniacal. You're around the 12:30 mark. There's a reason Candace can't share any text from Charlie since 2018. She's calling that out. 2013, right after October 7th. There is Charlie Kirk calling the Jews maniacal with their behavior after October 7th, trying to force people to share their perspective. And it wasn't working. And she just released some more of those texts today. And it shows that he was having these thoughts years ago. This is the conclusion of Charlie Kirk's journey. Maybe I would say getting red pilled. I don't even think you could say that anymore. I think that term has been hijacked. It's not J pilled. I saw them saying, "Oh, he was based, he was J pilled," whatever. This is Charlie Kirk's internal journey with his own soul, right? He's reconciling taking money from people to propagandize Americans into supporting something that he morally could not support, and had increasingly spoken out against it that last year. So much that he was considered a threat. How do we know that he was considered a threat? Because they were calling him Hamas. That's how we know, right? That's in his own words. They were calling him Hamas. And that is Israel's enemy. So, okay, I think I've gotten through that enough. We can kind of just open it up. But yeah, I just wanted to talk about that. Tomorrow I'm going to jump back to the investigation and go into the Tyler Robinson timeline. I spoke with, I'll save that for tomorrow. So go ahead, brother. What's up?
What's up, Diligent? And thank you for letting me go first because I'm on limited time. But well said. A couple things, that I thought of while you were saying all that was all you're doing is deductive reasoning, right? Like that's all it is. You're just trying to. Anyone who's looking for truth, if you've been in any kind of good history class, the history teacher will tell you anytime you're looking back in history to see what was the motive of a country doing something or a war that broke out or any moment of violence or anything, who gained from it is usually the first question, like follow the money. Who gains the most from Charlie's death? So that has to be anyone who's serious about investigating, whether it's the authorities or anyone, that should be their first question. Well, who gains from this has to be part of the analysis, and also who are lead suspects or whatever, the shooter and all that stuff, fine. But if you don't ask yourself who gains from this and at least thoroughly investigate that to make sure, that sounds to me like some of the lines of questionings that we saw from Joe Kent and others. And, the reason why when I'm watching Charlie, I resonate with so much of, because I went through the same thing of, I grew up, everyone telling me, Israel's our greatest ally. I heard it in the church, in the Catholic Church in the Midwest when I was growing up, when I was a kid. It was just automatic information like, oh yeah, the Israelis are our greatest ally and this and that. Right? You don't even think about it, right? You just hear it from people that you trust, that you love, that are your elders, that are telling you this because they've been told this. And before all of this stuff, if you were to just neutrally look at things, I've heard before that we're the most propagandized country in the world. And I never associated that at all with anything to do with Israel. But then when you tie that in there, and when you start to look deeper and you start to look like, man, there is a real engine here, a real machine of propaganda that has been concentrated within this country that not only affects the citizens and the people, but it affects our politicians heavily. And they're mixing things where you're like, okay, now it's political ideologies with theology. And then you have religion mixed with it. The two things you're not really supposed to talk about, right? People, politics and religion, both elements are dominated by this propaganda machine. And it's a very powerful mix, because then you have the people who are like, well, they're our greatest allies for military reasons, intelligence gathering, and this and that. And then you have the people who are looking at it from, oh, someone tells you that there's a biblical backing for this. And even though guys like me, we can debunk that because we can say, well, let's look at the Bible and analyze that. Most people don't take the time to have that in-depth of a conversation. So they just listen, everyone's busy. So the majority of the public, they just hear it and it sounds good. So yeah, why not, right? They're our allies, right? And then when you look and you just ask, well, have they fought side by side for us in a war? Like, why do we even say this? Because the British have, right? The British have actually been great allies if you look at it historically, in terms of they're willing to fight with us, they're willing to die with us, right? Our biggest trading partners are Mexico and Canada.
Yeah, no.
We're over.
Go ahead.
What's up?
Did
I
don't know
lose
if
you?
you were cutting out or if you were still talking. I couldn't tell.
No, I must have been cutting out. Sorry, I am driving. But anyway, my whole point is just that there's a huge propaganda machine where everyone's been socially engineered that doesn't really pay attention, that, oh, look at those crazy people over there. They must be anti-Semitic because they're talking about it. All we're doing is asking questions. And when you ask honest questions, trying to find the truth, it's amazing how people just, you're getting close to something when the reaction to it just increases. Uh-oh, this person became dangerous now because they're talking about something they're not supposed to be talking about, which means that you're getting closer to the truth. And I think Charlie, one thing we know about his pattern of behavior is he was a truth seeker. He was out there having open conversations with people. Hey, let's debate about it, and let's just have this open, fair conversation. And that's someone who's seeking the truth. And obviously through the text messages, through the stuff that you're revealing right now, he was just coming around to, wait a minute, man, this is all kind of deceitful. And there was a part of him that I'm sure, look, it's unfortunate, that wanted to be friends with them because of, where his religious background came from. He was heavily influenced into thinking we have to have this great relationship with Israel. Because again, theology and politics mixed together. Very powerful weapon that's been going on for decades and decades. And people have tried to bring it out and be like, hey, this isn't really good in terms of American sovereignty, about American interest. It's such a deep thing. There's so many layers to this that it's unfortunate that, yes, we're just talking about it a lot. But that's because a lot of education needs to be, a lot of things need to be revealed so that people understand how deep this really goes. And if we really care about the United States, we just have to have these honest conversations. And people are scared to have them. So anyway, I just applaud you, man. Keep going, keep doing your thing. And I just, that's it. That's all I got.
Yeah, I didn't know. I feel so stupid for having. Well, I mean, I know that like people have their own agendas and stuff too. So it's not to say, right, that Israel isn't facing its own threats. Right? Every people, every religion, every country, they have threats, right, that they're dealing with. I'm not saying that, but this is the U.S. They're over there, we're over here. Yeah. Let's go.
But that's part of it too, Diligent, is the half-truths, right? Isn't that what makes it so hard to discern for the common person that doesn't pay a lot of attention in detail? It's those half-truths, because then they hear the half-truth, and then what they're going to do is they're going to go find someone like, and I don't want to call anyone out, but I have to say like a Nick Fuentes, let's say. And, he may say something very sensational. I don't watch him. I'm blocked by him. But my point is they're going to highlight whatever he said, because now the person who's paying attention to the half-truths, they're thrown off and say, oh, everyone who's questioning the narrative must be like this guy. It's just smart propaganda, information, warfare. It's very difficult to combat because you have to sit down with someone and you have to really say, look at this, look at that. And if you look at it objectively, you have to start asking these questions of why. And those are the same questions that Charlie was clearly asking towards the end of his life. And again, no one is saying that this means or it's proof that the Israelis did it or anything like that. But it does raise more suspicion. Why haven't the authorities at least investigated and asked these questions so that we have those clear answers? And that leads to even more suspicious, like, well, why didn't we look into that? That's just basic investigations. And that's what leads to these conversations. And then people are going to slander it and they're going to say it's from hate or it's, because of that. No, it's because we're seeking the truth and people are scared of the truth. And that's the fact.
Can I say a quick thing? Like, I don't think it's people that say that.
Take over for
I
a quick
think it's-
second, Maze. I got to move my fan.
I got you. I think it's specifically like the people that attack fellow Americans for criticizing another country. Like now you're being labeled something. I don't hear people calling, people what is there an anti-chink Chinese, whatever. Like you don't ever hear about that. But it's like, God forbid anybody says something. And to me, like, I think it's specifically people with vested interest, either because they're Jewish or Christian Zionist or paid. But it's very anti-American to do that.
It's the religious part too, Mace. That's what makes it so passionate for some people who don't look at all the facts. They're like, wait a minute, we can't even be questioning this. That's Israel. That's the Bible. And you got to remember that there's like 60 million people that follow that line of thinking. It's like 50 to 60 million people. Where just
There's
for
80
them,
million Christian Zionists in the United States. 80 million.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, I mean, I'm trying to be generous because I know it's like the evangelical movement is the majority of it, but it's not all evangelicals. I have to be fair because I've had some that get heavily offended. They're like, I don't believe that stuff. And I'm like, okay, good to know.
But
Good to
what's
know.
the
It's not,
percentage though? Because they've been doing
it's a
this for
big
about a
percentage.
century.
And it's
We've
mostly the
covered
white
this-
ones.
We've covered this in Spaces extensively when I was doing all my Zionism investigations around surrounding the NDAA, right? Like, and here we are, full circle, back to it, right? And the NDAA passed today, right? And I'm like, why? Why is there so much support for this foreign country domestically? How have they captured our Congress the way they have?
My final point, Diligent.
They've been indoctrinating our preachers for decades. Remember, it began right after the USS Liberty. We found it documented. They were flying preachers to Israel, indoctrinating them and sending them back here. They've been doing it for generations. That's why there's so many Christian Zionists, which is a contradiction. You can't be
right.
It's contradictory.
Right. And that leads to my final point, which is this. What was Charlie? What was TPUSA? A blending of politics and religion. It was the perfect thing, the perfect venue. If there's a golden calf or whatever, golden prize or treasure to grab, that's the Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I'm driving, so it wasn't the best analogy. But my point is, if there was one big treasure that they wanted, is this, I mean, think about it. What's the best propaganda? Politics and religion mixed together, like TPUSA, which happens to be the largest, most influential conservative movement, especially with the youth in this country. They were going after the minds of the future generation so that they can do stuff like this NDAA and times 10, like on steroids, because now the cat's out the bag and people know, and they're losing popularity. But the plan was to take TPUSA and just totally integrate that and multiply this propaganda machine.
Agreed. Let's go to the hands. Go ahead, Uncle Tom, and then Coyote.
All right, I appreciate it. Yeah, thanks for having me up. Yeah, you guys, between the three of you that were speaking, and I mean, I love the monologue too, Diligent, but between the couple of you who were speaking and you were talking about propaganda, and that's where it starts, I think. Of course, because these are where the ideas, just the average citizen will just become tribal when they have all this stuff pushed onto them. And I know you weren't Diligent. You weren't going to play, or you hesitated about playing some audio or video. And by the way, I'm live on YouTube, and my audience is actually watching on YouTube as well. So I did just make a post, I think, that speaks to the propaganda. The last post I
didn't
did.
hesitate on playing anything. I couldn't find it.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Well, I think what I'm getting at is we have the paper trail, not we, Baron discovered this paper trail, and it's out there now. And as soon as I saw it, I just posted it. So it's live. I mean, I think for your audience on YouTube, it'd be great if you played it, whether now or at some point. And because I just think it speaks to everything that you guys have been talking about. And the companies that Baron is discussing is called K Creative. And so when you see this narrative from influencers just being pushed on your feed consistently, whether
Oh,
it's the
that's been out for a
ballroom.
while. That's the
Well, there's
Project
the Esther Project. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
not just talking
Coyote's
about
been
the
talking about that for like a year and a half, like ad nauseum.
Yeah, I'm very familiar with the Esther Project, but this I think the K Creative specifically. Have you heard of that company, K Creative?
I have personally.
Okay, and
Like,
so
we can listen to the clip.
I
go.
think you
Oh, this is a good
should
one.
because they're literally they advertise.
So one of the places they
this, and
spend a
when you
bunch of money is
see-
this K Creative.
because I don't know
Right,
you.
this
I think you'd be
K-Creative.
talking about it
This is
more
a
if
good
you've
a
had
good
already
way
seen it.
to
So it might
figure
be
out
new
why
to you.
your
So
feed.
take a look. It's the last post I did.
Oh, this is a good one. So one of the places they spend a bunch of money is this K Creative, right? It's K Creative. This is a good way to figure out why your feed often looks the way it does. You remember after the White House Correspondents' Dinner event? Look at that. Control the narrative. You remember after the White House Correspondents' Dinner event, there were like 40 social media influencers, all with the same message. Got to build the ballroom. This is why we need a ballroom. Don't tell President Trump he can't have his ballroom. Stand down on the ballroom. Well, that's what K Creative specializes in. You want to see an example of it? I'll show you. They're proud of it, by the way. They're proud of it. They show actual examples of their things. And notice who's in here. Benny Boy Johnson. Look at that. Here's 24 straight minutes of Democrats denying election results. Why didn't the Republicans DA prosecute them? Clay Travis. Here's 24 minutes of Democrats denying election results. When will these crimes be prosecuted and all these Democrat politicians be arrested? Libs of
You guys remember the ballroom blitz after the attempted assassination, the quote unquote assassination attempt against Trump, the last one. Remember when they all said they saw a leftist kill Charlie? Remember when they all said that they saw a high definition video of Tyler Robinson taking out Charlie? Remember that? Remember when it was all the same wording, almost verbatim?
TikTok. Here's 24 straight minutes of Democrats denying election results. Whatever you do not share this. They're bragging. And then they have all these different examples of all these different stories. This is why it looks that way. This is why your social media feed looks the way it looks. This is why you scroll. You say, why are 10 people talking?
This is a foreign agent, a registered foreign agent, paying our influencers to propagandize us. That's what he's pointing out
about this today. They're bragging. It's an advertising campaign. They're bragging that it's an advertising campaign.
Yep. Yeah, I saw that. Yep. Yeah.
Yeah,
Coyote's
so-
he's been talking about this for a long time. Go ahead, Uncle Tom, then we'll go to Coyote.
No, I was just gonna say, yeah. I mean, so your counter movement, in my opinion, if that's what it is, that's what I mean. I'm just trying to open up speech myself with my platform, and I'll bring awareness to just speech in our country in general, and this kind of propaganda. But yeah, I'll yield my time.
Coyote.
I appreciate you, Diligent. And good to see you, Maze. I guess tonight is not the date night, but we'll talk about that later. But I would say, Diligent, I think, what you were talking about earlier, it really hits me because I've been looking into this, like the October 7th thing. And that episode that he did about, he's like, they're going to ethnically cleanse. And then he says,
Yeah, so he had me up there, so I didn't know if he was or not, but yeah, he did end up having me up there. So, hey, you guys were here for it. There's I think it was like 600 people in there. He hosts this show and it's pretty popular on X, and so he's doing his thing on YouTube as well. So. Yeah, I think that was wild. But so I would, yeah, that blew my mind today. So I wanted to bring that up. And for you guys who are just new joining or been here or whatever, I'm assuming you knew that was me speaking, but I didn't know if you, like, anybody was confused, like, wait, what's going on? So yeah, but somebody else is speaking now. Looks like he's going to a couple speakers, but I thought it was like a good segue because they were just really hitting on the propaganda stuff. So I figured I'd throw Baron in there.
He challenges it when he questions, was there a stand down order? Like that was very like even watching that today, it's like, hey, because Charlie Kirk was hurting Israel, bro. Like he wasn't doing good. And that dude had more honestly, I gotta give it to him about his free speech, man. He really stood for free speech. But to say that like they don't have anything, I do think that they had a big part in it. I think that our governments probably both collided on it too, evidently, if you look at our FBI and stuff, but to say that there's no kind of interest of Israel, like why would they not want him to not be alive? Because he was he was flipping the whole Gen Z, man. It's just I don't know, man. I don't know how we still
on
question.
the conservative side. He was flipping them, right? They already lost Gen Z on the left.
And I think this did it more. I think this just intensified it because it's like, bro, the numbers they don't lie. Did I get disconnected?
No, we're
there it is. Okay. Yeah, but the numbers like they're dying, bro. They're just like and that's why they're doing these things like in the NDA. And thank God the Senate had to take that those provisions out of theirs, and we got to hope that whenever they come to the table and try to put those together that they just leave that out because the American people don't want it. But this is telling, and think about this, Diligent. I really want you. I've been looking at Speaker Mike Johnson, and I've been looking at Pete Hegseth.
I ratioed him this morning.
Good. Keep doing that, bro. These people were put into that place. They have a certain ideology that makes them see that they are doing God's work and this God Magog war kind of thing. That's dangerous. That's not what the forefathers would have wanted. That's exactly opposite. Now, our Speaker Johnson, I go to look into it further. He believes that basically he's calling Jackson. He says that what he meant in the Danbury letters wasn't correct because they didn't want us to make our, how we interpret the Bible to start making, determinations in foreign policy on that. You can simply go Google search it. Does Mike Johnson's religious ideology, does it interfere with his decision making on foreign policy? Google will tell you yes. And that's where I think that a lot of this was put away beforehand because, nothing blinds us more than our faith. And to something because they're not making the decisions in a pragmatic kind of way. They're not thinking about the other percentage, the majority percentage of the Christians in the world and even in the country that don't think like this, or the people that aren't even Christians that are living in the country. That's the thing, man, and that's where it's getting all twisted up in all this. We have to buckle down and go back to what our forefathers wrote. Our forefathers did not want us making Old Testament prophecies into our foreign policy, man. Anyway, I appreciate you letting me get that and keep ratio on Mike Johnson, bro. That he's trash.
Yeah, he is. I can't stand Mike No Johnson. Can't stand him. Who did I say was next?
Diligent, can I play a quick clip of Charlie Kirk questioning the October 7th situation?
Go for it.
Okay.
I still have the same gut instinct that I did initially. I find this very hard to believe. I've been to that Gaza border. You cannot go 10 feet without running into a 19-year-old with an AR-15 or an automatic machine gun that's an IDF soldier, right? The whole country is surveilled. And so let me just kind of go through this. We don't talk about Israeli politics very often, and most Americans don't know this. The last 9 months, Israel is on the brink of civil war. It's not an exaggeration. This judicial stuff, there were hundreds of thousands of Israelis taking to the streets because Bibi Netanyahu is basically redefining the Israeli constitution. That's not an exaggeration, right? But I think some questions need to be asked. Was there a stand down order? Was there a stand down order? 6 hours? I don't believe it. Israel's the size of New Jersey. When I took a helicopter ride from Jerusalem to the Gaza border, it's 45 minutes. 6 hours. Did somebody in the government say stand down? That is a legitimate, non-conspiracy question. The whole country is the IDF. The whole country is. Gotta be careful the way I say this. They're going to try to ethnically cleanse Gaza. I mean, that's, and I don't use that term lightly, okay? They're talking about basically removing 2.5 million people from there, okay? And let me tell you, my pattern recognition over the last 5 years has become pretty sharp. COVID, Maui fires, Epstein. When I see a story and
This
it's
was last year.
Our guts are usually right.
I think that's what got him taken out right there.
That
Yeah.
statement.
When you see all the things, when you look at all the things Charlie said about Israel, Epstein being a Mossad agent, him pushing against the Iran war, going directly, fighting with
Ethnically
Trump.
cleansing Gaza.
Yeah.
Stand out. He said all of the cardinal sins, right?
I mean,
that not
this
all of
is
them?
like he's public enemy number one for the Israelis because what he's doing is essentially changing the hearts and minds of Americans who were sheeps for decades to believe whatever mass media told them. So, I mean, obviously, there's a strong motive to remove a voice so big, so powerful that can basically change the hearts and minds of the youth of the Republican Party going forward. They already lost the Democratic Party, the youth in the Democratic Party. If they lose the Republican Party, that's it. I mean, there's no future. And Israel is a leech on the U.S. for decades. Where would they go without the U.S.?
You guys, I just noticed that there is 80 reposts and 560 people in here. Do me a favor. Help me beat the algorithm. Go to the comment section, hit the repost button. Thank you so much if you're on X. If you're over on YouTube, give a channel a like. Helps the algo, comment, all that stuff. Yeah, they didn't have anywhere to go. I mean, he is the last bastion of Israel's support on the right for the youth. Him turning on them is massive. Massive threat to them. It's easier to control his legacy than it is to control him. I think that's why he's no longer with us. Go ahead. Let's go to Harrison and then Carrie.
Hey, what's up? What's up, Diligent? Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I just had a message that said I lost connection. Great space. I really excellent space because more and more that I'm learning, and especially with this, and just like you said, you're not accusing anyone, but it's all about motive. And when you look at the orchestration of this whole assassination and the motive behind it, and all of the information that obviously you talked about in the space, and the whole Christian Zionist thing, this really sheds a lot of light on that as well. When you look at, sometimes it boggles my mind, these people for years, and when you think we have evidence basically now that the biggest Christian Zionists or biggest Christian Zionist organizations are heavily funded directly by Israel, and that doesn't come without
strings attached.
Exactly. I mean, this to me, listen, again, we're not saying anybody knows anything. I know nothing. I'm just learning. But I mean, really, the evidence really points with the motive there. Now, another thing I wanted to say, and I'm not attacking anybody's personal beliefs or anything here, and
I don't have
no
any evidence that Israel killed Charlie. I'm going to make that clear.
Yeah. But as far as religion, this isn't an attack on anybody. It's just my personal beliefs. I mean, the old Karl Marx quote, opiate of the masses. I mean, it boggles my mind that people, I mean, it's man-made. I mean, God, the idea of God, the idea of a deity is something that
I don't really want to get into the whole theological debate. I want to keep it centered on Charlie Kirk and him leaving Israel. I don't. You're
no, but it's a great explanation, and it's something that everybody, once you learn about it, it's always going to be in the back of your mind that somebody's watching over you, and that so it's just. It keeps people in line is the bottom line. I mean, animals don't have religion. Animals go about their
Well, it
life
gives us the
in
code
a
of
primal
conduct,
aspect.
right? It gives us something to strive for. It gives you something to, again, I don't want to get into
Well,
the
right. It gives
whole
you, it basically
fundamentals
says,
of religion, and I don't want to have that discussion. Like, bring
Absolutely.
it
Yeah,
back
yeah.
to
We
Charlie
we
Kirk.
all came from nothing, right?
Well,
We're not
exactly.
having this
So it's
debate.
an explanation. It's an
Just hang
explanation
out
that we
there,
all
Harrison.
wonder. I'm
Hang
sorry.
out. We're gonna go to Carrie. Go ahead, Carrie. Carrie.
Hey,
Hi.
thank you for having me up. I just wanted to say that anyone that wanted to prevent a war would have been against Charlie at this point.
Anybody who would wanted to commit a war, you mean?
Oh yeah, he wanted to prevent it. They
Right.
wanted to commit it. Yeah, thank you. That's what I meant. And I listened to Candace's Spaces, and she talked about how Charlie said when he was younger that he thought he was going to die young. And my question is, okay, he got up to this space where he knew he was probably going to be killed. And who could have protected that? Who could have protected Charlie? And why did not they do it?
Well, he had a whole security team that was tasked with protecting him. And it's a very good question. Why did they not do it? Thank you. Let's go ahead, Mace.
Because they were in on the shit, in my opinion.
I ain't saying
In
that.
my opinion.
You ain't getting me sued. You ain't getting me sued. No.
I take it back.
The views of the co-host are not the views of the speaker. Jeez, oh Peach, what is going on?
I mean,
these
I
days?
muted back up and then you told me to go.
Bro, why y'all do this to me? Aeon, go ahead. Then we're gonna watch out.
Appreciate the mic. Thanks a bunch. So I'm just gonna put some information out for people to kind of think about. Basically, I'm pretty sure that the Annunciation school shooting that happened in Minneapolis, I mean, I'm basically positive that Jacob Frey was in on it, the mayor of Minneapolis. And I think this is connected to Charlie Kirk's murder, because I think basically what happened with that.
It was pre-narrative.
Yeah.
I remember it was the first shooting. If you guys don't remember, I called this out. It was the first shooting of the year. It happened just before Charlie Kirk was assassinated, and it had the writing on the bullets. It was a leftist who shot church. Yeah, you're on the right track.
Yeah, so like that happened just like weeks before the Charlie Kirk's assassination, and
then just after Charlie Kirk's assassination, there was another shooting at an ICE facility where they found writing on a full bullet. You guys remember that? Am I the only one that remembers? Except for it was a migrant that was killed. They didn't really talk about it too much, but yeah.
Right. Well, the thing, it's the thing that I think about this is that like this was like the initiation of like some black operations done by Israel on US soil. That's kind of how I see it, that they began operating on US soil for, doing all these like heinous atrocities, Charlie Kirk murder, the Annunciation school shooting. And it was to cover both sides of the anti-Israel kind of movement. Charlie Kirk was the Republican side. And
damn, bro, they got you.
Which side got him?
Damn.
What's that?
You were cooking, bro. They got you.
They got me. What do you mean?
You cut out right as you were about to drop the juice. Oh, dude, I can't say. Damn, I can't say juice anymore. You motherfuckers.
That was perfect.
Am I still on?
So they took out the right, and then you were gonna say what?
And then the Antifa people that they set up was like the left side of the anti-Israel movement. The leftists that are kind of anti-Israel. That's the way that I see it. I mean, I think there's a lot.
And you know what? I don't know how to get the volume to regulate YouTube. Okay, let's just be happy that you guys can hear me today. We'll get the rest of that dialed in later. Do you remember when we're blaming Fuentes at first too?
Yep, they said it was Groypers.
Yeah, and then he kind of like got shook and flipped a little bit right there. Wow,
Yep.
I didn't even think about that. All
And you
three.
know how
Continue.
we can't say. Oh, sorry.
Let Aeon finish.
Okay.
But what
'Cause I
would
was
be his
interrupting you.
motive, though? You know, he doesn't have a motive.
Well, let Aeon finish.
You know, I'll add this last piece to it. Now, I actually pieced this together and I emailed law enforcement in Minnesota and and I don't know if this is connected or not, but it strikes me as that it might be that when ICE came here to Minnesota and started shooting up everybody, I think it was the federal government trying to send a message to local law enforcement that was trying to scrutinize the mayor, because the mayor came out and did a speech 2 hours after that shooting. You know, why is he ready and so prepared? He had like a can.
Damn, they got him again right at the key moment, man. Wow.
Right on the
I'll go ahead
climate.
and throw out my joke then. Since we can't say juice, and at my house we say juice
I'm saying
box.
juice. I didn't mean it like that. You guys
No.
mean Jews when you say juice.
No.
Okay?
So at my house we say juice box, but so just to avoid the whole juice word altogether, I just came up. We could say Capri Sun.
No, fuck that. I'm saying what I want to say.
That's not talking about the simple people.
I think
They've been persecuted for a long time.
I figured out what it was. My phone kind of goes funny on me. Hold on one sec.
Turn your Wi-Fi off.
Turn your Pegasus off, sir. It's interfering with the signal.
Hold up. Okay. All right. Now I should be fine now.
Tell us about the mayor.
Yeah. So the mayor came out and he gave a speech 2 hours after it happened. And he seems like he has a canned speech and he's ready to go. And it's like lights, camera, action. And he's like campaigning and he's like bragging about human services at the site of the shooting. I'm like, this is crazy. It comes off as like really just like psychopath behavior. And then the police chief is like shaking and reading a message off his phone. And he's like on the verge of tears and he has like a real emotional response to it. So I figure like the police chief maybe wasn't read in about what was going to happen, but Jacob Frey seemed too prepared. And so I basically reported all this. I'm like, this could be connected to the Charlie Kirk stuff. And he's too prepared in that speech. And there's been a lot of drama in the city hall ever since all that happened and the stuff with ICE. And I really think that all that stuff is connected. Like, I really do. Like the ICE shooting.
Send me a DM with that, will you?
Sure, I could, for sure.
I'll take a look. Thank you. Go ahead. Watch out.
Hi, Diligent. Thank you for having me up here. I just wanted to bring up the Senate election in Michigan. I don't know if you've been paying attention to it or not.
I'm not
But it
paying
looks-
attention to any elections because I think they're all bullshit.
Oh, they are, because it looks like Haley Stevens, who has been AIPAC's test case baby since 2018, she was the first race in which they used a Democrat in the primary. AIPAC used a Democrat in a primary election to defeat the sitting Democrat. And apparently her spending
That's
from
not the first time
AIPAC
that happened. It happened in New York. It was the most. It was the
Was
most.
it?
It was the second most election primary in history, paid before by AIPAC and pro-Israel lobbies.
When was
besides
that?
Massey.
Oh no, I'm not talking about the amount of money. I'm talking about them actually using a Democrat to defeat a sitting Democrat.
That happened in New York.
When did that happen?
The last midterms,
Oh no, she's from 2018.
or maybe it been
She is
2024.
she is the OG AIPAC baby from 2018 when she defeated Andy Levin, who was a Jewish community leader who was pro-Palestinian, and AIPAC didn't like him, so he had to go. Her spending has now surpassed that of Massey's. So I think we're looking at like $33 million for a primary election. And I put down in the purple pill down there a campaign ad that they just released from her side, in which they are making it look like the Republican candidate is endorsing Abdul Saeed, who is running against her, who AIPAC does not want because he says that that Israel is a genocidal state. and they're going to try to do everything they can to make sure that that man doesn't win, even though they really want the Republican in the seat. They don't even want Haley in the seat. So if anyone knows anybody who lives in Michigan, please tell them to go out and vote. I know it's a sham, but we got to, put up with the pretenses and put up with whatever circus we're in right now. It is appalling the amount of money that they're putting in here. And just to say
Do you have
something
to
about,
register as a Democrat to vote in the Democrat primary like you do Republicans?
yeah, you have to register to
That's
do that,
so
but you can
whack,
do,
dude.
but you
That's
can,
so
yeah,
whack.
but you can do it when you go to the polling station. Like I'm going to do it on Saturday. I had registered as a Republican for the last election, so now I'm going to do it as a Democrat so I can vote against her. But what we're seeing on X, because I guess I'm a little more involved in this, is a whole bunch of accounts, like African American accounts, who are, again, just like somebody was saying earlier, saying the same thing about Haley, that, oh, she's growing on me. Oh,
Yeah, they're
she's a
paid. They're
real
paid ops.
Michigander. Because they know that they can't win the election without Detroit and Wayne County. So they're really trying to push an African American narrative that somehow they are for Haley Stevens when she hasn't really
I
done
feel like we're
anything
kind
for
of getting off
anyone.
into the weeds. I want to keep
I
it
know, I
back
just
on.
wanted to bring it up because voting starts on Saturday. So if anyone knows anyone who lives in Michigan, please ask them to go vote because Haley Stevens, the AIPAC princess, might just win her election. Thank
Thank
you.
you. Go ahead, Matt. And then Zach.
Oh, let Zach go first. I'm busy for 1 sec.
Everybody hear me?
Yep.
Every time I requested to speak on your space, my app totally crashed out. So I just wanted to make sure everybody heard me.
Yeah, it happens a lot.
Dude, it's insane. Like, especially I think the past like 4 days, I tried to request up and you would bring me up, but as soon as I would hit my mic on my app, like I'd go to my home screen on my iPhone and I'm like,
Yeah, it does that to me when I'm hosting sometimes.
all right, well, dude, I'm not trying to derail the conversation at all, but like I just want to humanize you. I've been listening to you for quite a while. I don't know if you even know who I am or even see me on Spaces, but
I recognize you from Spaces for years.
Okay. Yeah, it's been years, yeah. But like, okay, so like, dude, you as a human, what kind of music do you like? Like, you know what I mean? Listening to you this long, like,
He's a salt pepper kind of guy. TLC.
Do you want to know the name of my childhood best friend and the first dog I ever had?
No, I'm not looking for your. I'm not
social?
looking for your password, bro. No, I just like what kind of music do you like? Like, I don't like. I know you. You are a
He likes
hardcore
reggae, bro. He's
investigator.
a reggaeton guy.
Okay, so
I'm very eclectic. I listen to a lot of different music, but I would, if I had to pick a brand, it is movie soundtracks.
Ooh, that's kind of like your cottage cheese.
It is my cottage cheese with peaches.
All right, so okay, I'm an East Coast guy, like who's slightly
All
stupid.
right, man.
Is.
All right, that's enough. That's enough. We
Kinda
can do
creepy.
this later. You can do this later. I'm gonna keep it on topic. We have a lot of people listening that are here to listen about Charlie Kirk leaving the pro Israel cause and the NDAA. No offense, Zach. No offense.
No, I hear you. I hear you.
You have any thoughts on that?
I mean, the whole Blake thing and him, like, I listened to Bannon. Like, Bannon got me involved in politics back in like 2019, and he was the only show that I watched. And just to see the transformation of just the grift, the shit talking, like, I don't know, man. The way Blake Neff has been talking and Colvett taking over that show, like, I listen to it just to hear what is actually going on because it's a facade. It
Zach,
is.
$20, I can get you a picture of Diligent's foot, by the way.
This is not true.
Yeah, are you saying like I'm obsessed with Diligent or
All
something?
right, let's go to format. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Were you trying to say
Thank you,
something,
Diligent. Oh, go ahead, Anthony.
No, he was trying to talk shit. Go ahead, format.
Right. Hey, so in regards to that clip you played of Charlie calling out October 7th for being a false flag, I'm just curious, does anyone here know when that clip was made? Like, I know the answer, but I'm just curious about the room, like, because this might be a surprise to you guys.
I think it was in 2024, wasn't it?
No, a lot earlier, a lot earlier.
How much earlier could it be? October 7th was at the end of 2023.
Yeah, well, it was so this was on Patrick Bet David. The podcast came out on October 12th, 2023. And it was it was recorded like on October 10th or 11th. So 3 to 4 days after this shit happens, Charlie comes out and reveals everything that he knows about how the Israeli security apparatus works. And to me, that was massive, like leaving the farm behavior, right? Because like normally, like if you're thinking that this is like a limited hangout type deal where, you know, it's just embarrassing not to talk about it for so long, like maybe he waited a year, 2 years, then started talking about it. No, this shit happened 3 to 4 days after the event. He was way ahead of the curve on like even a lot of like conspiracy theorists and people who, you know, investigate all the Israel shit. They weren't talking about it for a while. He was there 3-4 days after the event talking about that. So that really raised some hairs on for some people. So I thought that's interesting for people to know. I think Charlie was actually trying to leave the farm.
That would correlate with Candace's text messages, right? Yeah. So it's obvious that, you know, he was never, I mean, not never, but he wasn't 100% on board for a while. You cannot say, oh, it was a one-off. He was just angry. He was just stressed. You can't say that. It's not true.
And Diligent, he said it repeatedly, right? This what the previous speaker said. He's absolutely right. It was on October 12th. It was published on October 12th on the Patrick Bet David show. But then he also said it on the Megyn Kelly show. He said it in other places. There's also another clip that I wanted to share that I think, I mean, if you actually, this is what I'm planning on doing. If you put together all the various different clips when, you know, Charlie Kirk is speaking about Israel, October 7th, Epstein and its connection with Israel, or Mossad for that matter, you could see a pattern that, you know, the Israelis would automatically look at him as the enemy. It's just so glaring. So there's definitely that motive thing. But I did wanted to share another quick clip of Charlie, if that's okay with you.
Go ahead.
Bear with me.
Can you tell us the context, the date and time, please?
I will. Hold on. So this one is with Ben Shapiro. He's on the Ben Shapiro show, and
This is right before he died, right? Like the week before?
I think so, yeah. It was it's posted on September 11th, 2005, but somebody posted it afterwards. But I think it was a few weeks before he was assassinated. So this is interesting.
And one thing a friend said to me, interestingly, which is, okay, Charlie, we push back against the media on COVID, on lockdowns, on Ukraine, on the border, on it's like maybe we should also ask a question: is the media totally presenting the truth when it comes to Israel? Just a question, you know, that maybe we shouldn't believe everything the media says, because I know I've been conditioned to ask a lot more critical questions over the last couple of years. So then some people would accuse Israel of wanting to ethnically cleanse.
It ended there, but that's not the other. There's another one that I wanted to show. Hold on one second.
All I can picture is eyebrows. That's it. Like listening to that.
Yeah, Ben's eyebrows.
That's the eyebrow one, where his eyebrows goes like 3 inches up as soon as he hears the words Israel.
Jewish communities have been pushing the exact kind of hatred against whites that they claim to want people to stop using against them. Now, I don't like generalizations. Not every Jewish person believes that. But it is true the Anti-Defamation League was part and parcel with Black Lives Matter. It is true that some of the largest financiers of left-wing anti-white causes have been Jewish Americans. They went all in on woke, and it wasn't just ADL. It was some of the top Jewish organizations in the country that have done that. In fact, we have seen this with the recent retreat of Jewish donations that are no longer going to be administered to colleges, right? Mark Rowan, Leon Coffin. Can we get that full list? It's very powerful. So that's totally true. And by the way, Tucker Carlson reinforces this. So I'm going to kind of, it was quite a day on the internet. Tucker Carlson was interviewing Candace Owens. We have Candace Owens coming up next hour. And Tucker Carlson mentions that Jewish Americans have primarily been financing cultural Marxist ideas. We said this, by the way, last week, and people came after us. We actually said it in a different way. We said, I'm glad that Jewish Americans are reconsidering their financing of cultural Marxism. And people misunderstood it intentionally and slandered us as being anti-Semites. But listen to this. Tucker Carlson is completely correct by saying this, that the philosophical foundation of anti-whiteness has been largely financed by Jewish donors in the country.
That was that.
Is there any way you can put that in the purple pill?
Sure. Yeah. I'll put all of them there. And then if anybody wants to be tagged, just I guess send me your handle.
Let's go to PTS and Carrie. I'm going to be wrapping up soon, probably in the next 10 minutes. PTS.
So it seems like listening to this. So remember the thing about Erica at Tucker's place and Tucker saying she was very anti Israel too. Like she was basically on the same line and stronger even position than Charlie had on it.
Who?
So Erica, his wife.
I don't remember that. No, I don't really
Yeah, so
watch Tucker though. I don't really
so
watch
no,
him
so it
really.
wasn't on Tucker. It was on Candace, and Candace said when she was at Tucker's house having dinner, Erica was more anti-Israel than Charlie. Tucker told Candace that, and Candace outed it on her show. So knowing all that, knowing what the consequences would be for Charlie to keep pushing this, to me, that, and then Andrew sending the messages to the FBI, kind of implicating Israel in a way, almost makes it seem like more like TPUSA almost wanted it just as much, if not more, than Israel did.
I mean, there's a lot. There's who knows? Who knows? We don't know who is Andrew sending to. He said he sent it to somebody in the government. He didn't say who. And Joe Kent was part of the Homeland Security investigations into foreign threats. It got sent to Homeland Security somehow. It made it around. Who knows who he sent it to though? He didn't disclose that. So, but a lot of people at TPUSA benefited after he was gone. I can say that much.
Diligent,
Right.
did you think it was weird that Nick Shirley being on that same day that this happened on Charlie's show?
It is strange, but I mean, what more can you say? I mean, there's not, it is strange.
I think they were already testing out replacements because they had already started bringing out weird people like that.
Oh, do you
Brenlin
guys remember
Hollyhand.
the twink? The fucking
Yeah, Brenlin Hollyhand.
Oh my God, he was horrible.
Yes.
He was immediately
Whatever
happened to
rejected.
him?
And then the amazing Mikey McCoy.
Hold, they're asking too many questions. They're rejecting the twink. We need to replace him. Call somebody else in.
Yeah. And everybody they threw Mikey McCoy at us, another twink. They, you know what I mean? They threw Nick Shirley at us. They threw all the, and I think that's what they were doing. They were trying to find someone.
And they haven't found anybody. There's not another Charlie. I was I was. They have a screenshot that gets put in the replies, and it's me. It's me arguing with Charlie on the timeline about Epstein, and they've and I ratioed the shit out of him. By the way, if you go find the tweet, he had. And you know, just to be clear, I met him when I was at Amfest. I made videos that he shared on his profile about Amfest. When I flipped on Epstein, when I started to deviate from the herd on Epstein, he did too, a little bit, and then he posted or he made a clip, or he did a video, and then he posted the clip where he said, or no, he quote posted somebody else's clip where somebody else was calling him out about talking to the Trump administration and then saying, I'm no longer going to talk about Epstein. I'm done talking about Epstein. I talked to our friends at the administration and at the White House, and now I'm not going to talk about Epstein. And I called him out for it and ratioed him. And he at first he's like, you're telling lies, blah 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 blah. And I'm like, no, I'm not. You said it yourself. It's in your post. Read it. It says that you talked to the government and now you are going to drop this issue. I was like, as members of the, you know, as the media, we have a responsibility to hold the government accountable on issues like this. I hope that your audience treats you accordingly. That was how I didn't even say anything rude to him. He ended up switching. He got so much backlash from that comment. He ended up switching. If you go look at the history, that week, after that weekend, that was on a weekend, that week, he went back to supporting releasing the Epstein files as a result of that pushback.
Yeah, I remember on that Monday, he recorded a statement and clarified himself.
Yep.
And you know how many people use that post of yours to try to get me to not listen to you? Like I get sent that all the time. Why didn't you listen to him? Look at this post or look at that post. This person criticized Charlie. Oh my God.
And when they say that to me, I said, and I would do it again.
Exactly. Charlie criticized people he liked. Like what? Like so what? I criticize my family. I criticize my own son. Like we criticize people when they're doing something wrong. That's love. You don't let people just make mistakes and not say something if you care about them.
Dilly, I think the weirdest thing in all of this was that day that Charlie Kirk, when this happened. Do you remember? Because you held a space, and everybody already had this. They already had the agenda, the narrative. They're coming up there with it was a leftist, somebody on the left, and they were transgender. Had killed Charlie Kirk, bro, and it was just like it was weird how they already had it before we even knew. I just never forget that, man. You should clip that because that was weird.
Oh God, and the Jack Posobiec every day posting, I saw a leftist shoot Charlie Kirk. I saw a leftist shoot Charlie Kirk. You didn't see shit, Jack, and you still haven't seen shit.
I think Destiny custom out for each one.
What, Maze?
That's a Destiny custom out under each one.
I ratioed him. I can't tell you how many times. And got him, and they were using my post to community note him. He got community noted a bunch of times. He's a liar. That dude just straight up lies. Just lies to the audience. Does not. He's just a part of the state. He's an agent of the state. You know, that's what
he's on his way out.
This is why I said it's not just Israel that had an incentive to take Charlie out. The government had an incentive to take him out too, because now they control his organization.
Yeah, he was boxed in on all sides.
Yeah. Now, TPUSA is just a facet of the state, pretty much, right? It is it's another arm of the deep state. It's
a regicide, a
yeah.
hostile takeover.
And when you hear these people make the argument that, oh, well, if it was IDF or Mossad, they could have just poisoned him. I saw this on Robbie Stark put out this whole documentary that was really proud
that
of
propaganda video he did
propaganda.
about Candace Owens.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, no, like they're not gonna.
I swear I'm not getting paid. I swear.
Well, even if he wasn't, and he was just some sheep wanting to fall in line with the narrative, the reason why the poison argument doesn't work is because you can't. They literally use this public event in order to be able to attack the left. That's the whole idea, in my opinion. So that seems more plausible than like a poisoning. It seems more
Well, and
plausible
you
than
do some secret shady
I mean,
poisoning,
it's
people
it's
are going to
it's
immediately think
multifaceted.
Israel.
The public execution shocks everybody the way that 9/11 did, and then you can carry out policy during that emotional moment, right? You can convince people of things. You can unite. You can unite your crowd, right? Except for it was so sloppy in the aftermath. I think it's because Tyler Robinson lived. I
But
think if
think
Tyler
about
Robinson had died, we would all believe the lie and you would have a more unified right. But because Tyler Robinson lived and they obviously were not prepared for that, people aren't buying it. And then the whole thing falls apart.
But this narrative is really loud. If you listen to these influencers talk about on the right, talk about it's the left. It's the left. I mean, Crowder, huge platform. Crowder
Where
really.
is the left though? You know what I mean? They're awfully quiet. The only people I see talking about it are the Republican are on the right, like people like me, conservatives. The left is like fucking crickets on this issue.
Well,
I could
the left is using it to demonize the right too. But it is a bit ironic
the
that
left wing media is pushing the same narrative as the Zionist right.
well, I just meant from a standpoint of you're able to push this narrative of by the violence of the left. So they could still push the official narrative, but nonetheless, there is that left. I mean, the left does it too. Hey, the right's violent. They both sides say they're violent. But I'm saying, if depending on someone's theory around what happened to him, I think you can make create this
Except for you
puzzle
can't even really
solve.
sell the transferry story. You can sell that with Lurch Lance Twigs up there. That sounds like hello. I swear I used to be Luna. I'm no longer Luna, and that's my boyfriend that I can't recognize. And by the way, we slept in different beds, and I don't know what his favorite color is. I don't know what kind of food he eats.
And we
What
didn't
else do
talk
I not
about
know?
Charlie. We didn't
You know what I
talk about
mean? Like,
Charlie.
yeah, we never spoke about Charlie Kirk. As a matter of fact, we never talked about LGBTQ issues. We didn't really talk about politics all that much either. Only when you heard something on the radio on his way home from work. Like, come on, bro.
Dilly, it's like that. It's like these the rest. I guess you say they're on the right. I call them new conservatives, whatever. They're kind of neoconish, but they become conspiracy theorists. Honestly, it's like the exact same thing that they're used to calling people, and they're trying to villainize people as.
Every
That's what they've done.
accusation is a confession.
Everything, bro. It's like they have the weirdest shit of not saying like this case has holes in it, bro. It's got a lot of holes in it. It's a weird case. It's not open and shut. But their little conspiratorial minds or mindset, bro. It's like they can justify this as open and shut. Like he did it. It's no question about it, bro. It blows my mind.
Well, wait till Baron's interview on Redacted propagates throughout the night and tomorrow afternoon. Once those clips start coming out, they're gonna crash out. It's gonna be I'm predicting a pretty big crash out. You're gonna hear it from everybody because he was dialed in. He was locked in on Redacted today, and that happened at 4 p.m. Eastern. If anybody wants to check it out, but that was yeah, it was good.
And who the hell are these people, bro? There's like the people holding spaces on you and stuff, bro. It's like so weird. Like you don't even know who a lot of these people. They come out the woodwork, and everybody's so accepting. It doesn't matter that the guy's new. Like this guy's a new face. We don't know anything about him, but everybody just flocks to him on that side, and they start quote. I just don't understand people anymore,
Yeah,
bro.
they opened their account in January 26th.
And it's like they're verified. Yeah, like this guy, we know he's awesome.
It's not organic. It's not real. My account is fucking shadow banned though. It's been a long time since it was shadow banned like this. 100% shadow banned. I did a test earlier. I was like, damn. It was after the and what sucks is that I have like a one-off, a nuclear option whenever this happens that I can usually go to. And I used it trying to get my co-host reinstated because right as this was happening, my co-host got suspended as well. Harmony, we all know Become Harmony. She got suspended last weekend. Been trying to pull strings to get her reinstated. Can't do it. So something's
Did they
going on
say
with
why
X.
they suspended her, or they didn't tell you?
They didn't tell me. Very weird acting about it. Very weird. I don't usually ask favors from the people I know that work there, unless it's a big deal and something that should be fixed. And the individual I sent it to at first was just looked at it but didn't respond. And then on the next day I got a response and they said that a human review was done and the decision was upheld. And I was like, wow, damn, okay. And then I had a nuclear option that I've used for myself whenever I get shadow banned when it says my posts are unavailable. And I feel like that's where I'm at right now. And I had just asked him to see if he could help with that. So I don't want to like try the nuclear option again. And I haven't got a response from that one back yet either. So I'm waiting to see, but I don't know if they are weaponizing mass reporting or bots, or I know I was going to bot attacked. I probably blocked over 1,000 bots this last week. I mean, it was insane. The amount of accounts that were like made in 2011 that had, they're just reposted things, and or brand new accounts. And the only reply they ever had was to me. Or old accounts where the only reply they ever had was to me. Really weird. I was screenshotting it so I can like research it later. But just every post, hundreds and hundreds of bots, especially about Penguich and the receipt and that witness. And then on top of that, I had like Viva La Fray and Paralittle Testicles and all of these other accounts like attacking me, quote posting me, trying to use the old doxing, the old doxing attempts and the same smears they've already all tried, failed. It seems like when they couldn't cancel me, they did something because now my shit from my posts are just like really throttled. Really
They use the
throttled.
Rise app, bro. The
What?
RISE app. Yeah, they use the Rise app. They mass report. They hit it off on a third party app, and then they'll mass report the shit out of you on the Rise app.
If you zoom into your analytics and tell me when it started, I can go do a little investigation. And
I mean, I
really
posted
quick,
a screenshot of it earlier. It's in my reposts.
okay.
You can
I'll
see
look.
it. You can see it. It happened about 4
Like,
days ago. I was
oh, okay.
I was averaging a few million a day, and then it just drops off a fucking flip down to zero. Today it was like down to like 20,000 impressions or something. I've been through this before, and it sucks. It sucks because it feels like you're shouting into the void. And what was interesting is that it hit my YouTube yesterday too. The video, the live stream that I did last night, got a it didn't say why. It got an unsuitable like strike on it. I had never seen it before. And I was like, what is this? And then I opened it up and it says that our systems have detected that your content is unsuitable for broader audiences or some fucking kind of weird shit. And it's like you can appeal it and request a human review. And so I did that, and then it came back okay. But that all happened last night too. So there's some really funky stuff going on. I probably am getting targeted for mass reporting or whatever. And because I'm not like that big of an account, it still affects me or something.
But
They
how does
definitely
it
don't
affect
want me.
like Harmony? Because okay, one thing I just want to highlight: I have 4 fake ass accounts that I've had them all mass reported in spaces, and they're all floating around like nothing happened.
I have had death threats the last 2 weeks, and I report them because they're on the timeline or they're on messages. People who are telling me to stick a gun in my mouth and to delete myself, all kinds of like really, really vile stuff. And I report it, and I'm getting the reports back saying that they did not violate the terms of service. So I don't know. Like it really does seem like X is and I was demonetized too. Like not officially though. They just didn't pay me. Like I don't know. I spent a lot of money and effort making original content in Utah, all original. Even when I was like doing the hearing, I had my studio set up like I do now. You can see me on camera. I'm like doing, I'm hosting conversations in between when they're on recess and all that stuff. Like it was original, and they stripped the payout. So I don't know what was up with that either. So, and that was the same weekend that Harmony got suspended. And then the following week, or that same weekend, I got shadow banned, and now I am apparently, yeah, I don't know. It was a lot. What was that, Lune?
You had there was a speaker speaking yesterday. I don't know if you remember. You had to cut him off and you said, hey, we're on YouTube. Remember he had said something. I remember what he said, but I'm not gonna say it. It was along the lines of, well, he had cursed a few times and then he used the P word. Um, so I don't know if maybe that's the reason why YouTube gave you that. But I remember it being like kind of, you were just like, whoa, slow down there. You
Yeah,
can't
but
say
it
that in
wasn't
my
anything that
space.
bad.
I don't know. That's the only thing I can think of that happened yesterday, as far as that video goes.
He said Poncho. You said the P word.
He said Puerto Rican.
I don't know. All right, you guys, I'm tired. I'm gonna call it a night. I have to. I'm gonna be traveling here pretty soon, so I'm gonna be moving to a new location tomorrow on my way. I am going to. I'll wait to announce it tomorrow. We're gonna be doing a space tomorrow. I'll be doing another live tomorrow. Baron has agreed to do a live stream with me on Saturday. That's not going to be an X space. It's going to be only a live stream. So he's going to come over to my channel and do that. So turn notifications on X. Share that channel around and turn notifications on X or YouTube. But on X, turn all notifications on for my profile. Make sure you're following me. People are being unfollowed from me. People are getting notifications turned off. I'm getting messages without them doing it. So go check to make sure that you're still turn notifications on, and share my posts when you see them, when you get the notification. That way I can break out of this the shadow ban, because it's I'm gonna be dropping some I'm gonna be dropping some news this upcoming week-ish.
All right.
That is,
Well, it appears he will be on. Baron will be coming to his show Saturday, so give him a follow. Subscribe. Did I subscribe? Subscribe. Put on notifications wherever that is. And yeah, so that should be good. I didn't know that.
I'm sure they'll be talking about the case. You're welcome. Appreciate you guys. That's a good place to wrap it up. 6.5 hours in. I had a lot of participation, a lot of engagement, I would say, and I was happy with it. I was entertained. Hope you guys were too. And the viewership was great. I was happy with that too. So see you guys next time. It's pretty late now. I don't think I'll do anything in the morning for stream wise. Saturday morning, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna do something Saturday morning. I think it's gonna be called Unsub Saturdays, where I try to convince people to unsubscribe actually. Because we want to focus on, you know, people who really care about the truth. And I mean, the raid watchers aren't going to unsubscribe. They're not even going to subscribe. They might, but I just want people to understand that you kind of you're in or you're out. You got to, if you're not all the way in, then maybe unsubscribe and use your time wisely. But this group, we're going to try to get locked in, get focused on what we can do to take action in certain ways, positive ways, constructive ways. So, all right, guys. Well, I appreciate you. Thanks again. Talk to you soon.